Part 2.
Chapter 14 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Confession of Bess. Bess Endicott stared at Herrick where he stood, with a black look on his face, and the clumsy weapon in his hand. "And I'll see Bridge about it," he was saying. "The bullet's still at the police office, if it fits this." He clicked his tongue against the roof of his mouth. "What?" cried Bess, finding her tongue, and asking the question with a shiver. "Is that the pistol with which—" Here her voice died away in her throat. "It can't be," she whispered. Herrick looked at her in his turn, and slipped the pistol into his pocket. "I know what you are thinking about," he said quietly, "but the pistol will do you no harm. I've seen it before. You are all right, Bess." "All right?" she echoed, and drawing her brows together. "What do you mean?" "Why, what should I mean, but that Joyce slipped this devilish piece of evidence into the table drawer, just to accuse you of—" She bounded to her feet, grasping the idea for the first time. "He did that, did he?" she cried, her head flung back, her eyes angry. "Oh," she stamped, "what should be done to such a man? And you can sit quietly there, Dr. Jim." "Because I want to hear your story. After this, you must tell me all you know, all you have heard. As for Joyce," his mouth twisted, "leave him to me. He will not get off easily, I promise you." "To put the pistol there, that I—" She broke off again, and looked at him in a scared manner. "Did he kill Carr?" she asked. "That I can't say, yet. To kill the man, he must have had some strong motive. I have yet to learn the motive, strong or weak, that would make Joyce risk his neck. He is careful of his neck, too," explained Dr. Jim. "I have a mind to break it." "And why?" asked Bess, round-eyed. She had never seen the good-tempered doctor in such a rage. "I wonder you can't guess," remarked Herrick, cooling down. With a gasp, Bess drew back. Their eyes met. A sudden crimson flushed her face, and she turned it away. "Yes," said Herrick, taking her hand, "and I only knew it myself a moment ago." "What are you talking about?" cried the girl, snatching her hand away. "I'm talking of you and myself. Ida said that it would come all of a sudden, and she was right. Here it is, and I have been looking in the wrong place for it these many months." Bess knew perfectly well what he meant, but she made a show of not understanding. "I think we are talking nonsense," said she. "There is much to be done, if what you say about the pistol is true." "Yes," said Herrick again. "As you say, there is much to be done. The other thing can stand over a time. You know well enough, but it suits you to hold me at arm's length. Woman's way, I suppose. Well," he brisked up, and his voice took a sharper tone, "let us get to business. This rascal tried to inculpate you in the crime. He shall have the finest thrashing he's ever had. The pistol I can explain away. I've seen it in his house, and I can guess that he slipped it into that drawer so as to make his case against you the stronger. He thought if he accused you, and could back his accusation with evidence, that you would never dare to refuse him. The mean hound!" "Indeed, it would never have come to that," said the girl proudly. "I am not the woman to be won by threats. He did accuse me of the murder, and I defied him to do his worst. I suppose, if you had not come, he would have shown me the pistol next. The mean scoundrel!" She clenched her fist. "Beat him well, Dr. Jim." "What a bloodthirsty person it is," laughed Jim. "But upon my word, you know, this is the strangest of wooings." "Never mind that," said Bess, drawing back. "We can talk later of such things. But my position is anything but a pleasant one. That little man will make trouble. If he does not, his Mexican friend will. They are a proper pair of scamps. However, I am equal to both of them. Leave Joyce to me. I know all about him, but about yourself nothing. Joyce, I take it, accuses you of being near the pines on the night of the murder?" "And at the hour," said Bess quickly. "That is what I have been trying to make up my mind to tell you all the week. The necessity of doing so has come earlier than I expected, but I shall explain myself now." She came to a stop and looked at him questioningly. "Of course you know I had nothing to do with the crime itself." "I'm sure of that," said Herrick heartily, "but I think you know who did it. Come now, confess." "You are mistaken," cried Bess. "All I know is that Frisco is innocent." "Have you proof of this?" "The proof of my own eyes. I saw him at the door of the house when the shots were being fired." "You heard the shots?" "3 of them. The 4th I did not hear." About what hour was this?" "Between 9 and 10. "And what were you doing out at that hour?" Bess paused. "I'd better tell you all from the beginning," she said slowly. "Then you can judge for yourself. I have told no one else as yet. It was too terrible, and," she hesitated, "I had other reasons for silence. Yet if Frisco had been tried for his life, I should have come forward in spite of all. He is perfectly innocent. I can prove it." "Strange," muttered Herrick, taking a seat. "Well, let us hear." "What about that horrid Joyce?" "I'll attend to him later. He will stay at the inn until I come. That is, if he is really innocent. Of course, if he tries to bolt, I shall know he is guilty, and have him arrested. Old Joyce knows me, and will act accordingly. Never mind him. Go on with your story." "It is not much of a story," said Bess. "You know the habit that Sidney has of going to the pine wood?" "To see the fairies? Yes, he told me all about that." "Well, on the night of the murder, he went away as usual. It came on to rain, and Ida was in great state. She thought he would catch his death of cold. He is so delicate, you know. I said I would go and look for him, and about 9 o'clock I set out. I knew he would be in the pine woods. It was raining, and I wrapped a long cloak about me. He was not in the wood, although I searched everywhere with a lantern. Then I came out of the wood by mistake right onto the Colonel's lawn. The light was burning in the tower, and the whole of the house was illuminated." "Just as I saw it," muttered Herrick. "Yes. I crossed the lawn to come home, when I heard 3 shots fired, one after the other, in the tower. I heard them plainly. I turned with a start, but the Colonel had done so many queer things that I thought he was only shooting to amuse himself." "It never struck you that it was murder?" "No. If the Colonel had not been so eccentric, I might have suspected, but nothing ever surprised me in that house. I waited for a moment. There were no more shots. I looked towards the house, and there I saw Frisco standing in the doorway. I saw him quite plainly." "That was some time after hearing the shots?" "Indeed, no. It was immediately after the first shot. When the other 2 were fired, I saw him there. I thought that he might see me, and as I did not want Colonel Carr to think I had been spying round his house at so late an hour, I ran home as fast as I could. Sidney had arrived before me. I said nothing about the shots and went to bed. When I heard how you had discovered the body, I knew that I had heard the shots fired by the murderer. But I knew also that when Frisco was missing he was not guilty. So that was why I defended him. I could not speak plainer, could I? Well, I see no reason why you should not have told the story you tell me now. If Frisco had been arrested, I should have. But you know," here Bess looked down, "can you not understand, Dr. Jim? The people round about here are sad scandal-mongers. Because I called on Colonel Carr to get an article, as I told you, people said that I was fast." "The brutes!" cried Herrick, firing up. "Well, then, you can understand that if it had become known that I was near Colonel Carr's house so late at night, there would have been more talk. I really don't know what they would have said, so I said nothing, not even to Ida. But of course I could have told them that I went out to get Sidney, but—" Bess shrugged her shoulders. "You know how spiteful people are. No. After consideration, I thought it best to hold my tongue." "But you might have told me," said Herrick. "I was afraid to," faltered Bess. "You foolish child, as though I should not have understood." "Well," she said with a sigh of relief, "I'm glad I have told you now." "So am I, as it has brought Joyce to the rope's end. How did he say he saw you on that night?" "He was in the pine wood on the verge of the lawn." "And for what reason?" "He did not tell me, nor did I ask him. You see," said Bess, "I was so angry that he should accuse me of shooting the Colonel that I gave him no time to explain. Then you came, and you know the rest." Well, Joyce shall explain to me his reason for coming to Saxham. Of course I knew that he was here on that night." "You knew?" said Miss Endicott, much astonished. "How could you know?" "The information came to me by accident, more or less," replied Herrick, and forthwith he explained how Stephen's remark as to Robin's income had led him to examine the doings of the little man on that night. "And," continued the doctor, "I went to Heathcroft station. There I learned that a little man, muffed up in a great coat, he had the excuse of the rain, but it really was a disguise, had arrived at Heathcroft by the 7 o'clock train from London." "But Heathcroft is 6 miles from this place." So Joyce knew. Therefore he was thoughtful enough to bring his bicycle with him. "Oh, he came here right enough. To see the Colonel, I suppose." "To murder him?" "I can't be sure of that, Bess. You see, Carr, for some reason we do not know, allowed Mrs. Joyce an income of 500 a year. Robin wanted this to be continued to him. The solicitors told him that Carr refused it. Therefore I can only think that he came down to try and persuade Carr to be more generous. But," added Herrick with emphasis, "I hardly think that for such a reason Joyce would commit a murder. He hasn't the pluck." "That may be," replied Bess thoughtfully, "but it seems to me that if he did not, he took a great deal of unnecessary trouble to conceal his movements from you. Besides which, he led you directly to the house where he knew, at all events I think so, that the body would be found. It is certainly strange, and looks as though his movements had been premeditated. It was Joyce who selected the country for the walking tour. Yet, so far as I know, he was never in these parts before, and I am bound to say that it was I who led the way to the pines on that night. I dare say he was too clever to take the initiative, but he no doubt made suggestions." "Yes, he did that." "Well, I must get the truth out of the man himself. He must account to me for the possession of that pistol, and for him being in the pine wood on the night of the murder. I wonder he gave himself away like he did." Bess curled her lip. "He did not intend it," she said. "He thought that if he frightened me I would consent to marry him and save my own skin, and then hold my tongue about his presence at Saxham. Oh, all his calculations were carefully made, you may be sure, Dr. Jim. It was only because he mistook my character that they were upset." Herrick nodded. "There's Don Manuel, of course," he said. "The Mexican, what about him?" "Well, I wonder if he has anything to do with this. It is strange that he should be so friendly with Joyce, or with Corn too, for the matter of that. Joyce said that a mutual friend of his and mine introduced him to Santiago. I took the trouble to write to that friend, a man called Johnston, and I learned that Johnston had never seen or heard of Don Manuel, nor had the Mexican ever been to the Apollo Club, where, according to Robin, the introduction took place. Where they met, and why they met, I have yet to find out. Luckily, I have now enough evidence to force my dear friend Joyce to be candid. And I shall not spare him," said Herrick with a grim smile. "He's a liar and a scoundrel. I was never so mistaken in a man before. I prided myself upon reading character. It seems that I am not so clever as I thought." "No doubt there is something between them, since they are so intimate," was the reply of Miss Endicott. "But whether it has to do with the murder I do not know. Did Senor Santiago know Colonel Carr?" "In South America, and hated him like poison. It seems they both went on a treasure-hunting expedition in Peru." Treasure hunting, Peru. Ah, I remember. That was the expedition Frisco used to talk about. Was Frisco with the colonel there? Yes, he let drop hints that he and the colonel had found treasure in Peru, and that they had lost themselves. Of course I do not know the whole story, but from what Frisco said I know that in that way Colonel Carr obtained his wealth. What a liar that Manuel is, said Herrick. He denied that he had ever seen Frisco. According to Manuel, only he and Carr were on the expedition. Santiago fell ill, and Carr left him amongst the Indians. He was held in captivity for 2 years, and when he got back to civilization, Carr had vanished with the treasure. He, I am speaking of the Mexican, arrived in England 6 months ago, in search of Colonel Carr, no doubt. I wonder if he killed him. He might have, and yet I do not know. Revenge is a poor thing when no substantial benefit is to be derived. Santiago wants wealth. He would have managed the affair in a different way. But remember the warnings. 3 of them, yes. That is the kind of way Santiago would go to work. Try and frighten Carr in the parting with a substantial amount. But I do not think that he would kill the goose with the golden eggs, at all events, until he was in possession of some of the eggs. No, I can't think the Mexican is guilty. Then Joyce must have done it. Perhaps, but he is such a coward. If not either of those 2, who is it? Asked Bess. Not Frisco. Herrick looked at her. I am not so sure, he said coolly. You see, the alibi you provided for Frisco does not touch the subject. You saw the man at the door when 3 shots were fired. Well, if you remember at the inquest, it was proved, as much as it could be proved, that those 3 shots were fired at a dead body. Therefore, when you heard them, the man was already dead. Why should Frisco not have done it, and then come down, leaving his accomplice to do what he liked? I see what you mean, said Bess. It was the bullet that killed the colonel, the old-fashioned bullet. Fired from this, if I'm not mistaken, went on Herrick, producing the pistol. You can't be sure of that, and admitting that it is so, how did the pistol come into possession of Joyce, if Frisco used it? I am in the dark there, said Herrick, vexedly. I must get the truth out of Joyce. Time to see him now. And he glanced at his watch. As to the pistol, I'll see Bridge and find out if the bullet fits. Bess held out her hand. Let me do that, she said. While you are watching Joyce and the Mexican, I can attend to that matter. Do you think you will be able? Hesitated Herrick. I am certain I can. Besides, I want to have some part in the discovery of the truth. The doctor handed her the pistol. He knew that she was a clever girl, and would not undertake a thing unless she could execute it thoroughly. You and I can do the detective business together, he said. I will look after Joyce and Santiago and Frisco. If I can find him, your part will be to trace the pistol and see if the bullet fits. You can manage Bridge? Easily, replied Bess, putting the pistol away. He is so conceited that a little flattery goes a long way with him. Don't let him meddle in this matter. He will only spoil it. I know what to do. Leave it to me. Dr. Jim took up his hat to go. Suddenly he recollected a point he had not yet discussed and sat down again. About Pentland Corn, said he. What do you think of him, Bess? He is a good man, she replied promptly, but he is weak. I am sure there is nothing wrong about him. Yet, why should he make such a friend as Santiago? I do not know. Shall I ask him? He would not tell you the truth if you did. He has his own secrets. Bess nodded. But I do not believe they are bad secrets, she said. The rector is a man with a past, a sad past. Did you know he was a soldier before he became a parson? No, replied Dr. Jim, and yet I always thought that he had a martial air about him. Why did he leave the army? He said he had a call. No, added Bess hastily, seeing the doctor's lip curl. I do not think he's a hypocrite. He is most devout. I do not believe much in that emotional religion," said Jim, with a shake of his head. "A call, had he, and left the army for that? I should like to hear a more feasible story. He was a friend of Colonel Carr's. Yes, he was the only person the Colonel saw, and he used to go very often to the Pines. But I do not think he did Colonel Carr much good. On the contrary, it is probable that the Colonel did a weak man like that a good deal of harm." Herrick stopped, then said, suddenly, "He knows something about this murder." "What makes you think so?" said Bess, startled. "Well, he did not come to the inquest, and seeing that he was the parson of the parish, and a great friend of the dead man, I think that strange myself. Also, when I met him in the morning after the murder, he talked nonsense, sheer nonsense, and was in a sort of hysterical condition." "That might have been because of the shock," replied Bess, thoughtfully. "I know one thing at least about Mr. Corn. He will not look upon a corpse." "Why not?" "I don't know, nor does anyone else. The parishioners are sometimes annoyed because he will not come and see their dead. Mr. Corn will pray with a dying person, but he will not look on a dead one." "And he was a soldier," said Herrick. "I must look into this." "You have quite enough to do at present, I think. I will see to the pistol, and you can go now to Joyce. Then we can meet and compare notes, and Bess, we understand one another." Miss Endicott flushed. "I wish you would not talk nonsense," she cried. "There are other and more important things to think of." Dr. Jim would have protested, but she re-entered the house and left him to his own thoughts. These were pleasant in spite of the discovery of Robin's iniquities. Jim now saw that he had been in love with Bess without knowing it. The shock of Joyce's wooings had brought about the discovery. "And what a fool I have been not to see it before," said Dr. Jim. "No wonder they say love is blind." And he whistled light-heartedly. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Joyce explains himself. Whether it was the charm of the girl's society, based upon his new discovery, or the interest of the conversation from a detective's point of view, that detained Herrick with her for over 2 hours, it is impossible to say. Probably Dr. Jim could not have given a satisfactory answer himself. But as he hurried along the road to the Carr Arms, he acknowledged that he had been dilatory, for in 2 hours Robin could have got away from Saxon. But Dr. Jim did not think he would go. Robin was a child in many ways, and was not quick in making plans. Besides, he would have been bewildered by the sudden revelation of his rascality, and for the moment he would not be able to think of his own safety, or at least if he did think, he would be unable to make any plans. Also, and of this Herrick was certain, he had very little money to come and go. "No," thought the doctor, as he swung into the village green, "Robin knows better than to give me the slip. He would be afraid that I would show him no mercy when I caught him up. Probably he will make out some story, and implore me for the sake of our past friendship to be silent. If he tells me the whole truth, and if he did not actually kill Carr, I might. But then he insulted Bess, and tried to get her into danger." The doctor clenched his fist and frowned. "I'll give him a thrashing at all events. There is a bad time coming for you, Robin, my man." The prognostications of Dr. Jim proved to be correct. Joyce had not attempted flight. He was waiting in his sitting-room for the coming of the doctor, and he looked horribly frightened. Herrick could have found it in his heart to be sorry for the wretched little creature with his white haggard face and staring eyes. But he remembered what was at stake, and made up his mind to be stern, even to the verge of brutality. For all he knew, this treacherous little scoundrel might have hinted to the outside world that Bess was involved in the murder of Carr. If he had done this, Herrick considered that nothing would be too bad for him. It was in a very stern frame of mind that Dr. Jim sat down opposite his former friend. Robin winced at the regard of those once kind eyes. He felt like a rabbit in the presence of a boa constrictor. "Well," said Jim, grimly eyeing the miserable wretch, "and what do you have to say for yourself?" "Nothing," returned Robin sullenly. "I'm afraid I shall not be satisfied with that, Joyce. You'll have to tell me the whole of your doings, from first to last." "I have done nothing so very wrong, Jim." "One moment," interposed Herrick. "I think you had better call me by my last name. We are not friends now, you know." "Will I call you Dr. Herrick?" said Robin, with a small sneer. "I think it might be better, sir," drawled Herrick, and the contempt in his tone made the self-satisfied Joyce wince. "If I had done anything wrong, I should not have waited to see you." "That's a lie," replied the plain-spoken Jim. "You know me better than that. Had you bolted, I should have had the police on your track before nightfall. You know me, as I said before. Your only chance is to make a clean breast of this damnable business." "What do you mean?" "Don't bandy words with me, Joyce. It won't do. You are in a cleft, stick, and no amount of wriggling will serve you. If you want a lead, here is one. You told me at Southbury that you went up to see Firth and Firth." "So I did." "Oh, Lord!" cried Herrick, in a tone of disgust. "Will you never be done with your petty falsehoods? I know that you have not seen the solicitors for some months. Certainly not on the 24th of July. Firth told me how you tried to get your mother's annuity transferred to yourself. Come now, don't play the fool with me. You did not sleep at the Hull Hotel?" "How do you know that?" "Because I went there. I also know that you alighted from the 7 train at Heathcroft Station, and rode your bicycle to Saxham. I don't know for what purpose, unless it was to kill the Colonel." No, this time Joyce was really afraid. "I did not kill him." "That remains to be proved. What about that pistol you slipped into the drawer of Bess Endicott's writing table? Now, you are about to lie again. It won't do, it won't do. The truth, you rat of a man." "Don't call me names," muttered Joyce weakly. "I beg your pardon. I will not call you any more names. Let us conduct this conversation calmly. But you have to tell me the whole truth, or—" "Well," said Joyce defiantly, "and if I refuse, what then?" "I will hand you over to the Bealeminster police. You have no evidence." "I have more than you think, you ass," said Herrick, in a cold rage. "For the sake of our past friendship, I have been sparing you all these weeks. I got you down here in the hopes that you would be man enough to come forward and confess your follies. I do not say crimes, for you have not pluck enough to commit the smallest. But you kept your own counsel, and thought you were pulling wool over my eyes. I have seen through all these weeks, and now you insult the woman I love, and—" Robin jumped up in childish rage. "You don't love her. You won't marry her," he panted. "I won't have it." "Sit down," commanded Herrick sternly. "You have nothing to say in the matter. Leave Miss Endicott's name out of it. We have had enough of this nonsense. Confess what you have done." "I won't." Joyce set his teeth. "Very good. Then I shall send for the police." "You dare not." "Ah, you think so?" Herrick rose and walked towards the bell. Joyce anticipated him, and stood in his path with flashing eyes. Herrick laughed. "Are you about to measure your strength against mine?" he said. Before he could speak further, the little man had flung himself at his throat like a wild beast. Strong as Herrick was, the abnormal nerve force of Joyce made him no mean antagonist. But the contest was unequal, and at last Herrick lifted Joyce above his head, shook him as a terrier does a rat, and pitched him headlong into a chair, where the creature, helpless and overborne, sat gnashing his teeth and glaring. For the moment Herrick thought he was mad. "Have you had enough?" asked the doctor, recovering his breath. "If not, I'm quite willing to administer the thrashing you so richly deserve." Joyce still glared and stamped in impotent rage. Then he suddenly burst into tears and hid his face in his hands. "You great brute," he wailed. "You might spare me." "Spare you?" echoed Herrick contemptuously. "And did you think of sparing that poor girl, whom you were trying to blackmail into marriage? You may thank your stars, Joyce, that you have to deal with a man who knows you as I do. If it had been another man, they would have left you half dead on the floor. You shall have justice from me, never fear." Robin still continued to sob, and huddled up in the big chair, looked scarcely as large as a child. "I feel ill, horribly ill." "You'll feel much worse before I'm done with you," said the relentless Herrick. "Sit up and talk rationally. All this won't do with me. You have tried all your tricks. They are of no avail. Here are pen, ink, and paper. I intend to take down all you say, and you will sign the statement." "I'll see you to the devil first," cried Joyce, sitting up, tear-stained and dishevelled, but with an evil look in his eyes. "You will do exactly as you are bid," replied Herrick, selecting a pen. "Now begin, and tell no lies. I have information of which you know nothing, and if I catch you tripping, well, you know what to expect." Joyce saw that he was helpless. He had tried defiance, forced tears, and was now at the end of his resources. Herrick piteously held to his point. Seeing that there was no help for it, the little scamp dried his eyes, arranged his coat, and hardened himself into a reasonable frame of mind. "You have the whip hand," he said sullenly, "so I must give in." "I think that is very wise of you. After all, you might have known that such play-acting would not impose upon me. Now you are to tell me all you did at Saxham on that night, and why you came down. I shall probably ask you a few questions to which I shall require truthful answers. And remember what I said. I know more about your doings than you give me credit for. I can tell if you speak the truth or not. Now go on." Dr. Jim squared his elbows and set himself to write. Joyce cast one look at the door, as though he meditated flight, but he knew that such a dash for liberty would result in his incarceration in prison, so he abandoned it and sullenly began to talk. "I did come down to Saxham on the 24th, he confessed. "I thought so." "And your story of seeing Firth and Firth was a lie?" "Yes, I did not want you to know." "Not only that, but you wished to make use of me. I was to prove your alibi, huh? You chose this country for a walking tour on purpose?" "I planned the whole thing," said Joyce shamelessly, and with something of pleasure in his own cleverness. "You think yourself clever, Herrick, but I, whom you have always despised, have made a tool of you. Up to a point you have, no doubt. But there is a proverb about playing with edged tools. You seem to have forgotten. As to your saying that I despise you, I never did so, until I found out, never mind how, that you had told me a lie about going to London from Southbury. It was my own business, and I was to be your tool, as you have just said. Go on." Joyce thought for a moment. "As I have done nothing so very wrong," he said, "there is no reason why I should not tell you everything from the beginning. I suppose you will admit that?" "No reason at all. Go on." "Very good. Well, then, until my mother died, I had no idea of her position, nor," added Joyce, "have I any very clear idea now. She left a paper behind her which explained much, but not all. I will show it to you when you come up to London." "Thank you. I will remind you of that promise." Robin scowled and continued. "My mother said that between a certain Colonel Carr and herself there existed a business arrangement that she should receive 500 a year for her life. The arrangement was made by my dead father for services rendered to Colonel Carr." "What were those services?" "That is the one thing I do not know. The paper said nothing about them. The 500 a year was to be paid to my mother, and when she died it was to stop. So you see, in place of having an income, as I thought, I was left a pauper. My mother had saved some money, about £300. I'm living on that now. I was in despair, and I went to the solicitors who pay the annuity to ask if Colonel Carr would continue it. They wrote to the colonel, and he refused. I know that, said Herrick smoothly. First told me. You seem to have meddled a good deal in my business, sneered Joyce. Well, I was again in despair, as I saw nothing before me but a life of hard work. I read over the paper again. My mother said in it that Carr was a dangerous man, but that he had enemies who threatened to kill him. She advised me to see him, but to take all precautions against my visit being known to anyone. Why? Asked Dr. Jim. I see no reason. Nor did I, responded Robin, with a shrug. He was now quite himself again, and seemed to enjoy the telling of the story. She hinted, however, that if Colonel Carr ever died by violence, and she was sure he would, I might be accused of the crime if I went to see him. She said that it was dangerous to be in his company for that reason. It seems to me a very ridiculous reason. I thought it was. All the same, she knew more about the matter than I did. I thought it best to adopt her suggestion. I wished to see Carr and ask him to continue the annuity. But I wished to see him secretly, so that if he was murdered, as my mother hinted, I should not be dragged into the matter. For that reason, I made the plans you blame. And were a fool to do so, said Dr. Jim vigorously. Why in the name of heaven did you not tell me all this? I should have come and seen Carr with you openly. I should not have been afraid of being implicated in a crime, though the man were murdered half a dozen times over. The secret means you took to avert suspicion falling on you have only resulted in your being suspected, at least by me. I thought you did not suspect me, said Joyce snappishly. Not of the crime, for I know what a coward you are. But you know something about it. Still, if the police knew all I do, you would find yourself in Queer Street. Again, I say that in your desire to avert suspicion from yourself, you have brought it upon your head. However, I think the reason given in the paper you speak of ridiculous. Go on. What of your plans? How were they carried out? I first looked up a map of the country to see where Carr lived. Then, as you had proposed a walking tour, I induced you to take the route which ran across Carr's place. I thought if anything occurred, you could prove that I was with you. But did you expect the man to be murdered while we were out on our tour? I did not know what might happen. As it was, I knew the man was dead when I rejoined you at Southbury. But my idea was to see him, and then to pass afterwards with you through the village. When I set out on the walking tour, I never thought he would be murdered. It was, to say the least, strange that Carr should meet with his death at so critical a moment to you, said Herrick doubtfully. He had lived safely for 10 years. It was chance, I suppose, at all events. I did not kill him, as you seem to suppose. I simply wished to see him about the annuity. When I left you at Southbury and went to London, on the plea of seeing Firth and Firth, I left my bag at the Hull Hotel to provide a second alibi. I intended to get down and see Carr, then be back and sleep at the Hull Hotel on that night. It was the murder that threw me out. Herrick laughed. And it was the murder against which you were taking all these precautions? How ironical. Well, I went to my flat and got my bicycle. I wrapped myself up in my great coat. Then I went down to Saxham by the Heathcroft line. I alighted there at 7 o'clock, had something to eat at the railway bar, and then rode on my bicycle to Saxham. I found the house from the map, and waited in the pine woods before I could make up my mind to go in and seek an interview. At what time did you hide in the pine woods? Between 8 and 9 o'clock. While there, I heard a single shot. It frightened me. But I did not think that it was murder. No, said Robin to himself with a shiver. I did not think it was murder. That would be the death shot, said Herrick, seeing that Miss Bess heard the other 3. I heard them also, but that was after 9. And all this time you remained near the house? No, I went to the other side of the pine wood, keeping the tower in sight. I saw a girl with a lantern searching the wood. She passed near where I lay, and I saw her plainly. That is how I recognized her. And why did you accuse her? I thought she might have something to do with the crime, said Joyce sullenly. You must confess it was queer to see a girl in the woods at that hour. If she was innocent, why should she have been about the house so late? Don't you dare hint that she is not innocent, cried Herrick violently. She went to look for her brother Sidney. She heard the shots, too. Did you see Frisco at the door of the house? No, it was some time after I lost sight of Miss Bess that I heard the shots. I thought she might have fired them. I waited till 10 o'clock, and then thought I would go and see what was the matter. I walked through the wood and entered the house. It was all alight and quite deserted, just as we found it. As I heard the shots in the tower, I climbed up. At the top I saw what you and I saw, the dead body of the colonel. He was quite dead. I was afraid, for the very thing I dreaded had come to pass. I saw how wise was my mother's advice, and being afraid lest someone should come, and I should be arrested for the crime, I went away. I got my bicycle, which I had left in the pine wood, and rode back to Heathcroft. I found the last train gone, so I could not get back to the Hall Hotel. I feared to sleep in any inn, lest the police, when the crime was discovered, should make search for strangers. I passed the night in a wood, then rode on at dawn to a station beyond Heathcroft, where I got a cup of coffee at the bar of the station. Then I took the train back to London, went to the Hull Hotel, and said that I had passed the night with a friend. Afterwards, I caught the Southbury train and rejoined you. That is all. A very pretty story, remarked Herrick grimly. Then you were anxious to push on across the moor, that we might find the body together? Not exactly. I thought it would already be found when we arrived. However, when I saw the house blazing, I knew that nothing had been disturbed. We went in, and you know. I know that you took a fit of hysteria, said Herrick. I thought it was fatigue, but now I understand it was because you were playing a part. That is all very well. How do I know you did not kill the man? I did not, I swear I did not, cried Joyce with a shiver. What about that pistol? That has nothing to do with the murder. Was it not the weapon that was used? Not that I know of. Where did you get it? Joyce hesitated and wriggled. I do not see why you should ask me. Don't you indeed? Said Herrick grimly. I see a very good reason. Carr was shot through the heart with a bullet that might very well fit that ancient weapon. How do you know that I put it into a drawer at the Grange? Are you going to lie about that? It won't do, Joyce. I saw the pistol at your flat, in your tobacco cabinet. Joyce turned white. He had been quite prepared to lie, but this information showed him how futile that would be. How did you find it in there? He asked. Oh, I wasn't poking or prying. Manuel, hunting for cigarettes, showed it to me. He dropped across it by accident. Joyce sprang to his feet. The liar, oh, the liar, he cried. Manuel, why, he knew it was there in the cabinet. And he placed it there, huh? I never said so, muttered Robin, passing his tongue over his dry lips. Oh, but I can see it in your face. Evidently Manuel played upon you the same trick you intended to play upon Bess. A nice pair, upon my soul. Herrick paused for a moment. What has Manuel to do with this? Nothing that I know of, retorted Joyce sullenly. He brought me the pistol, but refused to say where he got it. He knows something of this matter, I think. I'm very certain he does. However, I'll speak to him. Where is he? He went over to Bealminster this afternoon. Very good. I'll see him when he comes back. By the way, you told me a lie about him. Johnson did not introduce you at the Apollo Club. Joyce shrugged his shoulders. Since you know so much, you might as well know more, he said coolly. I met Manuel at the Pimlico Gambling Club. We played together and became friends. Oddly enough, he knew all about Carr. That drew us together. We talked a good deal about the business, and I told him what I told you. But he is a scoundrel," said Joyce, gritting his teeth. "He wants to make out that I shot Carr with that pistol, and showed it to you in my flat to inculpate me." "Which was what you proposed to do with that girl." "I did," said Robin sullenly. "I wanted to marry her, and I made my plans so that she should not dare to refuse." Herrick rose to his feet. "Joyce," he said calmly, "I had intended to give you a thrashing, but you are such a miserable wretch that if I manhandled you I should probably kill you. You can go free for me, but you shall leave this place by 5 o'clock train from Beorminster. I'll see to it myself." "I thought you would," sneered Joyce. "So I've packed my clothes. And what are you going to do next?" "Keep an eye on you. Go back to your flat. If you try to run, I'll have you arrested. Do not think because I send you to London that you will be beyond the reach of my arm. You and Manuel are plotting to get this money of Stephen Marsh." "I am not, whatever Santiago may be doing. He's got everything out of me, and told me nothing in return. Save that he knew Carr, and hated him, I do not know anything. I don't believe that the pistol is the one used in the murder. Santiago probably read about an old-fashioned weapon being used, and knowing that I was down here on the night, he put the pistol—" "Yes, yes, I see all that. You see what a scoundrel you have taken up with. Upon my word, Joyce, you had better have stuck to me." "It is too late now," said Robin, with something of a sob. "You'll never trust me again." "Never," replied Herrick calmly. "I have not yet got to the bottom of this business, but I believe you are the tool rather than the accomplice of this Mexican. However, I will deal with him. You go to London and hold yourself in readiness for my orders." "I'll be even with Santiago yet for his treachery," said Robin, rising. "That you can settle between yourselves. Hello, don't go yet. Sign this paper. I have written down all you told me." "I won't sign." "You will, and at once. I'll be the witness. If you don't, I will not protect you in any way." "You won't let me get into trouble," said Joyce, taking the pen. "Not if what you have told me is true. Sign." Joyce signed, and Herrick witnessed the document. The doctor placed it in his pocket, and then ordered a trap from Napper. After Joyce had paid his bill, the doctor drove him to Beorminster. The 5 o'clock train was on the point of departure, but he just managed to catch it. As he flung himself into a carriage, he held out his hand to Herrick. "No," replied Jim coldly. "We have done with all that, and no tricks, or you'll get the worst of it." "I'll go straight to my flat," said Joyce sulkily, and as the train steamed out of the station, he cursed his former friend. He would have cursed him still more if he had seen what he did next. The doctor went to the telegraph office and wrote out a wire describing Joyce's face, clothes, figure, and all, and also set down the train by which he would arrive at Paddington. This he sent to a firm of private detectives with whom he had already done business. "There," said Herrick, with a grim smile, when the wire was dispatched, "Joyce will be watched from the moment he gets to town. Any tricks, and—" The doctor laughed. Apparently, he did not yet trust the little man, in spite of his confession. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bess, the detective. In this way Saxon was purged from one undesirable person. Herrick was pleased that he had acted with such promptitude. Bess would no longer be vexed by the odious attentions of the little scamp who had tormented her. Dr. Jim smiled to think how much of the jealous rival there was about his dealings with his quondam friend. He now recognized that Bess was the woman he desired for his wife, nor did he think that she would refuse to become Mrs. Herrick when he could give her a home worthy of her. Had she disliked his attentions, she would not have permitted even the strange hour's wooing, which was all they had of love since Jim had found his heart. He laughed at the recollection. To talk of love between intervals of detective analysis, he thought, as he walked back to Saxham, having sent on Napper's cart by the groom, is a strange way of wooing one's wife, and the last kind I expected to indulge in. But Bess enjoyed it, I fancy. I must recompense myself in a more leisurely way when this business is at an end. On arriving at Saxham, the doctor called in at the Carr Arms to see Don Manuel. He wanted to hear from the man himself if he had really given the pistol to Joyce, and if so, how it had come into his possession. It might be that he had bought it in order to incriminate Robin, although at present Herrick could see no very good reason for such incrimination. On the other hand, the pistol might be the veritable weapon used to shoot Carr, but that could be proved only by the test of the bullet, and he would have to wait until Bess saw bridge about that. In some way Herrick felt convinced that Santiago was connected with the crime. He had known and hated Carr, and he was too intimate with Joyce for mere friendship, and he showed too great a desire to remain in the parish. That he should have in some way gained possession of the real pistol was not unlikely, and it might be that he used it himself, said Dr. Jim, as he entered the inn, although I should think he would have used a more modern weapon for choice. On speaking to Napper about the Mexican, a shock awaited him. The landlord expressed the broadest surprise that Mr. Joyce had not told Dr. Herrick of Santiago's departure. The Mexican had gone to London by an early train. Herrick swore beneath his breast, feeling that he had been outwitted. When Mr. Joyce came back here this afternoon, did he see Don Manuel? Aye, sir, that he did. The foreigner was waiting for him, and they talked for an hour. After that Don Manuel came down with his trunk. He had but one, doctor, and drove in to catch an earlier train. To Beorminster? Asked Herrick. No, sir, to Heathcroft. He paid his bill all right, though. But I was astonished Mr. Joyce left us so suddenly. There's nothing wrong, I hope. By no means, replied Herrick, with a carelessness that he was far from feeling. I believe Don Manuel had to go up on business, and asked Mr. Joyce to join him later. Will they be coming here again, sir? Asked Napper, and on receiving a reply in the negative, expressed his regret. They didn't pay much, but they was sure, said the worthy landlord. Did you hear Senor Santiago say where he was going? Asked Herrick. But this the landlord could not tell him. Dr. Jim walked away annoyed that he had been taken in. He felt that Robin had been tutored to play his part by the cleverer scoundrel. No doubt Robin had told the Mexican of his intrusion into the case, and Santiago had taken alarm. He knew well enough that Dr. Jim would recognize the pistol, and that he would force Robin to say where he had obtained it. Evidently Don Manuel thought it would be better for him to disappear than to face an examination. Yet he could have told Joyce to make up some story about the pistol, so that he might not be brought into it. The whole business was part of the conspiracy. Don Manuel was in it, Robin also, and Herrick felt that the firm of Joyce and Santiago had been one too many for him. All the same, he remembered that he had set a watch on Joyce. If the scamp tried to hide or went to any place to meet Manuel, he would be followed. I shall go up to town tomorrow, said Herrick on his way to the Pines. Wherever Joyce is gone, there Manuel will be. I shall run them both to earth, and learn what all this means by questioning them in each other's company. They won't trick me a second time. Well, I have done enough detective work for the day. I'll think of something else. Stephen was now so far on the road to recovery that he was able to leave his room. He had seen little of Jim lately, but he did not miss him, thanks to the constant attendance of Ida. Marsh Carr was as devoted a friend as ever to Herrick. He still believed him the cleverest and best of men, but now his whole heart was filled with the image of Ida. The two were constantly together, and the girl had no small share in nursing back her promised husband to health. The wound in the head had mended, and the blow had left no effect behind it beyond an occasional headache. Stephen never gave his assailant a thought. He quite forgot Carr's tragic death and all the strange circumstances which had brought about his change of fortune. At times he even ceased to remember his stepmother, much as he had loved her. All his thoughts were for Ida, and with her he passed hours planning their future. They never talked of the past, and noticing this, Herrick forbore to tell his friend that he was still working to discover the murderer of Colonel Carr, and striving to baffle a possible conspiracy that had for its aim the loss to Stephen, not only of the Carr fortune, but possibly also his life. Jim felt quite competent to deal with the matter himself, and did not think it necessary to spoil Marsh Carr's love-making with such commonplace things. Therefore he remained in ignorance of Herrick's doings. "How late you are," said Stephen, who was already dressed for dinner. "I have been anxiously expecting you this last hour." "I had to go into Bealeminster," said Herrick carelessly. "Joyce has been called up to town, and I went to see the last of him." "I'm glad he is gone," Stephen said gravely. "I don't like him. I think he is false. As for the Mexican—" He shrugged his shoulders. Herrick, who was pouring himself a glass of sherry as an appetizer, turned with a laugh. "The Mexican is a bad lot, sure enough," he said. "As to Joyce, he is more of a fool than a knave. I forgot that he was your friend." "You do quite right to use the past tense, Steve. He was my friend, but he is so no longer." Herrick laughed again and sipped his sherry. "I have taken you for a change." "You know well that I will never fail you," said Stephen warmly. "No, I suppose we shall remain good friends till you marry. Then you will forget me and think only of your wife." "You know better than that, Jim. Besides, Ida is fond of you." "I know. I was fond of Ida, too, at one time, but that was before she was engaged to you. But I have not played you false, Steve." "You are telling me old news," replied Marsh Carr, smiling. "I saw that you were in love with Ida." "No, I was never in love. I thought I was, but my love was a snare and a delusion." "But you thought so, did you? Were you not jealous?" "Not at all. I knew that Ida was mine, and I trusted her. You too." "Wonderful man," said Herrick, looking into the fire. "Well, you did right to trust us both. We are merely friends now. Indeed, I know we never were anything else. I was blind, but she was not. However, I'm glad that you two are engaged. You will be happy." "And when am I to congratulate you?" "At this very minute, if you like. It is Bess you are talking of?" Stephen sat up on the sofa, looking astonished. "Yes," he said. "Ida saw that she was in love with you. Ida is a clever woman. She prophesied my love would come suddenly. Bess has not yet formally consented to be my wife, but I think it will be all right." "I am more than delighted. We shall be brothers-in-law. And you will always stay here, Jim?" "Living on you, my dear fellow? No, I shall start practice again in town. When I have got together sufficient money, then, when I am doing fairly well, Bess shall come to me and supplement my income by writing novels in the intervals of looking after the house." "Herrick, you must not go away. You promised." "Until you are married. But be of good cheer, Steve. I won't leave you until everything is right." Dr. Jim said these last words with a significance which was lost on his listener. "I thought that your friend Joyce—" "Oh, he never had a chance. I was a fool to let him hang after Bess. However, I found out today what she was to me. So it is all right now. Bess and Ida are coming over this evening with Frank. All the better. I can make my proposal in due form. By the way, Steve, I'm going up town tomorrow, if you can spare me. Certainly, but it is not to make arrangements to leave me, is it? I should think not. I shall never go until you tell me, Steve. No, I'm going to see about some business of my own. Well, I must dress. I hope you have a good dinner for me. I'm very hungry. You think of nothing but eating, said Stephen with a laugh. The dinner gave every satisfaction, even to Herrick, who was somewhat fastidious. But Ida had seen that a good cook was engaged, and the two men had nothing to complain of. Dinner over, Herrick supported Stephen into the library, and placed him on the sofa. Then he sat beside him, and they smoked over their coffee and cognac. "But you must go to bed at 10:30, said Herrick sternly. "What a tyrant you are, Jim! Hark, there are the girls." They came in looking charming, and in the best of spirits. It needed but a glance for Dr. Jim to see that Bess had said nothing about Joyce to her brother or sister. What a wise little woman she was! When Ida and Frank had seated themselves beside Stephen, Jim drew her into a remote corner of the room. "You said nothing about our adventure today?" he whispered. "No," she replied in the same tone. "I thought it best not to. And Mr. Joyce?" "You'll not be troubled with him again. He has gone to town. I do not think he will come back. Santiago has gone also." "What about his threat against me?" "That is all right. I have his confession in my pocket." "Did he kill Colonel Carr?" "No. I have not yet solved that problem. But do not let us talk of these unpleasant things any more, Bess. Tomorrow you shall know all. In the meantime, make yourself agreeable to me, and tell me how much you love me. Come now, after this afternoon, you cannot deny." "I neither deny nor affirm," said Bess, her face one glow of scarlet. "But that might have been the fire. You are not in earnest today." "Indeed I was. Can't you see that I love you with my whole heart and soul? I never knew until today how much I did love you." "I thought it was Ida," faltered Bess. "I thought so too for a period of madness. But I know now that I was mistaken. We are the best of friends, as you can see. But you have not replied to my question." "What do you want me to say?" "That I'm the dearest man in the world, and that you have loved me for ever so long. Come now." "It is true," said Bess, sinking her voice. "I have loved you. I do love you, and I am thankful to be your wife. I'm a poor doctor, remember. I love you for yourself, not for any money you may have." "Faith," said Herrick, "that is lucky for me. Come here. Behind this screen. There now." "Oh, Dr. Jim, no." "Very well. Jim without the doctor. Do not go on like this. We are not alone." "You will come into another room?" teased Jim. "Certainly not. Jim, what are you doing?" "Leading you into the world," said Herrick, laughing. Bess laughed also, and blushed, when Jim led her before the three astonished people, who looked at them in amazement. "Ladies and gentlemen," said Dr. Jim, "do you know who this is?" "Bess, I suppose," said the stupid brother. "And more than that," cried Ida, rising to take her sister in her arms. "Oh, Bess, darling, I'm so glad." "Hurrah!" cried Stephen, and pinched Frank's arm. The youth was still dense, although the truth was staring him in the face. He looked at the two girls almost weeping with pleasure in one another's arms, at the laughing faces of Herrick and Stephen. Still he did not understand, not having yet experienced the love of a woman. "You are stupid, Frank," cried Ida. "Can't you see?" "Can't you see?" said Herrick, gripping Frank's arm. "What a blind brother-in-law I shall have." "Oh!" Frank's eyes opened wide. "Are you to marry Bess?" Herrick nodded. "And Stephen takes Ida?" The engaged couple laughed. "Well," said Frank, "that is two of them gone, And who is to look after Biffstead? Flo, of course, said Stephen. As if she could. Bess is the top, tail, and bottom of the house. That she is, cried Ida, hugging her sister, and I am jealous of Jim, taking her away from us. Then she gave Herrick a roguish glance. Was I not right, she asked. Perfectly right, he replied, and drew Bess down on the seat beside him. Ida went as by instinct to Stephen. Only the miserable Frank was left out in the cold, and said so. The quartet laughed heartlessly. There was not a happier party in the whole 3 kingdoms than that seated before the fire in the house of the wicked Colonel Carr. If the shade of the old man had been present in the room, he must, or rather it must, have sighed enviously at the sight of such happiness. Not during his reign had such truth and honor and clean delight prevailed in the old house. It was a merry evening, memory of the golden age, said Jim. The next morning Dr. Herrick re-entered the workaday world. He walked over the Biffstead and found Bess just setting out for Beorminster on her bicycle. You can leave that, he said, after a kiss had been exchanged. I will drive you over to Beorminster in the cart. I told the groom to put in the horse and bring it round here. You are going to town? asked Bess. Yes, on the track of those 2 scamps. You are going to see Bridge about the bullet? Yes, I have the pistol in my pocket, she replied, showing it. Very good. Can you drive the cart back? Of course I can. Drive? Who ever heard of asking a country girl such a question? You do not know my accomplishments, Jim. I know that you are the dearest and sweetest and most sensible girl in the whole wide world. But I say we won't take the groom. In the first place, I want you all to myself. In the second, I must tell you all that took place when I interviewed Joyce yesterday. Bess, needless to say, thought this was a capital idea. So when the groom brought round the cart, he was sent away. He saw the pair drive toward the village, and there was a broad grin on his face. He knew very well what they were to one another. In some mysterious way, the news had got to the servants' hall, and had been well discussed that very morning. The lovers drove into Beorminster, and talked in the most matter-of-fact way about the conspiracy. Their heads were so close together that one would have thought they were exchanging the tenderest confidences. In place of that, the detective fever was raging in both their breasts, and they were like a couple of Scotland Yard officials. Then Herrick took a last farewell, promised to return in the course of a few days, and caught the express. When the train disappeared round the curve, Bess went back to the cart and drove it to some stables where she put it up. Afterwards, she went into the lower part of Beorminster, where Mr. Inspector Bridge had his office. He happened to be in, and brightened up when he saw her. Bridge had a great opinion of the younger Miss Endicott. "What good wind brings you here, miss?" he asked. "Ah," said Bess solemnly, "that requires some telling, Mr. Inspector. It is about this pistol," and she produced it from her pocket. "Pistol?" echoed Bridge, puzzled. "Ah, is it the pistol of the Carr case?" "That is what I want to find out," said Miss Endicott, who had her story all ready to tell, and had discussed its details with Dr. Jim during the drive. "I found this the other day in the pine wood, near Colonel Carr's house. It is a clumsy old-fashioned thing, but I remembered what was said about the bullet being old-fashioned also. Now I want you to see if the bullet fits the muzzle of this." Said Bridge, with his most important air, looking down the muzzle. "So you found this pistol in the grass, and near the house. Perhaps, I say perhaps, mind you, Miss Bess, this might be the weapon we have been looking for so long. Is there a name on the butt?" "No," said Bess promptly. "You only find that in novels. There is not so much as a scratch on the handle." "An old weapon," observed Bridge, wagging his head ponderously and irritating Bess to a frenzy with his platitudes. "Well, we must see if the bullet Ah, yes, the bullet. Now, where is it? Bridge went hunting over some shelves. Then he took to excavating in drawers, opened the safe, dug under dusty piles of paper, and suddenly produced, Bess never saw from where, a small box in which something rattled. When he opened this, there were 3 conical bullets and 1 flat round one. Ah, cried Bess, there it is. Try, please, Mr. Inspector. All in good time, miss, said the aggravating Bridge, and dropped the bullet into the muzzle. It disappeared, and he nodded solemnly. It is the pistol, he said. You have made a valuable discovery, miss. If there was only a name or initials on the handle, he sighed. Bess was not attending to him. She took the pistol and dropped out the bullet, then rammed it home again, and nodded in her turn. There's no doubt of it, she said. This the pistol that shot Colonel Carr. You will leave it with me, miss? Asked Bridge. I might find out something likely to lead to the detection of the assassin. Bess laughed delightedly. From that last phrase she knew that Inspector Bridge had been reading detective fiction of the worst. She knew also that the pistol would afford no clue to the truth until it was in capable hands. Therefore, as she thought it would be safer in the Beorminster police office than in the untidy house of Biffstead, where everybody was always turning over everybody else's drawers, she consented that Bridge should take charge of it. The inspector, with an important air, put away the pistol in his safe. He was about to replace the box when he noticed that Bess had the round bullet in her hand. Come, miss, give it back, he said. Belongs to the Crown, that does. A queer bullet, murmured Bess, made in a mould. Here is the seam. I do not believe it is lead. It is too hard for lead. Have you a penknife, Mr. Inspector? Ah, she seized one, lying on the desk. This will do. I don't believe this is lead. Nonsense, said Bridge crossly. All bullets are made of lead. This is not, cried Bess, who was scratching away vigorously. See how hard it is? And the scratches shine. Inspector Bridge, she said in a solemn tone, I believe this is silver. It can't be. The inspector took it up and examined it in his turn. What Bess said was true. The bullet was hard, not soft as lead should be, and moreover, it was hard to scratch. And the little scraping she had given it glittered in parts just like silver. It might be, murmured Bridge. There's a silversmith just round the corner, said Bess in great excitement. Do come, and let's him see it. I want to know for certain that it is silver. I do not know what good that will do, Miss Bess. If it is silver, that will not help us catch Frisco any sooner. No, but you can't think what discoveries you might make if you know it was silver for certain. I know how you can put things together, and a piece of evidence like this, oh, I am sure you could do a lot with it. Bridge in his own heart did not very well see what he could do, but he was not proof against flattery, as the artful Bess well knew. So he went round the corner with her to a convenient jeweller's and offered him the bullet. Will you please tell me what this is? He said, in his most official tone. Do not destroy it, Mr. Blinks, or deform it in any way. It is the property of the Crown. All the Crown wants to know is the metal of which this is formed. Mr. Blinks was much impressed with his speech. Promising to be careful, he took the bullet into the next room, into his workshop, and there performed some trick of the trade. When he returned, he handed the bullet to Bridge, very little altered. It is of silver, Mr. Bridge, he said. All of silver? Asked Bridge, while Bess tried to suppress her excitement. All of silver, Mr. Bridge. It has been cast in a mould, probably a cup or a silver plate has been melted down. What is it, Mr. Inspector? The property of the Crown, replied Bridge solemnly, and departed. When in the office, he locked up the bullet and looked at Bess. I really do not see how this discovery can help me, he said. Think it over, Mr. Inspector. You will be certain to hit upon some link." But Bess herself was as far away from the truth as the inspector. As she drove back to Saxham, she wondered how it came about that the bullet which had killed Carr was cast in silver, and to this she could find no answer. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Unexpected evidence. The surprising discovery that the bullet was of silver elevated the crime from the commonplace to the romantic. That an old-fashioned weapon should have been used in these days, when firearms have reached such a pitch of perfection, was remarkable enough, but that the assassin should have reverted to the superstitions of the Middle Ages for his missile was almost beyond belief. In spite of her quick brain, Bess could not come to any decision. Failing a discussion with Dr. Jim, she resolved to leave the vexed question at rest. All the same, she did not pause in her detective work. Having followed up one clue until it ended, for the time being, in nothing, she hunted about for another. So far, she had made 2 discoveries. The pistol which Joyce declared he had received from Don Manuel was certainly the weapon with which the murder had been committed, and the bullet was of silver. But this knowledge resulted in nothing. Certainly, it cast a strong suspicion on the Mexican, but that part of the puzzle Bess felt she could safely leave to Herrick. So far as her particular business was concerned, she could do no more until she heard her colleague's report. Pending this, she began to work in a different direction. It occurred to her that she had never questioned Sidney about his doings in the pine wood on the night of the murder. Possibly he might be able to supply some clue to the mystery. "He was in the habit of watching the tower," said Bess to herself. "He said as much on that day when we had the picnic. I wonder if he saw anything suspicious on that night. Then he might have seen that horrid little Joyce, or perhaps Frisco. I'll see what he knows." Sidney was not an easy person to question. His fantasies of thought had been laughed at so frequently, the truth of his statements so often denied, that he had grown reticent. What he saw, what he heard, he kept to himself, and not even his own family could get him to explain himself on occasions when they really desired information. The boy mooned about in a dreamy state of mind, saying little beyond the merest commonplaces, and for the most part lived in the world of fantasy which was an anathema maranatha to the people around him. He was like a wild animal, shy, timid, and intensely suspicious. Bess thought he might be more open with her when he was, so to speak, in his native wilds. She therefore watched her opportunity and followed him to one of his favorite haunts in the pine wood, where it fringed the moor. Here one afternoon she found him seated in a secluded glade beside one of those remarkable circles which the country people call fairy rings. So steadily was he gazing at this in the half-light which filtered through the overhead boughs, that he did not notice her approach. To be sure, she trod softly, and used the same precautions as she would have done when approaching the haunt of some timid animal. Sidney had always been a puzzle to everyone, but Bess understood him better than most people. Besides, she had discussed him frequently with Santiago, and was inclined to take the Mexican's view of the boy's peculiarities, remembering the oft-quoted saying of Hamlet. Bess was less skeptical than those around her. She could not see why Sidney should not possess the power of seeing what, in the generally accepted sense, is called the unseen. Considering what the lad had foretold with regard to the death of Mrs. Marsh and the accident to her stepson, it was impossible to say that Sidney was either a fool or a madman. There was some reason for his fantasies, so-called, and Bess regarded him with a certain amount of awe. She could not understand him, but she granted that he was a rare spirit, far removed from the commonplace mortal. "Well, Thomas the Rhymer," said Bess gaily, when her shadow fell on the fairy ring, "are you looking for the Queen of Elfland?" It was characteristic of Sidney that he was never taken by surprise. At the sound of her voice he neither started nor expressed any anger. All he did was to raise his serious eyes to her face and observe quietly, "I knew you were coming, Bess, dear." She threw herself down beside him and nodded towards the fairy ring. "Did they tell you?" she asked in a low tone, and in all good faith. "No, Bess, this is not the time for the little people to be abroad. I was only looking at their dancing ground." "Have you seen them here?" "Often," replied Sidney with conviction. "Small naked folk who dance and sing and play on queer instruments. They know that I see them, but they are not angry." "I believe you are a fairy yourself, Sidney." "No, I have a soul, what you call a soul, and the fairies have none. They are only the creatures who attend to the works of nature, her servants. I see them because—" Here Sidney broke off. "It is no use my telling you, Bess, you would not understand." Bess quite admitted this. She could not understand. All the same, she did not tell her brother that he was a fool, as many people would have done. She simply nodded and passed the subject by. Her errand was to find out what Sidney had seen in the actual world. After the manner of her sex, she approached the matter by a side issue. "Sidney, dear," said she, "do you know that Mr. Joyce has gone away to London?" "No, I did not," replied Sidney gravely, "but I am glad he has gone. A bad man, Bess, and he would have done you harm." "How? What do you mean?" Sidney passed his hand across his face. "I cannot explain," he said in a troubled voice. "You see, Bess, bad people carry about with them a bad atmosphere. That Mexican was very wicked. Joyce not so bad. Both of them made me feel quite ill. Did you never see how I refused to sit beside them? Well, that was because they gave me such pain. Not physical pain, but a kind of uncomfortable feeling, which I can't put into words." "In what an old-fashioned way you talk, Sidney," said Bess, puzzled. "One would think you were 100. "I know more than I say. Corn did not teach me everything I know." "Tell me, Sidney, do you like Mr. Corn?" "I do, in a way. He is not bad, but he is weak. With good people he is good. With bad people he is bad. I am glad that Don Manuel has gone to town. He was doing Mr. Corn a lot of harm. But if I've told you what I know of these things, you would only laugh at me." "No, I would not, Sidney," said his sister earnestly. "I am sure that you are so sensitive that you feel these influences you talk about." "Sensitive?" echoed Sidney. "Yes, I suppose that is what you would call it. You have come here to ask me a question," he said abruptly. "How do you know?" she demanded. Then, seeing him shrug his thin shoulders, she admitted the truth of what he said. "I want to ask you who you saw in the pine wood on the night when Colonel Carr was killed." Sidney thought for a moment, then raised his eyes toward the gap in the trees formerly blocked by the tower. "I saw a lot of red mist about the tower," he said. "That was anger. I saw, too—" He shook his head impatiently. "It is not these things you wish to know, Bess. I want to know who killed Colonel Carr." "I can't tell you, Bess. If I knew, I should tell, but I don't. On that night I came here looking for things," said Sidney, with a side glance to see if she were laughing. "And although I felt that there was a bad influence about the house, I never went near it. I kept away and wandered on to the moor. That is why you missed me when you came to look for me. I did not mind the rain, but I saw your lantern and thought you would be anxious, so I returned home. Then you came back yourself." "Yes, that is all true. But tell me, Sidney, did you see Mr. Joyce in the wood or on the moor?" "No, I did not see him. Stephen was the only person I saw." Bess started violently. "Stephen," she said. "Surely you must be mistaken." "No," replied the boy indifferently. "Why should I be mistaken? You know I can see in the dark like a cat. Before I saw your lantern, I had seen Stephen on the lawn looking at the tower. I do not know what time it was, so don't ask me." "You are always so particular about time," said Sidney peevishly, as though it mattered. Bess reflected. It was strange that Stephen should have been in the vicinity of the house that night, and yet have escaped her notice. But she remembered that, being intent upon looking for her brother, that she had not even seen Joyce, although he was lurking in the bushes at her elbow. True, she had caught a glimpse of Frisco, but that was when she consciously looked at the door. It was possible that Sidney might have come across Stephen. "Did you speak to him?" she asked. "No, why should I have spoken to him?" "Did he go into the house?" "Not that I saw, Bess. He was looking up at the tower, standing on the lawn by the trees. I went to the other side of the wood and out on to the moor. That is all I know." "But, Sidney, did you see Frisco crossing the moor?" "I did not. When I saw your lantern I went home. I wish you would stop asking me questions," he cried irritably. "You make my head ache." After this speech he relapsed into one of his silent fits, and Bess could not get him to speak. Knowing from experience that Sidney was hopeless when in this mood, she left him still by the fairy ring, and took her way back to Biffstead. The house was empty, as Ida had gone to Beorminster to see Flo, and Frank was attending to the farm. Bess sat down and wondered what could be the meaning of Stephen's presence at the Pines on that night. She knew that he had come over from Beorminster to escort his mother home, but then Mrs. Marsh had been with Mr. Corn the whole evening, and there was no reason why Stephen should have gone out of his way to visit the Pines. It was in the afternoon that Mrs. Marsh had seen the Colonel, and Stephen must have known that she would not be at the great house after 9 o'clock. This, Bess calculating by her own movements, was the hour at which Sidney had seen him. He was looking up at the tower too, so Sidney said. But he can't have had anything to do with it, she thought restlessly. He disliked the Colonel, but he didn't. No, I won't even think of it. Such a thing, if true, would kill Ida. Yet I must find out from Stephen himself why he was in the wood on that night. She reflected. At this hour Stephen would be alone. Why should she not go over and see him? In one way or another, she could tell him about the pistol and the silver bullet, and see from the expression on his face if he knew anything about either. It was incredible that Stephen should have fired the shot. He was the Colonel's heir, but even to gain the money, he certainly was too good a man to commit a crime. Yet, if what Sidney said was true, Stephen had been on the lawn about the time Colonel Carr was shot. He must know something about the matter. "I'll see him," said Bess, putting on her hat again. "I shall not be able to sleep a wink until I know what he has to say." In another half-hour she was in the library, where Stephen was established on the sofa. He looked thin and rather worried, but his face brightened when he saw her. "This is good of you, Bess," he said, stretching out his hand. "I am all alone. Herrick is in town, Ida at Beorminster. Not a soul to speak to. Draw that chair close to the fire. Shall I ring for tea?" "It is too early yet," she said, reassured by this bright talk. It was incredible that a man who spoke so lightly should have a black crime on his soul. "I just wanted to chatter for a bit. I'm so tired of my own company." "So am I. Well, you talk about Jim, and I'll discourse about Ida. We shall be quite happy. By the way, when will Ida be back?" "About dinner time. She will come over and see you afterwards." "I wish she would come to dinner here," said Stephen. "You also, and Frank and Sidney. I miss Jim horribly, and it's no fun eating a long, solemn meal alone. Upon my word, Bess, I sometimes long for the days when Petronella's macaroni could be eaten hurriedly and without this formality. I would rather have a book than a footman about the table." "What a mixed way of talking," said Bess pensively. "You have a book on the table as a rule. I suppose you are glad all the same that you have the Colonel's money." "Of course I am," said Stephen frankly. "It enables me to marry Ida. I was so afraid lest she should marry someone else before I came into my kingdom. But I could not ask her to be my wife when I was a pauper, could I, Bess? She's a rare jewel that requires a rich setting." "I don't think Ida values money so much as all that," said Bess gravely. "She would have married you without a sixpence. But I am glad all the same that the money came to you so soon. It is nice to be rich." "So it is," admitted Stephen gladly. "I can buy whatever books I like." Bess laughed at this speech. "I'm afraid you will grow into a bookworm." "No, Jim has got me out of bad habits in that respect. At one time I did nothing but read. Now I ride and swim and box and fence and shoot." Bess started at the last word. It gave her the opening she desired. "Are you a good shot?" she asked. "I was always a good shot," said Stephen coolly. "That is, with a pistol. I never handled a gun until I came here." "I did not know you had ever handled a pistol either." "Oh, yes, I did. Young Caprone gave me permission to shoot rabbits on his estate ages ago. I could not afford to buy a gun, but I did manage to get enough money to screw out a revolver, and a very good one. I believe it was brought here from Beorminster, unless Petronella overlooked it, but I have not used it for over a year. Rabbit shooting with a pistol is not much fun, especially when one is alone." "I should like to see the pistol," said Bess after a pause. "Go over, then, to the box behind that screen," said Stephen. "If it's anywhere, it will be in there. There are all sorts of odds and ends, ragtag and bobtail, of my former existence." Bess did as she was told, and walked slowly over and behind the large gilded screen which stood in a far corner of the library. Here, pushed to one side, was a moderately sized box, the lid of which was open. She found in it a few books, many manuscripts, pens and inkstand, and all the paraphernalia of a writing table. These she enumerated aloud. "I know," said Stephen, from the sofa. "Those are the contents of my study. I expect Petronella threw all the things into that trunk. The pistol is bound to be there, in a small mahogany box. I always kept it on the mantelpiece of my study. Be careful. If you find it, Bess, all 6 chambers are loaded." After some search, Bess came across just such a box, and opened it to find a neat little revolver of the most modern pattern. She carried this, box and all, to the table near the sofa. Again Stephen warned her that the weapon was loaded. "I kept it loaded because my mother was always afraid of thieves, poor soul," he said, "though heaven knows there was little enough to steal in that dismal house of ours. What is it, Bess?" "There are only 3 chambers loaded," said Bess thickly. In a flash she remembered the 3 shots fired into the dead body, and the conical shape of the bullets. Those in the weapon she held were conical in shape. "Nonsense," said Stephen nervously. "I always kept the whole 6 loaded. You must be making a mistake." He took the revolver from her and examined it closely. "You are right," he said, with a long breath. 3 of them are empty." As he spoke, he looked up apparently with indifference. When his eye caught hers, he saw something in her expression which made him start and flush crimson. For a moment they looked at one another. Then Stephen swung himself up to a sitting position and laid the pistol on the side table. "Why do you look at me like that, Bess? he asked in a hurried tone. For a minute she did not reply, but she felt that she must know the truth, and burst out hurriedly, "Stephen, you were on the lawn on the night your uncle was killed?" The young man started to his feet, and then fell back again on the sofa, white and amazed. "How do you know?" he stuttered. "Sidney saw you. He told me. Oh, Stephen, 3 chambers of your revolver empty, 3 shots at—" She felt suffocated and could not continue. Wait. Stephen put his hand to his head. It felt confused. His face was of a deep purple. Bess thought he would have a fit, and blamed herself for having blurted out her suspicions. Wait, muttered Marsh Carr again, as she moved towards the bell to summon assistance. He sat down on the sofa, his face in his hands, rocking himself to and fro. Then he heaved a deep sigh, and looked up at her white, haggard face. "You will not tell Ida?" he said. With her hands twisted in her hair, Bess stepped back. She suppressed a shriek. "Stephen," she cried hoarsely, "you did not? You—" "I did not murder him, no," replied the young man harshly. "He was already dead when I fired those 3 shots." "Then it was you who—" "It was I," cried Stephen, rising to his feet with a fierce look. "And you were going to denounce me, I suppose?" No, how could you think I would do such a thing? But Ida, poor Ida—" "You must not tell her," cried Stephen, grasping her wrist until she winced with the pain. "Do what you like, but say nothing to Ida. I would rather break off our engagement on another plea than that she should know." The pain of the twist he gave her arm brought Bess back to a more normal state of mind. She pulled herself together and sat down. "Stephen," she said slowly, "no one but you and I will share this secret. Can you swear to me that Colonel Carr was already dead when you fired those shots? I want the truth." "He was already dead," said Marsh Carr, sitting down quietly. "Did you not hear the medical evidence at the inquest? It was the bullet which killed him. My shots were fired at a carcass." "Why did you do such a horrible thing?" wailed Bess. "Because I was mad for the time being," said Stephen gloomily. "I will tell you all, if you are strong enough to hear it." "After what I know, I'm strong enough to hear anything. Oh, to think that you should have behaved in so barbarous a manner!" Stephen winced. "It was barbarous, I confess," said he, "but I was mad for the time being. After all, you must not be too hard on me. I did not kill my respected uncle," he sneered. Bess shivered. She had never before seen this side of Stephen's character, and the new experience was unpleasant. It even stirred her into unconsidered indignation. "Since you went up that tower with a revolver, you must have intended to kill the man," she said. "Perhaps I did, perhaps I did not," he answered, in a most brazen manner. "But the plain truth is that I wanted to frighten him." "And did you think a revolver would frighten a man who has faced death 50 and 100 times?" said Bess with a scorn. She recalled to her memory several episodes Carr had told her of his American doings. She well knew the daredevilry latent in the man. Carr was old, and he had lost his nerve. I counted upon that. I never intended to kill him. When I went up the tower, the work had been done for me already. "And who did it?" "I do not know," said Stephen earnestly. "Upon my soul, Bess, I do not know. The man was dead when I saw him. It was sheer rage that made me fire those 3 shots. The brute that is in me, as it is in every man, came to the surface. But of the real murderer I saw no trace. I did not see Frisco, whom I take to be the man." "It was not Frisco," flashed out Bess. "However," she continued, sick at heart, "you had better tell me how it came about." "Partly through my love for Ida, partly through my mother," said Marsh Carr gloomily. "It came to my mother's ears that the Colonel intended to disinherit me. I suppose Frisco got the upper hand, and induced him to alter his will. That is, if he did alter it, which I doubt. Of course he did not, Stephen. If he had left the money to anyone else, you would not be here." "I'm not so sure about that," replied the young man savagely. "Frisco might have taken the second will from the corpse. At all events, I know that Firth and Firth drafted no new will. If it was drawn, the colonel must have drawn it himself. However, Frisco let out, in one of his drunken fits at Bealeminster, that Carr intended to cut me off. My mother heard the news, and came home in a frenzy of rage. It was for that reason she called on Carr on the afternoon you know of. The 24th, was it not? She intended to argue him into a better frame of mind. He only laughed at her, and said he would leave his money as pleased him. She told me the next day, but Carr was dead then. What made you decide to frighten him?" "Am I not telling you?" said Stephen impatiently. "When my mother went to Saxham, I knew she would fail. A woman could not deal with a devil like my beloved uncle. I determined to see what I could do with a revolver. I would have fought a duel with him to keep my rights," said the young man fiercely, "but I would not have killed him in cold blood. No, indeed." "Well, go on," said Bess. "I want to know all." "There's little to tell," said Marsh Carr. "I was going to Saxham to fetch home my mother, who was at the rectory. I thought I would visit the Pines and see the colonel. I did so, some time before 9. "Ah, it was about that hour Sidney saw you. I dare say I stood on the lawn, looking at the tower, and could not make up my mind to enter the house. It was all ablaze with lights, and quite deserted." "No," said Bess, recalling her own experience. "I heard you fire the shots, and saw Frisco at the door. He was drunk, and hanging on to the post." "You heard me fire the shots? I did not know you were about." "I was then. I'd gone to look for Sidney. But you see Frisco?" "It was Frisco," said Stephen vehemently. "I tell you Carr was dead when I went up, lying face downward. If Frisco was at the door, he was just clearing out after killing the man. He knew that he would be arrested." "But he must have heard the shots. Then he knew that someone had discovered the body, which would make him run for it all the more quickly. However, to make a long story short, I fired the 3 shots you know of, and then returned to my mother at the rectory. I said nothing about the matter, as I had not killed Carr. If Frisco is not the murderer, I do not know who is. That is all I can tell you, Bess. You see, I am not such a guilty wretch as you thought." "I know that," said Bess impetuously. "If you were, I should insist upon your leaving Ida. The fire at the dead was savage, but as I know the man must have been dead at the time, the medical evidence proves that. I will say nothing. Why did you not tell me of this before?" "What use would it have been?" said Stephen, raising his eyebrows. "I cannot tell you anything likely to lead to the capture of the assassin. And besides, it is not a pleasant thing to tell about myself. I should not have told you now, but that you have been one too many for me. I should have reloaded the 3 chambers of that revolver, but I forgot, and put it away thinking all 6 were loaded. I should be ashamed to let Jim or Ida know that I had been such a beast." "I shall say nothing to them," said Bess coldly, "but I am disappointed in you, Stephen." "I know," said the young man humbly. "I should have had more self-control. But you will not turn your back on me for this, Bess?" "No, all the same, I can't feel as I did towards you. Let me go away and think, Stephen, and put away that revolver." Marsh Carr nodded, and slipped the weapon into his pocket, but he made no attempt to detain Bess. She went away with a sore heart. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part of the truth. While Bess was thus employed, her colleague, had his hands full in London. On arriving at Paddington, Herrick drove directly to the West Kensington flat. It was closed, and the porter explained that Mr. Joyce had been away for some weeks. "Ah, that is a pity," said Dr. Jim with a grim smile. "I wish to see him most particularly." "I expect him back shortly, sir," said the man. "Ah, has he written to fix the date of his return?" "Not yet, sir, but Mr. Joyce never remains away more than a month or two." "He may change his habits this time." "I don't think so, sir. Shall I tell him you called, sir?" "No, you need not go so far as that. When he comes home, just send a wire to that address, and this is for yourself." The porter, a venal creature in uniform, looked at the half-sovereign and the address of the Gulf Hotel in Jeremy Street. He promised faithfully to send a wire the moment Mr. Joyce returned, and Dr. Jim went away, very well satisfied that he had done right in having Robin watched. "Damn little scoundrel," growled Herrick. "What is the use of sparing him, but that he is in the hands of a stronger villain? I would lay him by the heels straight off, but I shall deal with Santiago this time. I expect he and Joyce are plotting together in some hole." In another hour Herrick was climbing a flight of dingy stairs in the neighbourhood of the Strand. He stopped at the second landing, and before a door which bore the name of Kidd, Belcher and Company, Private Inquiry Office. On entering, he was confronted by a dirty, undersized boy. Kidd was absent on business, but Belcher was in, and on giving his card, Dr. Jim was shown into the next room. Here at a table near the window sat a man. That is, he stood on two legs, he was neatly dressed, and he talked in a prim, precise voice. But going by his face, he was a ferret. The long face and nose, the broad forehead, and small receding chin, and above all, the red-rimmed eyes, without eyebrows or eyelashes. All this made him look very much like a ferret, and his nature was also of the beast. He was a sly, silent, cunning tracker, relentless when once he had hunted down his prey, a dangerous man, a deadly man, who had elected to place himself on the side of the law as offering the better price. Had he chosen to be one of the great criminal profession, Mr. Belcher would have been a dangerous opponent to the police. Luckily, he found that honesty paid better than roguery. Therefore, he was at the disposal of Dr. Jim for the watching of Santiago and Joyce. He talked freely on this point. "It's all right, sir," he said, in his whispering voice and arranging his neat white tie. "Kidd caught him at the Paddington station and followed him to Pimlico." "Oh, he is in Pimlico, is he?" "Watched by 3 boys and Kidd himself. 4 kids, I call them," said Mr. Belcher, with a silent laugh. "You see, sir, that Mexican gent prefers to live at Pimlico because it is near the gambling club. We need not mention names, sir, as I have an interest in that club and don't want the police to know of it. I hunt with the hounds and run with the fox, you see," and Belcher gave another of his silent laughs. Said Jim, taking no notice of the joke. "So Joyce is at Santiago's lodgings, is he?" "Drove straight there from Paddington, and has not been out of doors since. The Don has been, sir. He never thinks you are after him." "I fancy he has rather a contempt for my brains," said Jim. "However, we shall see about that. I'll go to those lodgings." "Would you mind telling me what the Mexican has done, sir?" "I would mind very much, Mr. Belcher. When I want to tell you my business, you won't have to help me. It's a private matter, but later on there may be something in it likely to pay you. At present all I want you to do is keep an eye on Joyce and Santiago. I will pay you well for it." "Yes, sir, thank you, sir. Excuse my curiosity. Quite professional." "No doubt. but you will make more money by asking no questions. If things are as I suspect with these two, it will put a lot of cash into your pockets. Meanwhile, hold your tongue." "Very good, Dr. Herrick," said the ferret meekly, "so long as you know your business. I don't need to teach it to you. But you know our firm. We are straight. So long as you are paid. Otherwise, you prefer to keep gambling saloons unknown to the police." "Oh, never fear, man. I shall say nothing. By the way, lend me a revolver." "Ha," said the ferret, with sudden interest. "Is it as bad as that?" "I think so. One at least of the two will show fight, and it won't be the man you followed from Paddington. You had better come with me, Belcher. I want to know if the coast is clear. If the two catch sight of me from the window, they may clear out. While I am talking to them, you and Kidd can remain outside. If you hear a shot, rush up with the nearest policeman. But I won't fire unless I am driven to it." "Going to shoot one of them, Dr. Herrick?" said Belcher, producing a very serviceable weapon which Jim slipped into his breast pocket. "Not unless either one draws on me. It is the Mexican I fear, but it is more likely I shall only fire the revolver by way of a signal. You know what you have to do." "Yes, sir," said the ferret, with something of admiration in his whisper. "You ought to have been in our profession, Doctor. You provide against every chance." "Except sudden death," laughed Jim as they went down the dingy stairs. "I have a tough article to deal with in that Santiago. Do you know anything about him, Belcher?" The ferret shook his head and waved a neat umbrella at a passing hansom. "Not much, sir," he replied. "He's been in England over 6 months, and always in the same lodgings. He has money, but not too much of it. I got to know him at the club. And he gambled so high and won so much that I made it my business to look after him. But I could find out nothing to get the whip hand on him, sir." "Mr. Joyce goes to your club also?" "Yes, sir. I told you so when you called to see me first. I knew the name at once. Kidd knows him too, but he doesn't know Kidd. That was why I sent Kidd to Paddington. He's a fool, sir." "True enough," replied Herrick dryly, "but even a fool can become dangerous in the hands of an unscrupulous scoundrel like Santiago. Oh, I do not know anything against him," added Herrick, seeing the ferret's eyes twinkle. "I'm only going by the little I do know." "Not enough to jail him, I suppose, sir?" "Not yet, but there might be soon," replied Jim, glancing sideways at his neat companion. He well knew that Belcher and Kidd liked to know secrets in order to extort blackmail. A dangerous pair, but Jim knew how to deal with them. They were rather afraid of Jim. He knew too much. Herrick had become acquainted with the ferret through having saved the life of his small daughter, and as this child was the apple of the man's eye, he adored Jim, and was in the habit of speaking to him more freely than he otherwise would have done. Therefore Jim got to know more about the private inquiry firm than was altogether wise. However, he could keep his mouth shut, and, as at present, he sometimes found the pair useful. But the connection was not a pleasant one, even so, and Herrick was wont to comfort himself with the reflection that when dirty work has to be done, no man can be nice in the choice of his instruments. Directed by the ferret, the cab stopped at the corner of a Pimlico street in a quiet neighborhood. There he left the doctor in the cab and went along to reconnoiter. In 10 minutes he came back. "The Mexican has gone out," said Belcher. "He has been away an hour, but Joyce is in the sitting-room. Kidd saw his face 2 or 3 times at the window. If you creep along the street under the house, he won't be able to see you." "Right you are," said Dr. Jim, climbing down, and paying off the cab lavishly, because he did not want a disturbance. "You wait outside, both of you, and keep an eye on the policeman. When you hear a shot—" "You needn't tell me twice, Dr. Herrick," said Belcher. his professional pride wounded. "Off you go, sir. I'll stop hereabouts and whistle if the Mexican comes along. He doesn't know my real business." Jim nodded and walked along to number 43, where, as Belcher told him, Santiago had rooms on the first floor. On the opposite side of the street he saw a kid with a green shade and picturesquely attired in rags, playing the part of a pavement artist. At the end of the street 3 or 4 boys were playing marbles. No one would suspect that either man or boys were spies. Jim fingered his revolver and rang the bell. "I want to see Mr. Joyce," he said to the slattern, who opened the door. "My name is Nuttall. I come from Don Manuel Santiago." The slattern, suspecting nothing from this calm address, conducted Jim up the stairs. She opened the door and gave the message to Robin. Herrick heard his voice telling her to show in Mr. Nuttall, and he guessed from the sound of it that Joyce was uneasy. The slattern pushed Jim to the door and then dropped downstairs rapidly. She wanted to get back to her novel, for her mistress was away for the afternoon. "Well, Joyce, how are you?" Robin gave kind of a squeal, like that of a trapped animal, and fell back into the chair from which he had risen to welcome Mr. Nuttall. His face grew white, his jaw dropped, and he collapsed into a limp heap. Fright so paralyzed his tongue that he could not speak. Jim smiled politely and closed the door. Then he took a chair opposite to the wretched creature. "You are a proper little scoundrel," he said in withering tones. "I am sorry to see you brought so low as this, Joyce." "What do you want?" cried Robin, flaming into sudden fury. "Have you not humiliated me enough, but that you must come after me? To find you in hiding with Don Manuel. Go easy, Joyce, and keep a civil tongue in your head." "I'd like to kill you," he muttered, his face distorted with fury. "I have no doubt you would, and I have also small doubt but that your friend Santiago will try." "Do you want to see him?" "And you, yes. You told me such lies at Saxham, coached by Don Manuel, I suppose, that I wish to talk to the 2 of you together. If you don't leave this place, I will call the police. Do so by all means. I shall give you in charge when they appear. Come, Joyce, don't be a fool. You have to sit down and do what I tell you." Joyce resumed his seat and bit his fingers. "Santiago will kill you," he muttered viciously. "I hope he will." "Thank you. I see pity is wasted on a reptile like you. But see here," said Jim, with sudden fierceness, "I am prepared for you and for the Mexican also. I have only to fire this," he showed the revolver, "and the detectives who are waiting will come up." "Detectives?" cried Joyce, white as snow and trembling. "Yes, you fool. I gave you every chance to clear yourself. You abused my leniency and plotted with Santiago to cheat me. This time you will not get off so easy. I wonder how you will like being in the dock on a charge of conspiracy." It's a lie." "It's the truth, and you know it. You and Santiago wished to get the money left by Colonel Carr. You tried to murder Stephen in the churchyard." "It was not I," gasped Robin, shaking with fright. "I was with the Miss Endicotts all the time." "Oh, I know that your accomplice is the bolder villain. It was he." Here Herrick made a shot in the dark. "It was Santiago who struck Marsh." "I know he did," sobbed Joyce, falling into the trap. "But I—" "Never mind about yourself," said Jim, exulting in having extorted this piece of information. "Tell me, what is there between Santiago and Corn that made him force the parson to tell a lie in order to prove his alibi? Corn said that Manuel was with him all the evening. You know that is false. Manuel went out and struck Stephen Marsh." "I don't know what power Santiago has over Corn," said Robin, wiping his eyes. "He never told me, but he has some. He treats me like a dog, and I can't call my soul my own. "You poor little rat," said Herrick, with a certain pity. "Then the best thing you can do is to come back to me and tell me all you know about this scoundrel." "No, no," whimpered Joyce, "he would kill me." "Not he. I shall know how to save you, and if you do not tell me," said Dr. Jim in a sharp tone, "I'll have you arrested as being concerned in this murder of Colonel Carr." "I'm innocent. You know I'm innocent." "I know nothing of the sort," replied Herrick unexpectedly. "I have your word for it, and your confession of your doings on that night. But there is quite enough in that confession, signed by yourself, mind, to justify you being arrested on suspicion of having committed the crime. Do you think a jury would believe in your story, especially as I can prove that the pistol with which, as I verily believe, the crime was committed was in your possession?" "I got it from Santiago." "So you said, and yet at the time you told me it was out of my power to question the man. You knew that he had gone up to town by the Heathcroft line, and you did not tell me." "I was afraid. He forced me to hold my tongue." "You had better be a little more afraid of me. I can do you more mischief than Don Manuel is likely to do. He will have sufficient to do to look after himself. But I knew what a slippery little devil you were, Joyce, and so I had you watched from the moment you disembarked at the Paddington station. You can't move a step now without my knowledge, so you need not try to give me the slip again." By this time Joyce was in a state of collapse. He saw that Herrick had been too clever for him. Between his fear of Santiago and his fear of Herrick, he was in a pitiable state of mind. Dr. Jim felt sorry for the miserable creature, in spite of the contempt which his conduct righteously provoked. "I'll tell you what I can," said Joyce after a pause. "I think you are wise. You expect Santiago back soon?" "At 5 o'clock." "It's 4:15 now," said Herrick, glancing at his watch. "I will wait for him." "He is dangerous," said Joyce, alarmed, and rising from his chair. "So am I. It is not a man like me who is afraid of a Mexican greaser. Mr. Joyce, don't go near that window. You'll be making signals to your friend. I don't trust you." "On my honor," began Joyce, returning to his seat. "You haven't got any. Now then, why did Santiago try to get Marsh killed?" "He did not want to kill him. He only desired that he should be disabled and prevented from going to the vault." Herrick whistled. "Ah, he has been looking up the will at Doctors' Commons. Well, what does he expect to gain by the money going to Frisco? The man is in communication with him, I suppose?" "No," said Joyce sulkily. "He is in communication with me." "The devil!" Herrick sprang to his feet. "So you put that cipher in the paper, asking Frisco to meet you at Hyde Park Corner?" "Yes, I did. I put it in the first and the second." "Who taught you the cipher? It was one that Colonel Carr knew?" "Santiago taught it to me." "Ah, now we're getting at the truth," said Herrick. "And where did you meet Santiago, may I ask? No lie this time, please." "I met him at the gambling club in this district." "Oh, you did? I never knew that gambling was a vice of yours. It seems one never does know a man. I thought better of you. Well, and for what reason did Santiago tell you about this cipher?" "I knew him before I went on the walking tour with you. When I came back to London, I went to the club and saw him there. He talked about the murder of Carr, and had seen my name as one of the men who found the body. In one way and another, he got everything out of me." "The story you told me?" "Yes, he made me tell everything." "Clever man," said Herrick, with a nod. "But of course you are so weak, poor soul, that you would tell everything. I now see how this man got you into his power. Well, and why did he teach you the cipher?" "It seems he knew Frisco." "Oh, he denied that." "I knew that was a lie, but no matter. I said that Frisco was in London, and that I should like to find him. I wanted to know if Frisco had really killed Colonel Carr." Oh, Herrick shrugged his shoulders. And were unsimple enough to think that Frisco would tell you? He did tell me. That he was innocent, of course. Yes, that he was innocent. But if he had told me that he was guilty, I could not have betrayed him. Oh, said Dr. Jim, with a sharp glance. You are getting more mysterious every moment. Well, so you put in that cipher, the first, by the direction of the Mexican? Yes, and met Frisco at Hyde Park Corner. I also put in the second, when I wanted to see Frisco again. He wouldn't give me his address, but said if I wanted to see him, I was to communicate by the cipher. I did not meet him the second time, because I saw you waiting to catch us. Ah, that was clever of you. Of you too, said Joyce. How did you learn the cipher? That is my business. Be civil, said Dr. Jim sharply. Go on. You saw this man, you say, and he told you he was innocent, which is a lie. I suppose Santiago saw him also. Yes, we were all three in my flat. Nice party, said Dr. Jim sarcastically. And you made up this conspiracy between the lot of you? Yes, we wanted Marsh to lose the money. I do not see where the advantage would come in, said Dr. Jim reflectively. The money would go to Frisco, certainly, but he could not benefit without running the risk of arrest. He was not to appear at all in the matter, explained Joyce. When the money came to him, he was to feign death and make a will leaving the fortune to me. I was to share it with him and Santiago. Herrick stared. The conspiracy was more complicated than he had thought, and very cunning, too. Upon my word, that is clever, he said in a tone half of jest and half admiration, although I do not see exactly how the law would look at the matter. Frisco won it for murder, to feign death, fortune left to you, money to be shared between the presumed corpse and two plotters left alive. Why, it's like a melodrama. You would have had some difficulty in proving the death of Frisco, though. Oh, Santiago was going to manage that, said Joyce with confidence. I'm sure he would, even to going the length as making a real corpse of the man after the will was signed. Joyce jumped up and began to walk up and down, much agitated. No, he said, bad as you think me, Herrick, I should never have consented to Frisco being put out of the way. The death would have been proved without that. Frisco would have received his share of the money. He would have gone free. I would rather die myself than anything should happen to Frisco. Yes, you may look, I would. Dr. Jim shrugged his shoulders. Your conscience has grown very tender all of a sudden, that you should desire to shield a scoundrel. Is Frisco a relative of yours, that you should be so careful of his skin? Joyce dropped into a seat and looked straight at the doctor. Frisco is my father, he said deliberately. Dr. Jim jumped up in his turn and stared down at the pinched white face. He could scarcely believe his ears. Your father? He gasped. Is this another part of your conspiracy? It is the truth, said Joyce simply, so simply that Herrick was convinced that for once he was telling no lie. When he met me and came to my flat, he told me he was my father. I did not believe him, but he soon convinced me by showing me my mother's letters. Addressed to him where? Colonel Carr's. Oh, Herrick dropped back into his chair. So this accounts for the annuity. What is your father's real name? Joyce, the same as mine. He was Colonel Carr's cousin. Herrick was amazed, and remembered what he had heard about the uncle of the wicked colonel. Carr's father turned the son out of doors, he muttered. The son went to America and married. He had one daughter. My mother. She was the Carr's cousin, not my father's. I am getting confused, murmured Joyce, feeling his head. In that case you are cousin to Stephen Marsh. Yes, and I should have the money, since my grandfather was the brother of Colonel Carr. That is why I conspired, as you called it. That was why my father and Santiago tried to help me get my rights. What do you think of it now, Herrick?" "I think that you went the wrong way to work," said Jim. "That is, if you are telling me the truth, which I doubt." "It is the truth," cried Joyce, clenching his fist. "If you do not believe me," he added, listening for a moment, "here is one who will tell you." "Santiago," said Herrick, rising to be ready for emergencies. "Yes, he's coming up the stair now." At that moment there was a shrill whistle outside, Belcher's signal. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Don Manuel's Recollections. Santiago entered the room quite unsuspiciously. His step was light, his eyes were bright, and he had evidently been successfully plotting some new and lucrative villainy. In a moment his astonished eyes lighted upon Herrick, standing tall and smiling on the hearth-rug. A Spanish oath of the coarsest slipped from his mouth, and he looked about as evil as a man can look who knows that the game is up. However, he was plucky enough to show fight. He even attempted a bluff. "What are you doing in my room, senor?" he demanded, in Spanish. "Don't you think we had better keep to English?" said Herrick, blandly. "I know you speak it so well, and of course we have our mutual friend Joyce to consider. You are surprised to see me? Natural, very natural." Joyce sat in his chair, silent and white. He was too frightened to open his mouth, for he knew something of Don Manuel's rages, and dreaded the tornado which would ensue when the Mexican learned how Herrick had been told everything by his weak-kneed coadjutor. For a moment Santiago, still in ignorance as to the true state of affairs, ground his teeth. Then, by an effort of will, he recovered his smile, and to all appearances his usual temper. "You'll excuse me if I spoke rudely, senor," he said with a polite bow. "It is not my custom, but I am rather taken aback at meeting you here. I do not remember having asked you to come." "That's all right," replied Jim cheerfully. He did not sit down, for Santiago was still on his feet, and one can use a revolver better when standing. "I heard that you had been suddenly called to town yesterday. I therefore made it my business to follow." "Very kind of you," said Santiago, slipping his hand into his breast pocket, an action which was imitated by Herrick. "But how did you find out my address? I never gave it to you." "An oversight on your part, my dear Don Manuel," replied Jim politely, but watchful of the man's slightest action. "But the fact is, my friend Joyce left Beorminster yesterday, as you know. That was after his talk with you, I believe. I thought it was possible you might ask him to stop with you for a day or so, in place of returning to his own home. Therefore I telegraphed to town, asking certain friends of mine to keep a watch on him and you." "What am I to understand from all this, senor?" "This much, that your game is up. Joyce has told me much. I have waited to see if you will tell me more." Don Manuel cast a black look at Robin, who began to whimper. "I could not help it," he said. "It's all over. I had to tell him." "You told him what?" demanded the Mexican, livid with rage. "All about the conspiracy, Frisco, and a few others. Ah, would you?" For Don Manuel had whipped out his revolver. Herrick was just as quick, and the two men faced one another. Robin gave a shriek like a frightened woman. The sight was an unpleasant one. "For God's sake!" cried Joyce, wringing his hands. "One moment before you fire, senor," said Herrick coolly. "I would have you know that the firing of a single shot will bring up the police." Santiago dropped his revolver with a start. "The police!" he muttered. Then, after a pause, he returned his weapon to his pocket. "You can do the same, senor," he said calmly. I don't think we shall have much use for them, said Herrick, putting away his weapon and sitting down. I think we may talk now that these preliminaries are ended. Will you not be seated, Señor Manuel? In my own house, exclaimed the Spaniard, between his teeth, but sat nevertheless. Quite so. I have to ask you pardon for that. But you see, my friend, I must stand if you do, and I am tired. You might use that pretty little weapon in your pocket. I may do so yet, said Santiago, with an ugly look. Possibly. All the same, I would point out that your intention has its disadvantages. In the first place, I am good and a quick shot. In the second, as my shot or yours would summon the police, you might get into trouble. The police can do nothing to me. If you attempt to kill me, I think they can do a lot. We are not in Mexico now, Señor Santiago. Come, let us talk sensibly. I am sure you must see that I am in a position to dictate my own terms. You'll not find them hard, I assure you, always provided— Provided what? That you did not murder Colonel Carr. If you did, I fear I shall be obliged to hand you over to the police. We have a prejudice against people being killed in this country, Don Manuel. Oh, curse your fine speeches, growled the Don. I did not kill Carr, if that is what you are driving at. He paused, and cast a look at Joyce. I see that you have got the better of me. If that white-livered cur had held his tongue, however, I must make the best of a bad job. Come, if I answer your questions freely and frankly, will you promise not to inform the police of what I tell you? No, I can't promise that. If you know where Frisco is, you must tell me. I want to have that man hanged. Joyce started up with a cry. I'm sorry, Robin, if he is your father, but as he is a murderer also, he must— One moment, interposed Santiago coolly. Frisco is no murderer. Indeed, then, as you were in possession of the pistol with which Colonel Carr was shot, perhaps you can tell me who used it. That is, said Herrick significantly, if you did not use it yourself. I don't use weapons of that sort, said Santiago scornfully. Besides, it was my game to frighten Carr, not to kill him. I see. It was you who sent those warnings in cipher. You know that, do you? Yes, it was I. And to make Carr afraid. He had few good nights after he got those warnings, I know. They were all bluff. So far as I was concerned, replied Santiago easily. But had I chosen, they could have been sent in deadly earnest. I do not understand. I do not think you will until I explain. But first, I must be assured of my own safety before I speak. Well, said Dr. Jim, pulling out his pipe, it's this way, you see. I want to get to the bottom of this conspiracy, also to learn who killed Carr. I could have you arrested on a charge of trying to kill Marsh. Here the Mexican muttered a curse on Robin's head, and the little man winced. But if you will prove to me that you did not kill Carr, and tell me the whole truth, why, I will let you go back to Mexico unharmed. And if I refuse, demanded Don Manuel, in that case, I'll call up the police and give you and Joyce in charge for conspiracy and assault with intent to kill. I did not wish to kill him, protested Manuel. I only wanted to prevent him going to the vault. And so allow the money to pass to Frisco, put in Herrick. Very clever, I know all about that. Tell me something new. If I had only been here before you intimidated this— You would have done as he has done, said Herrick. Then, changing his tone, he spoke sharply. We are wasting time. Tell me all I want to know. Answer my questions, and you shall go free, save that I shall have you watched until the true murderer of Colonel Carr has been found. If you refuse, you shall be arrested forthwith. And if I were to shoot you, cried Santiago savagely, half rising, you would be hanged, or else you would have to end your own life. Don't I tell you the sound of the shot will bring up the men I have posted? Santiago reflected for a moment, then took out his revolver and tossed it carelessly onto the table. "You are the stronger, senor. I give in. Allow me to roll a cigarette, and I will answer all your questions. I'm not afraid, for I can swear by the Holy Mother that I did not kill Carr, and," added Santiago with a gay laugh, "I rather regret I did not." "Come," said Herrick, lighting his pipe, "the story. In the first place, where did you meet Colonel Carr?" "In Mexico about 20 years ago. You would not think it to look at me, but I am not young, Senor Herrick." "Did you meet Frisco at the same time?" "Joyce's father? I did." "Wait a moment," said Robin. "I wanted to tell Herrick the precise relationship between myself and Colonel Carr, but I grew confused. Was not my mother his niece? I forget. I am so muddled." "No, it is this way. The uncle of Colonel Carr, a younger brother of his father, was turned out of doors by the grandfather. He went to the States and married. He died, leaving a widow and a daughter. The widow died, and the daughter married an American. Your father was a son, and he married your mother. You are their son, therefore. You were a kind of third or fourth cousin to Carr. Your father Frisco was a second cousin. I think it is this way." "But," Santiago shrugged his shoulders, "your English relationships are so very confusing." "Cousins will do," said Herrick. "Did Carr know that Frisco, we will continue to call him so, as it is rather confusing. Did Carr, I say, know that Frisco was his second cousin?" "Yes, for that reason he allowed Mrs. Joyce an annuity of 500 a year. Why was it not continued to our friend here?" Don Manuel laughed. "I think the Colonel and Frisco had quarrelled by then, and Carr had told him to look after his own brat." "How dare you?" cried Robin, jumping up. "My friend, I repeat what the Colonel said, that is all." Herrick interposed. "Did Mrs. Joyce know that Frisco was with Carr?" "Oh, dear me, no. She thought she was a widow." "That is true," said Robin gloomily. "My mother always said that my father had died in America. I could not believe that Frisco was my father until he convinced me." "I think we both convinced you," said the Mexican with a laugh. "But it strikes me, Dr. Herrick, that we are beginning the story at the wrong end. Let me tell it my own way. It will be much clearer." "I hope it will be true." "Oh, as to that, I have no reason to conceal anything now," said Don Manuel with a shrug. "You may as well know all. The money is lost, and I shall return to Mexico as poor as I set out. Well?" "Tell the story in your own way," growled Herrick, disliking the coolness of the man, yet half admiring his nerve. "Well then," said Santiago, placing a cigarette in his mouth and crossing his legs, "it is this way. 20 years ago I met Colonel Carr. He was in the war between Chile and Peru, and a brave soldier he was. A brute also. There was nothing he would not do to get money. He had left his home a pauper, and he swore he would go back a millionaire. But when the war was at an end, he had not got the fortune he wanted. It was about that time that Frisco fell in with Carr." "And Frisco introduced himself as a cousin?" "Just that," said Santiago briskly. "They soon found out the relationship. Joyce, I am speaking of your father, my friend. This in an aside to Robin. Joyce came from San Francisco, so the Colonel one day being drunk called him Frisco, and the name stuck to him. After that, they were what you English call pals, and hung round Lima trying to make money. I was in the army then, and saw much of them. Frisco was as anxious as Carr to be rich. He said he had left a wife and son in California." "That was you, Robin," put in Herrick, much interested. "Yes, that was Robin," said Don Manuel, with a sour glance at the little man, whom he had not yet forgiven for his cowardly confession. "Well, senor, the two tried to make money and could not. Then they heard of the treasures buried by the Indians when Pizarro conquered Peru. They went off to Cusco, afterwards up into the mountains. For some months they were gone. One day they came back to Lima to see me, ragged and poor. They had caught an Indian who knew of a large treasure in gold and jewels. He told them where it was hidden, and gave them a plan. But I thought the Indians would not tell, said Herrick, who knew something of the country of which Santiago was speaking. This one did, said the Mexican with a smile. They tortured him with a red-hot gun-barrel. Don't look so astonished, senor. Indians are not much above the beasts. And I told you Carr was a devil. They tortured him till he gave them the plan. Carr was afraid of losing it, so he made Frisco tattoo it on his breast, and then burnt the original plan. Ah, Herrick started to his feet. I see now why Carr wanted his body watched for a year. At the end of that time, the plan would not be recognizable, finished Santiago quietly. Exactly so, senor. Carr knew from the ciphers I sent him that I was in the country, and would in some way try to get sight of that plan. For that, he shut himself up in the tower and— Wait a bit, said Herrick. He built that tower when he came home 10 years ago. Your coming did not make him build it. He knew that someone would come and try to kill him, said Don Manuel coolly. But I am telling the end before the beginning. Let me go on. Well, Dr. Herrick, as I said, Colonel Carr had that plan tattooed on his breast. He would not show it to me, but he wanted me to join in an expedition to get the treasure. I got the money and fitted out the expedition. We started off to Cuzco, then up the Apurimac and on the mountains. I told you something of this before, senor. On the way they betrayed me into the hands of some Indians, and went on themselves. I cursed my fate when I learned their treachery. I was held captive for 2-3 years. To revenge myself on Carr, I told the Indians how he had found the treasure. They were furious and sent out men to protect it. But Carr fought them and got away to the coast with a quantity of jewels and gold. He went to the States and afterwards came on to England, where he settled down at the Pines. But at Lima he was twice nearly assassinated, and he knew that the Indians had appointed some of their more civilized countrymen to follow and kill him, and to cut the plan of the hiding-place out of his flesh. He knew also that these appointed would follow him across the water to the ends of the earth. But he managed to give them the slip, and never thought that in an obscure country village he would be in danger. All the same, he built a tower, that he might keep himself safe while asleep. "And are you one of these emissaries?" asked Herrick. Santiago shook his head. "I might have been, had I so chosen," said he. "But I wanted a share of the money myself, or at all events a plan of the hiding-place, that I might search for it." "How did you hear all this? When you were a captive?" "I did not then. It was when I got back to Lima that I heard. I could not learn where Carr had gone. I did not know even if Carr was his real name. I hunted for him both in North and South America, but he had so cleverly concealed his trail that I could not trace him. Then I was ill for a long time, after the privations I had suffered amongst the Indians. It was only within the last year that I discovered the whereabouts of Carr. I then came to England to frighten him, so I sent those cipher warnings. I wanted a share of the money or the plan. Carr refused to give me either." "Ah, you saw him then?" "No, he wrote me a letter, defying me to do my worst. Of course he thought that I was one of those appointed to kill him. That was why he lived in the tower, and arranged that his body should be watched after his death. Dead or alive, you see, he was determined that I should get nothing." "You came down to Saxham to break into the vault," suggested Herrick. "No, I should have done so, had I not hit upon this other plan, which you call the conspiracy. But I thought that through this little fool I might get the money. I deserved it more than Stephen Marsh." There was a silence for a few minutes. Santiago was regretting the downfall of his hopes. Robin was wondering about his own future. and Dr. Jim reflected on the strange story which had been told to him. "Did you never go down to Saxham?" he asked. "Oh, yes, senor," replied the Mexican airily. "On the night when Colonel Carr was murdered, I was at the rectory." "With Pentland Corn?" said Herrick. "Then you knew him before?" "I know him better than anyone in his parish knows him," said Santiago. "He's a gambler. Often he leaves his church to come to the Pimlico Club and gamble. It was there that I met him. He was the friend I spoke of when I first saw you, Senor Herrick, the friend who told me about Colonel Carr. As I had the secret of this padre, I used him as an intermediator between myself and Carr." Herrick was surprised to hear this about Corn, and could easily see how the unfortunate man had been kept under the thumb of this adventurer. "You are certainly skilful in finding tools," said he, dryly, and with a glance at the silent Joyce. "So you were at the rectory on that night. How can I be sure that you were not at the Pines?" "Oh, you want to accuse me of the murder?" said Don Manuel, rather amused. "I assure you I did not kill Carr. It was not my aim to do so. I wished to get the money without danger from your laws. To be plain, senor, I went to Pentland Corn to see if he could bribe or force Frisco into betraying Carr into my hands. I came to Beelminster by a late train, and went to Saxham by the public coach. About 9 I came to the rectory. The Reverend Corn was out, but I waited for him." "He could not have been out," said Herrick. "Mrs. Marsh was with him, and her son had come to fetch her." "You are right, except as to the time, senor. Mrs. Marsh had gone by 9, and her son also. Corn came back, and said that he had taken them to the public conveyance. He was pale, and looked haggard. I told him he lied. He lost his nerve, and threw on the table a pistol." "Ha! The pistol you gave to Joyce?" "The same," replied Santiago coolly. "The weapon with which Carr was murdered." "Do you mean to say that Corn killed the Colonel?" cried Herrick, starting to his feet. "It is a lie. I do not believe it." "Then why ask me to tell you the truth? It was Corn who killed Carr. He was a gambler, and deeply in the Colonel's debt. Those visits he paid to the Pines were not to convert Carr, as he alleged, but to gamble with him. He lost much money to Carr. The Colonel threatened, if he did not pay, to denounce him. Corn knew that he would lose his position if this was done. He knew also that Carr was a threatened man. I had told him. It then occurred to him to kill Carr, and he thought that the suspicion might be shifted onto those who had lost the treasure. Thus his secret and himself would be safe." "It is incredible," said Herrick, and even Joyce looked amazed. "It is true," replied the Mexican. "Of course, if you will not believe me, I cannot really help it. I know that Corn is guilty. He told me so himself, and I took from him the pistol by way of proof. Being thus in my power, I forced him to do my bidding. You can see now how he declared that I had not left him on the night Senor Marsh was assaulted. It was I who struck him, and Corn, by my directions, proved the alibi. That is the whole story, senor. Is there anything else you want to know?" "The whereabouts of Frisco." "Ah, I can't tell you that. Frisco trusts no one, not even me. When Joyce or myself want to see him, we have to put a cipher into the telegraph." "Then you must do so now. I want to see the man." "Why, he's innocent." "So you say, but I have yet to be convinced of Pentland Corn's guilt." Joyce jumped to his feet. "I am sure that my father is innocent," he cried, "but I will get him to see you if you like." "I think it would be better," said Herrick dryly, and took up his hat. "One moment, senor," said Santiago quietly. "How do we stand?" "I shall do nothing until I see Corn, and learn if he really killed Carr as you say. In the meantime, Joyce can go back to his flat, and you can remain here, Don Manuel. You are perfectly safe from the police." "But you'll have us watched?" "Certainly," said Herrick with a nod. "You see, I cannot trust you. Besides, I want you to write down all you have told me and sign it. I have Joyce's confession. I want yours." "I will do so with pleasure," replied the Mexican after a pause. "I have done nothing against your law." "Nothing except try to kill Marsh." "Oh, you have promised to hold me guiltless of that." "True enough. You are safe so far as that is concerned. There is honor amongst thieves, Senor Manuel. I have come lately so much into contact with people like you and Joyce that I feel rather a bad lot myself." The Mexican drew himself up and his eyes glittered. "Senor, you shall answer me for those words. I'm a gentleman, and I challenge you to a duel. You dare not refuse. We'll see about that when this matter of Carr's death is settled, Don Manuel. Meantime, remember that every move you make I shall know of and baffle." Santiago shrugged his shoulders. "The fine scheme is ended," he said. "This little fool has spoilt it all. I will do what you wish, Senor, since you are too strong for me." "Very good. And Joyce, you must get your father to see me." "If I can," muttered Robin, with a glance of hatred. "You must," answered Herrick, going to the door. "Good-bye, gentlemen. I shall leave you to settle your own affairs now." And he went out, laughing. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reverend Pentland Corn. Herrick did not take all that Santiago had said for gospel truth. The Mexican was too clever and too bold a man to give in so tamely, seeing what was at stake. For the moment he had recognized that he was powerless, and had surrendered until such time as he could recover his position. Dr. Jim could have stopped all his machinations by having him arrested for the assault on Stephen, but he did not wish to bring the police into the matter at present. In the first place, so many lies had been told about the case, there were so many things to be explained, that he was not sure of his ground. And for the sake of Stephen, he did not wish to create a scandal. Colonel Carr's reputation was quite bad enough without making it worse. Therefore the only thing that Jim could do was to have the two scamps watched. Certainly they might warn Frisco to clear out, but whatever Santiago did, Herrick felt sure that Joyce would not counsel such a course. The little man knew well enough that his safety depended upon Herrick, and would do nothing which might jeopardize his safety. The Mexican might plot and plan, but Joyce would certainly obey orders. Also, they could do little if closely watched. Herrick then gave orders to Kidd and Belcher, and returned the next day to Saxon. "If anything important occurs," he said to the ferret, "you can wire me." "But we are in the dark," protested Belcher. "If you would only—" "No, Belcher," interrupted Jim sharply. "We settled all that before. All you have to do is to see if either of these men tries to leave the country, or if they meet a man who looks like a sailor. Then you can wire me. I shall come up to town at once and deal with the matter myself." "What might be the sailor's name?" "It might be anything," replied Herrick dryly. "It won't do, Belcher. You are not to know my aims until I choose to let you know. If you will not work with me on these terms, just say so, and I'll get someone else." "I'll do whatever you like, Dr. Herrick," said the ferret submissively, and went away to fulfill his duties, devoured with curiosity. In spite of his regard for Dr. Jim, the man wanted to make money out of him. He therefore determined to learn all he could about Joyce and the Mexican, and treat with them on his own account, if he gained any knowledge likely to be useful from a blackmailing point of view. The ferret and his partner were rogues in grain. They did not even keep faithful to their employer, or to each other, for the matter of that. Honor amongst thieves was not a proverb practised in the Strand office. Herrick had another talk with Joyce before he returned to Saxham. The little man had gone back to his flat. Having him all to himself, and the yoke of Don Manuel being to some extent broken, Dr. Jim was able to deal more easily with him. He promised the poor fool that if he remained faithful and did not intrigue any more with his father or the Mexican, that he should be given a new chance of leading a clean existence. Indeed, Herrick spoke so seriously that he reduced Joyce to tears, and to many protestations that henceforth he would be all that was good. It was not improbable that he would mend. He had had a severe lesson, and had narrowly escaped getting into the clutches of the law. With a less kindly man than Herrick, his position would indeed have been a serious one. He therefore appreciated the kindness accorded to him, or said he did, and Jim departed satisfied that so far as Robin was concerned, he had nullified the schemes of Santiago. In this way he hoped to take the heart out of the conspiracy against Stephen and Stephen's money. The next person to deal with is Corn, he said to himself, as he got into the train. He's another fool, if not worse, as Manuel told me. I seem to have dealt with nothing but fools and scoundrels ever since I started out on that unhappy walking tour. Colonel Carr was evil in his life, and he has left an evil influence behind him. Later on, Dr. Jim reproached himself for blaming the walking tour. If it had brought him into trouble, it had also given him a promise of future happiness. But for that walk, he would never have met Bess. After all his anxiety in London, Herrick wanted to have a quiet hour with the girl who was the light of his eyes. Jim did not call her this, for he was not a romantic person, but he felt that he would like to be with her, and he was anxious to know what she had discovered about the pistol. Bess had not sent him a report as she had promised, and Herrick concluded that she had discovered nothing worth the sending. All the same, he wished to see her at once, but he put off the happy hour. There was business to be done before pleasure could be taken. It was after 9 o'clock before Herrick arrived at the Beorminster station. He had not sent for the cart, as he did not wish Stephen to know of his arrival at present. Dr. Jim had made up his mind to call in and get the truth out of the clergyman before returning to the Pines. Therefore, determined to get his plans in thorough order, Jim left his portmanteau at Beorminster to be sent on the next morning, and himself walked to Saxham. In due time he arrived at the rectory, and was shown into the rector's study, where he found the man himself. The Reverend Pentland looked nervous at this untimely visit, and more so as he saw that Dr. Jim was not in evening dress, and must therefore have come straight from town. Corn's conscience was uneasy, and every untold event fluttered his nerves. However, he composed himself with a strong effort, and asked Herrick to be seated. "You have just come from town, I see," he observed, with a nervous glance. "Yes, and I want particularly to have a chat with you before going to the Pines, and on a painful subject, Mr. Corn." The rector shivered, and turned even paler than usual. "Is there anything wrong?" he asked faintly. "Let me know the worst at once." "Why should you expect any worse, Mr. Corn?" The man shook his head, and passed a handkerchief across his dry lips. "I want to know the worst," he said again, without heeding the question. "I can see by your face that there is something wrong which concerns me." Herrick gave a short laugh. "Upon my word, you are a singularly indiscreet man, Mr. Corn," he said. "You give yourself away right and left. When I met you, first of all, you behaved in a foolish manner. Now you are very little better. You are a clergyman and a gentleman with an assured position. Why don't you assume the defensive, and ask what I mean by such speeches as I have made, as I am now making?" "Because I would have to tell you all about myself sooner or later," said Corn in a low voice. "You are a strong man, and I want to confide in someone like yourself. I am not strong. I was once, but something happened." He sighed and nodded. "A terrible thing happened." Herrick wondered if he was about to confess to the murder. However, he did not wish to hurry the confession, which he saw Corn was on the point of making. He wondered that such a smart and soldierly-looking man should own himself to be so weak. "I am quite at your service," he said coldly, "and as for my part, Mr. Corn, I do not think you have used either myself or Mr. Marsh over well." "In what way?" This time Corn really did look amazed. "You told a lie to shield Don Manuel. It was the Mexican who struck that blow at my friend, and you knew it. How could you, a gentleman and a clergyman, stoop to shield a would-be murderer?" Corn rose to his feet and braced himself to a great effort. "You are right," he said frankly, "but I was compelled to such a course." Herrick nodded. "I know. I have heard all from Santiago." Corn recoiled. "He told you?" he grasped, sitting down. "Yes, he told me how he held you in his power, how he forced you to lie for him. I made him tell me the truth. Now I wish to hear the confirmation of his story from you." "It is true, it is true," cried Corn desperately. "If he told you that I was a gambler, that I owed money, it is true." "I don't mean that so much," said Herrick sharply, "as to the accusation he makes against you of having murdered Colonel Carr." The clergyman, who had been leaning his head on his arms in an agony of grief, looked up suddenly with a bewildered stare. "Santiago said that about me?" he demanded. "It is not true. It is the foulest lie he ever spoke," cried Corn with indignation. "I am bad in many ways, Dr. Herrick, yet I have my excuses, as you shall hear. But as to murdering Carr, I did nothing of the sort." "How was it then that Don Manuel obtained from you the pistol with which the crime was committed?" Corn looked round the room and went to the door. Opening this, he looked out for a moment to see that the coast was clear. Then he shut it, locked it, and came back to the fireplace, looking more like a ghost than ever. "I picked it up," he said in a whisper. "Yes, on the lawn of the pines. I knew that Colonel Carr had been shot with it, but I dare not tell." "Why not? Were you afraid of being inculpated?" "No." Corn hesitated and wiped his face. "I must tell you," he said with a gasp. "There is no help for it. The secret has weighed on my soul until I can bear it no longer. It was a woman who shot Carr." Herrick rose slowly, hardly believing his ears. "A woman?" he echoed. Corn nodded and whispered again. "Mrs. Marsh," he said. "That," said Herrick, "is a lie." "It is the truth. I swear it's the truth. She shot Carr because he was about to disinherit her son. If you will sit down, I will tell you all I know. I am glad that it has come to this," panted Corn, wiping his forehead. "I am glad that I can tell you. The secret has nearly killed me." "Did you tell Santiago?" asked Dr. Jim, seated again, and much bewildered. "No, I told no one. Santiago, on the evidence of that pistol, really believed that I was guilty. But it is a lie, a lie. He used it to force me to hide his wickedness. I protested my innocence, but he would never believe me, and that because I refused to say who was guilty." Herrick placed his hands on the shoulders of the agitated man and forced him into the chair. "Come," he said in a more friendly tone. "You are not so weak or so bad as I thought, Corn. You took the blame on yourself. Oh, I know you protested your innocence to Santiago. Still, he would always think you guilty. He is not the man to believe that any human being would shield another. Why did you shield Mrs. Marsh?" For her son's sake, said Corn, and for the sake of Ida Endicott. Herrick stared. What has she got to do with it? I love her, said Corn in a low voice, shading his eyes with the palm of his hand. But she told me that her whole life was wrapped up in Stephen's. If he knew that his mother had killed Carr, he is quixotic enough to throw up the whole fortune out of shame. Then he would not be able to marry Ida, and her heart would be broken. It is for this reason that I held my peace. Yet you let Stephen be assaulted, said Herrick. His death would have ruined the life of Ida just the same. I did not know about the assault until after it was committed, said Corn quickly. Then Santiago, but I cannot tell you the story in scraps like this. Better let me tell you all about myself and what led to my present weakness. Then you will appreciate what I have gone through. Herrick nodded. It is best so. Go on. You can safely confide in me, Corn. I only retain the right to use such information as may clear up the mystery of this murder. Corn seized his arm. You will not tell about Mrs. Marsh, he panted. Not without consulting you. Be certain, Corn, that I am too true a friend to Stephen to do anything harmful to him. But there is much at stake, and I must be allowed to use my own judgment. You can rely on me. I am sure of that, said the clergyman in admiration. You are a strong-willed man. I was strong myself once, in a way. But my crime... Crime? I thought you had not killed Carr. No, said Corn in a low voice, but I have the blood of a fellow creature on my hands for all that. And he buried his face in his hands. I judge no man, said Herrick after a pause, but do not tell me anything that may render it difficult for me to keep sacred your confidence. Oh, there's nothing you need fear from that, replied Corn drearily. It was an accident. Wait till I recover myself. The man took a turn up and down the room. After 5 minutes, he resumed his seat and spoke composedly. My name is not Corn, he began. Langham is my name, Francis Langham. I was in the army. Sub S. Endicott said, nodded Herrick. Corn smiled faintly. Yes, I let that slip one day, when she was talking of my looking like a soldier. But she does not know my real name. No one does, save the bishop who gave me this living. Ah, he was a good man. He's dead now. I have to thank him for saving my reason and my life. How was that? Asked Herrick, settling himself. I was quartered in the West Indies, said Corn after a pause, and I there had a friend, who joined about the same time as I did. I need not tell you his name or the number of my regiment. All you need know is the simple story of my misery. My friend and I were always together. They called us David and Jonathan in the regiment. Well, here Corn nerved himself to a tremendous effort. We were out shooting ducks. We were parted amongst the reeds on the border of the lake. I thought I saw the brown back of a duck through some reeds. Without thinking, I fired, and I killed my friend. Oh, my God! When the man's head went down on the table, Herrick clasped him by the shoulder. He was profoundly moved by their miserable story, and could well understand how once a strong man had been changed by this tragic deed into a weak, tremulous creature. He did not say a word of comfort. It would have been useless. After a time, Corn recovered himself and continued in a dull, hard voice. There was an inquiry. I was exonerated from all blame. But I knew that I had killed my friend, that I had the blood of a fellow creature on my hands. I left my regiment and sent in my papers. Under another name I returned to England. All my relations were dead, save my uncle the bishop. He tried to calm me. I would not be calm. I would have committed suicide, but I felt that it was my duty to suffer for my crime. Not a crime, interposed Herrick gently, an accident. Yes, it was, yet I can't help, but no matter. I took to gambling to drown my remorse and grief. I had never touched cards before. They became a passion with me. Other men take to drink. I took cards, but all in vain. When the excitement of the game was over in the morning, then my misery came back. I went to my uncle. He implored me to find peace in the bosom of the church, for he did not look upon me as the guilty wretch I was. I consented. As Pentland Corn, I studied for the church. I became a priest, a curate, and worked in the slums of the East End. I left off gambling and felt more at ease, thinking I was expiating my folly. In an evil hour, after years of hard work, my uncle gave me this living. I took it. Shortly afterwards he died. Then I realized the folly of accepting a charge where I had time to brood. The past came back to me, and I took to gambling again. That was weak, Corn, said Herrick decisively. I know it was, but I was in a manner driven to it. There was little work to do here. Society had no attractions for me. Then I had long, long hours of agony. I wanted to forget the past, and you should have gone back to the East End. Corn nodded. I should have done many things, he said bitterly, but that accident had taken all the manhood out of me. I drifted. Well, to make a long story short, I took to going away to London at times to indulge in gambling and forget my sorrow. I know. And you went to that club in Pimlico. I did. Santiago told you that, I suppose. I met him there. In an incautious moment, I told him about Colonel Carr. Then I heard of the grudge he bore against him. Do you know the story of that expedition? Most of it. I warned Colonel Carr against his enemy. He laughed, feeling safe in his tower. Then, learning that I was fond of cards, Carr made me play with him. It was said I went to the Pines to convert the man. It was to gamble. So low had I sunk. Herrick shook his head, but he was so sorry for the man that he could not blame him for his folly. Corn resumed. Night after night I gambled there. Also I went to London and met Don Manuel at the Pimlico Club. So life went on, and now for the story of that night. Here Corn drew his chair closer to that of his listener, and continued his revelation in a whisper. I knew Mrs. Marsh very well, and saw much of her, he said. She was a very violent and terrible woman. I know that, said Herrick, remembering his own experiences. Oftentimes I tried to check her wrath. She would call and see Carr, and they always fought when they met. I think Carr enjoyed tormenting her, for he never forbade her visits. He was a wicked man, Herrick. One of the worst, judging from his reputation. Yet he had his good points. He helped me with money to pay my gambling debts, not twice, but thrice. Did he know your story? No, I could not tell it to him. He would only have laughed at my remorse. It would have seemed foolish to him. He thought that I was simply a profligate clergyman, and liked me for that very reason. Oh, I do not defend myself, Herrick. I sank low, very low, but my excuse must be the sorrow of my life. It took all the courage and self-respect out of me. But after this, I shall give up this charge and return to the East End. There I will work hard and forget my folly, my sorrow. The gambling will lose its hold over me then. I think you will be wise. Go on. Well, on that day of the murder, Mrs. Marsh came to me in a rage. She had heard through Frisco, he had spoken in one of his drunken fits, that Carr was going to disinherit her son. She went to see him from this house. I tried to stop her, but she would go. They had a furious quarrel in the afternoon, and Mrs. Marsh swore that she would kill Carr if he disinherited Stephen. She did not kill him in the afternoon. No, because he was alive after 5 o'clock. Someone saw him at the window of the tower. Well, Mrs. Marsh dined with me, After dinner, she worked herself into a rage. Carr had laughed at her on that afternoon, and had said that he would do what he liked with his money. In fact, from all she told me, he treated her like a brute. He was one, you know, Herrick, and Jim nodded, remembering the torture of the Indian. Stephen was to come for her, said the rector wearily. The telling of his story fatigued him. Somewhere about 9 o'clock, she was to meet him at the Carr Arms, and take the bus back to Beorminster. After 8, she went out. It was so early that I wanted to stop her. She refused. At 9, Stephen arrived. He could not find his mother. She was not at the Carr Arms. I then guessed that she had gone to see Carr again. In my fear lest she might do something dreadful, I blurted out my suspicions. At once Stephen understood what I meant. He went himself to the Pines. I waited for some time. Then I was in such a state that I followed. The house was all ablaze, but I heard nothing. This was about 9:30 or 9:45. I went up as far as the door. On the steps I picked up that pistol, which I guessed had been used by Mrs. Marsh. I slipped it into my pocket. Then I returned home. I also went to the Carr Arms and learned that Stephen and his mother had caught the bus some time after 9 o'clock. I tried to think that Mrs. Marsh had not shot the man. I returned here to think it out. Santiago was waiting for me. He had come by the last bus from Beorminster, and had been waiting since 9. In fact, he came just after I went after Stephen. It was really 9:15 when he came. Do you think he had been to the Pines? Asked Herrick keenly. I do not know, but you can learn that from the busman who drove him here. I did not inquire myself. He had come to get me to take him to see Carr. I refused, and without thinking, I threw the pistol on the table. I was much agitated, and he saw that. He got out of me that I had been to the Pines. After looking at the pistol, he said he would go to the Pines himself. I refused to let him go. After a time, I gave him some money and persuaded him to go. I drove him to Heathcroft station in my cart. He took the pistol with him. I did not notice that he had done so. In a day or so, when the murder became known, he wrote and accused me of being the criminal. I denied it. But he had read the report of the death, and how the wound had been inflicted by an old-fashioned weapon. When he came here with Joyce, he insisted that I was guilty. I said that I was not, but would say nothing about Mrs. Marsh. It was this knowledge that he used to make me hold my tongue about the assault on Stephen. What could I do, Herrick? Said Corn piteously. Appearances were against me. Santiago could prove that I had the pistol. I had been to the Pines, and I owed Colonel Carr money. Also, there was my own story. Had I been arrested, all would have come out. No, I had to do what Santiago told me. Said Jim. I can see your dilemma. And what about Mrs. Marsh? Did Stephen suspect her? No. He told me that he had gone to the Pines, looked at the house. He saw nothing and heard nothing. He therefore returned to the Carr Arms, and found his mother waiting for him. She said that he had missed her, and evidently invented a story which satisfied him. No, Herrick, I do not think Stephen suspected his stepmother, but she shot the colonel, I am sure. She left my house in a rage, and she several times threatened to kill him. Then she was not at the Carr Arms. After 9, the man was shot. Herrick nodded. Did you ask Mrs. Marsh to explain? No. She fell ill, if you remember, and took to her bed. I could not bring myself to see her. I therefore held my tongue. And I should have continued to do so, but that Don Manuel threatened me. Therefore I determined to tell you all when I could. What you heard from him is in the main true. But I did not kill Carr. The blood of one human being on my hands is enough. Do you despise me, Herrick? Dr. Jim rose and took the hand of the unhappy man. "My friend, I pity you from the bottom of my soul. If you had only found someone to advise you, all this trouble would not have occurred." "That is true, but my uncle, who knew the story of my misery, was dead. I shrank from telling anyone. But when I got to know you, and saw how strong and self-reliant you were, and recognized all the goodness of your heart, I felt that I could safely confide in you. You will not tell anyone what I have told you?" "Need you ask me that?" said Herrick, with a hearty shake of the hand. "Of course your secret is safe with me." "And about Mrs. Marsh?" "I shall see into that," said Herrick gravely. "Remember, Santiago is a dangerous man. I do not know what trouble he may yet cause. If necessary, I must use what you have told me about the crime. But you may be sure that for Stephen's sake and for yours, I shall be circumspect in my dealings with the matter. As for you, my friend, wait here until this mystery is quite solved, then go back to the East End or to the Wild Lands as a missionary." "Yes," said Corn with a sigh, "I know. Only in that way shall I find rest." The two men shook hands and parted very good friends. Corn returned to his study intensely relieved by the sympathy and by the fact that he had someone to share his secret. Herrick walked home to the Pines, wondering at the perplexity of the case. He thought less of Corn than of Mrs. Marsh. Suddenly he stopped. "I see," he said to himself. "This was why Mrs. Marsh poisoned herself with an overdose of chloral. Poor woman." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Another mystery. The first thing that struck Dr. Jim the next day was an alteration in the demeanor of his friend. When Herrick arrived at the Pines after his visit to Corn, the squire had already retired to bed, and was asleep, so the servant said. Not wishing to disturb him, Jim had supper all to himself, and went to his own room after a brisk walk on the terrace. It struck him as curious that Stephen did not come down to breakfast the next morning, as he was now comparatively well. On asking for the squire, he was informed that Marsh Carr had gone out for a walk. Herrick therefore had another lonely meal, wondering the while what had taken Stephen out so early. The young man did not return till late in the afternoon, and then excused himself by stating that he had been to see Petronella at Beorminster. "She is still in that dull house," said Marsh Carr gloomily, "although I think she is tired of it, and wants to go to her own country. But she refuses to go all the same." "What is her reason?" asked Herrick sharply. "I can't get it out of her. She says my mother left a message with her." "For you, I suppose. Well, why doesn't she deliver it and get away?" "The message is for you, Herrick." Jim stared. "For me?" he cried. "Why, what possible message can your poor mother have left for me?" "I really do not know," replied Stephen indifferently. "You had better see Petronella and ask her. She is looking very ill, and if she stays much longer in that damp house she will die." "All right," replied Herrick coolly. "I'll look her up some time. I dare say the message is only one asking me to look after you." So Dr. Jim said, but in his heart he was wondering if the dead woman had left behind her any confession of her crime. She might have done so, yet if she had poisoned herself to escape the consequences, it would have been foolish of her to incriminate herself. Herrick resolved to see Petronella at the first opportunity, and learn what it was that she had to tell him. If there were any really important message, it was strange that the old Italian had not delivered it long ago. He had seen her frequently, and there had been ample opportunity for her to fulfill her mistress's dying wish. However, Herrick put this out of his mind, for the moment and turned his attention to Stephen. "You are not looking well, Steve," he said gravely. "Your face is white. You have dark rings round your eyes, and a haggard look, as though you had not slept all night." "I am not yet quite myself," said Marsh Carr, in a far more irritable tone than Herrick had ever heard him use before. "I can see that, and being someone else has not improved your temper. I hope I have not offended you by going to town, Steve." "Certainly not. How can you think so?" "Well," said Dr. Jim, looking at him, "it struck me that you have been trying to avoid me lately. If you are tired of me, Steve, you need only say so, and I'll pack up and go." "No, I'm hanged if you will," said the squire vigorously. "I can't do without you. I have been worried a trifle, and it has told on my present state of health. I'll be all right in a day or so." "Is there anything I can help you with?" "No, it is a private matter, and concerns myself only." In the face of this intimation, Herrick could not press his inquiries, and began to speak on other subjects, Stephen replying more or less absently. As soon as he could, he withdrew to his own room, saying he wanted to lie down. Herrick did not seek to detain him, but shook his head. "Something is wrong, and he won't tell me what it is," he thought. "I wonder if Santiago has been tampering with him in any way. Perhaps Bess may know the reasons for this change. I'll see her at once." But the extraordinary thing was that he found Bess changed also. He had left her bright and merry, anxious to probe the secret of Colonel Carr's death. He returned to find her nervous, ill at ease, and disinclined to continue her detective investigations. "I don't think we shall arrive at anything," she said, when Herrick pressed her. "I spoke to Inspector Bridge, and he can do nothing. He's a professional, and if he fails, how can we hope to succeed?" "Inspector Bridge is a conceited ass," replied Dr. Jim gravely. "He knows absolutely nothing. I know more than he does." "Did you see the Mexican and Mr. Joyce?" asked Bess. "I saw them, and I spoke to them, and I have found out something which I need not tell you just now. It would be useless to do so. I must search out the matter for myself, and when I succeed you shall know." Bess sighed. "I do not mind in the least," she said mournfully. "I have ceased to take an interest in the matter. If Frisco did not kill Colonel Carr, I do not know who did." "You are changeable, like all women," said Dr. Jim, rather puzzled by her attitude, yet never guessing its cause. "By the way, did you find out anything about that pistol?" Yes, Bess thought she might as well tell him, as he would certainly learn the truth sooner or later from Bridge. "The bullet fits the barrel." "I thought so," said Jim. "It is the weapon which was used." "Yes," answered Bess. Then, after a pause, "I made another discovery." "Oh, you did? And about what, my dear?" "The bullet which was used. It is of silver." "Of silver? What do you mean? Isn't it lead?" Bess laughed rather irritably. "If it was of lead, how could it be silver?" she asked, and then went on to tell how the jeweler had examined the missile. "Isn't it curious?" she said. Herrick nodded absently. His eyes were fixed on the ground, and he was trying to think of the reason Mrs. Marsh could have had for using so expensive a bullet. Certainly the weapon was old-fashioned, and she would have to manufacture the bullets for herself. But why use silver in preference to lead or pewter? In an ordinary household the supply of the last two metals was likely to be more plentiful than the first. This was a problem, but one of so trifling a nature that Herrick dismissed it almost immediately. He turned his attention to Bess. "What have you and Stephen been doing with yourselves?" he asked. Bess started violently and changed color at once. "Nothing, Jim," she said stiffly. "Why do you ask?" "Well, you both look ill. Stephen is avoiding me, and you are as silent as an owl." "Not so stupid, I hope," said Bess with a laugh. At this moment Ida entered the room, and nothing more was said. But Ida also complained of Stephen's health. "I wish you would make him stay in bed, Dr. Jim," she said. "I am certain that he has got up too soon, and is not strong enough to go about. Look how pale he is, and silent. I can't get a word out of him." Herrick nodded. "I'm not pleased myself, Ida. This comes of my running away to town. I'll exert my authority." He spoke to Stephen, and urged him to lie up for a few days. The young man obeyed meekly enough, and this very meekness made Herrick uneasy. He would rather that Stephen had shown fight, but the squire remained in bed, took what was given him, and hardly ever opened his mouth. Ida was in despair. Herrick was puzzled, and the two met to discuss the situation. "When did he change like this?" asked Dr. Jim. "I think it was a day after you left," replied Ida tearfully. "I went to Bealeminster to see Flo, and left him quite bright. When I met him again, he was dull and quiet and white. Yet Bess was with him while I was away, so he should not have missed me so much." "Oh," said Jim, with sudden interest, "so Bess was with him, was she? It strikes me that Bess herself is not so bright as she might be." "Indeed, you are right there," said Miss Endicott. "She is sad and silent, just like Stephen, or else she is so gay that I think she is too excited. She cries for the least thing, and laughs without any cause." "Sounds like hysteria to me, yet Bess is not given that way." "Of course not," said Ida, repelling the suggestion hastily. "She is a strong, healthy, sensible girl, and above such weakness. But, as you say, she and Stephen have both changed, I think." Here Ida hesitated and looked down. It amazed Herrick when she looked up to see her eyes were filled with tears. He could not understand it at all. "My dear girl, what is the matter?" he exclaimed irritably. "Are you ill also? The devil has broken loose here since my departure." I can't help it," sobbed Ida. "I thought that Bess and Stephen might like one another." "Of course they do, Ida. Why shouldn't they?" "You don't understand what I mean. I wonder if they were in love with one another, and regret their engagements." Herrick burst into such a hearty fit of laughter that she was cheered. "I never heard such nonsense in my life," he said. "Where's your woman's wit, Ida? Why, Bess loves me devotedly, I am certain. As for Stephen, he adores the very ground you walk on. No, it is not that, my dear girl." "Then what can it be?" asked Ida, drying her tears. "I shall question Bess until I find out," said Herrick grimly. "You have no idea how I can torture people with cross-examination." True to his idea, Dr. Jim sought out Bess. He came across her in the pine wood beside the fairy circle. Her eyes were cast on the ground, and she looked despondent. When she saw Herrick, she made as if to go away. Dr. Jim felt wounded. "Bess, don't you want to see me?" "Of course I do," she said brightly, "only I'm not very well." "Neither is Stephen," said Dr. Jim, and he saw by her start that the remark made her nervous. "Have you two quarreled?" "No, we have not. We are great friends." "Are you in love with one another, then?" Bess grew crimson and stamped. "How dare you say such a thing as that even in jest?" she said. "What would Ida say if she heard it?" "It was Ida's own idea," replied Herrick with a smile. "Seeing you two so glum, she fancied that you regretted your engagements and wanted to marry one another. Just say if this is the case, Bess, and Ida and I will console each other. That would be only fair, you know." The first smile that Herrick had seen on her face since his return dimpled the cheek of Bess. "I never heard such nonsense. I like Stephen, but you are the man I love. You stupid Jim, you know that." "I'm not quite sure if I do," said Jim gravely. "In love? There should be complete confidence. "Surely there is between us," said Bess nervously. "You can't look me in the face and repeat that." Bess made the attempt and failed. "It is nothing," she said obstinately. "There is something, however," said Dr. Jim sternly. "You and Stephen have some secret between you which is making you both ill. What is it?" "I can't tell you, Jim." "Then there is a secret." "I won't be questioned like this," cried Bess, with angry evasion. Herrick took the girl by the arm and forced her to look into his face. "My dear girl," he said, "I am to be your husband, and you must obey and consult me in all things. If you are playing with fire, I must know. Do you not trust me, Bess?" "Yes, but the secret is not my own." "In that case, I won't press you for an explanation," he said, relaxing his grip. "You are a foolish girl to have any secrets from one who loves you. But I suppose you have given your word not to tell." "Yes, I cannot break my word." Herrick nodded. "I do not ask you to. The secret of Stephen shall be respected. I do not even ask if it has to do with the murder of his uncle. There is no need to ask." Bess looked at him irresolutely, her face scarlet. Then, without a word, she went slowly away. Herrick looked after her and nodded to himself. "I believe she has found out something about Mrs. Marsh, and has told Stephen. That would account for their melancholy, and for the secret which he says exists between them. I shall ask Stephen." That same afternoon Herrick went back to the Pines and into the bedroom of Marsh Carr. The young man was lying, staring at the ceiling. He seemed listless and worn out. When Jim entered, he turned his face toward the wall so as to avoid his friend's eyes. Herrick pretended to take no notice, although he was cut to the heart by the avoidance of his gaze. He was very fond of Stephen, and mourned over this thing which had come between them. However, it was necessary to take extreme measures if the situation was to be improved. "Steve," said Herrick, formulating a plan, "I can't eat alone any longer. You must come down to dinner tonight." "I can't," said Stephen in a muffled tone. "I'm too ill." "I know you are. Life and brightness and my society are what you need. I was wrong to send you to bed. As your doctor, I now order you to get up." Stephen turned sulky. "I don't want to." "You do not know what is good for you, my friend," said Herrick, coolly. "I shall expect to find you dressed and down to dinner at 8. After a good meal, you will be more like your old self." In this way, after much coaxing, scolding, ordering, and threatening, Jim got the young man to get up and dress. Marsh Carr did so reluctantly enough, for he was desperately afraid of betraying the secret he had told Bess. To the sharp eyes of Herrick, however, he was really tired himself of being alone. This seclusion could not be kept up forever, and it was as well to make a beginning and get back into the old routine. He therefore dressed with some care after a bath, and came down into the drawing-room, looking much better. Herrick was standing on the hearth-rug, big and masterful. "Here you are at last," he said, "just in time for a glass of sherry." Stephen protested, but Herrick insisted. "You want something to make you eat after being in bed all day. This sherry and bitters will do for a medicine. I want you to eat and drink well tonight, Steve. You must get color into your cheeks and fire into your eye. What will Ida say if I attend to you so badly?" Stephen drank the sherry and felt better. Then they went to eat a capital dinner, and Dr. Jim saw that his friend tasted every dish. He also made him drink champagne, and talked the whole time in a lively way that was infectious. By the time dinner was over, Stephen felt positively happy. Then came cigars, coffee, and cognac in the library. "Now, Steve, don't you feel better?" said Herrick, when they were seated vis-a-vis beside a blazing fire. Yes, replied the squire, and looking round the gorgeously coloured room, at the evidence of wealth and luxury spread out on every hand. I feel immensely better, I suppose. I shall pick up soon. If you follow the advice I shall leave you with, I think you will, said Herrick, with intention, and stared at the fire. What do you mean, Jim? You don't intend to? Ah, but I do, though, Steve. I cannot stay with anyone who does not trust me wholly. I want to be your friend. Your stepmother asked me to look after you. I promised to do what I could. But unless you give me your unreserved confidence, it is useless for me to remain. Stephen rose agitated and began to pace the room. I trust you in every way, Jim. You know I do. I know nothing of the sort, Steve. You trust Bess, though. Ah, she has told you, cried Marsh Carr angrily. No, she has told me nothing. But I'm not a fool, Steve, and I have eyes in my head. I saw that she was as sad as you, and by putting two and two together, I became certain that there was something between you to make both sad. Bess would not tell me anything, nor did I ask her. She is a loyal little woman. Still, from her manner, I guessed there was a secret. I am certain, added Herrick, looking steadily at his friend, that such a secret can only have to do with the death of your uncle. Now, as I'm looking after this case, you must tell me what you know. If you do not, I shall throw up the matter and leave you. I must be trusted all in all, or not at all, my friend. While Herrick was speaking, Stephen had sat down. He changed from red to white, from white to red again, and his breathing became short and hard. He saw that Herrick was in earnest, and that he would either have to tell or lose his friend. In a tumult of anxiety he rose again, and began to pace the room. "You put me to a hard test," he cried. "Perhaps I do," replied Dr. Jim calmly, "but it is to prove your friendship and your manhood. Tell me the truth." "You will despise me if I do," said Marsh Carr thoughtlessly, and regretted the words almost as soon as they had left his mouth. Herrick appeared unmoved, although he was inwardly surprised. "I do not think anything you could say or do would make me despise you," he said in his calmest tone. "I know you too well to think you would do anything dishonorable. Come, what is it?" But Stephen still remained silent, his eyes on the ground. He was debating whether he would go on or not. Herrick saw his hesitation and guessed its cause. "You have got over the worst now," he said soothingly. "Come along, Steve. Sit down and tell me." "No," replied Stephen hoarsely. "I prefer to stand up." Then suddenly, "It was I who fired those 3 shots into the body of my uncle." "Was it?" said Herrick quietly. "And why did you do that?" "Because I was mad at the time." "Had you not better tell me the whole affair? Then I shall be in a position to judge of your madness." Stephen was amazed at the calm way in which his friend took the intelligence. However, he had gone so far that there was nothing left to do but to confess all as he had confessed to Beth. In a hurried manner the young man repeated the tale, and informed Herrick how Bess had found out the truth by means of the revolver. "And now you must despise me," was his final remark. He sunk into his chair with a groan. Herrick paused for a moment to think. Then he carefully lighted his pipe. "I do not despise you by any manner of means," he said calmly, "but I must admit that I think you are quixotic." The word to Stephen's mind was so inapplicable to the situation that he looked up astonished, scarcely believing his ears. "Quixotic?" he repeated. "I do not quite see." "Well," said Herrick, nodding, "you see Mrs. Marsh is dead, so no harm can be done to her. It is good of you to screen her memory." "Stop, stop! What do you mean, Herrick?" cried the squire, much agitated. "I mean that you have taken this guilt on your head to screen your stepmother's memory." Stephen paused, then he looked up resolutely. "Yes," he said, "I may tell you if I tell no one else. It was my mother who fired those shots. Bess found out about my pistol, which my mother used, so I took the blame on myself." "You chivalrous ass," said Herrick with a growl. "And you've been fretting over this? Why didn't you save time by telling me before?" I thought. "Never mind what you thought. After you came to seek your mother at the rectory, you did not find her. What did you do?" Stephen stared. "How do you know that I did not find her there?" he asked. "I know more than you think. Tell me all that you saw." "I saw nothing," replied Stephen. "Corn said that my mother had gone to the Carr Arms. I could not find her there. I fancied, in one of her rages, she might have gone up to the pines. I went there, but saw nothing. Then I came back to the Carr Arms, and found my mother. She said I had missed her. I thought she spoke the truth. I never questioned her, even after I heard of Carr's death. It never entered my head that she had killed the man." "Then how did you guess?" "It came into my head like a flash when Bess said that my revolver was empty in 3 chambers. I was certain that when I put it away the whole 6 were loaded. Even as Bess spoke, it entered my mind that my mother must have taken the revolver and have gone up after she left the rectory a second time to threaten the colonel. She must have found him dead, and then have fired the 3 shots into his body. Then she replaced the revolver. I never thought of looking at it. It was brought here along with some other things, and it was only when Bess—" "I see," nodded Dr. Jim. "Now look here, Steve. Had your mother another pistol, an old-fashioned horse pistol?" "No, I am sure she had not. At least, I never saw her with one. It was with such a pistol that Carr was shot. Good heavens, Herrick, you do not mean to say that my mother killed the man?" "Well, I've heard your account, and I've heard the account of Corn. I don't know how to reconcile the two." "Corn the rector? What has he to do with it?" "A good deal. So have Joyce and Santiago and others. See here, Steve, I've been searching for evidence in this case for a long time. To spare you, I said nothing. But now that your stepmother has been brought into the matter, it is but right you should know. Sit down. I will tell you a long and interesting story." Rather dazed, Stephen did as he was told. Then Dr. Jim related all that he had learned, bringing the narrative down to the end of his interview with the Reverend Pentland Corn. "Now, what do you think?" he asked, when the whole story was told. "I do not know what to think. My mother, I can't believe that she would. "It does seem strange," said Herrick. "But I tell you what, it is my opinion that this message Petronella will deliver will tell the truth." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A message from the dead. The old Italian woman looked very ill. Her form was shrunken, her face thin and white, her eyes unnaturally large. Evidently the misty climate of the Midlands chilled her to the bone. She had developed a hacking cough, and shook with the ague when the east wind tormented Beorminster. Herrick was shocked at the change which had taken place in her appearance during these few short weeks. Apparently Petronella was not long for this world. But the near approach of death did not appall her. She was terribly lonely, now that her mistress was gone. "Signor Dottore," she croaked, when Herrick made his appearance, "you have come to see me. That is good. But you will not cure me." "No, I am dead, signor." "Dio mio, what does it matter?" she ended, with a characteristic shrug, punctuated with a cough. "Indeed, you do look ill, Petronella," said Dr. Jim sympathetically. "I must ask the squire to send over someone to look after you." "No," replied the old woman obstinately. "I am well here, and it will not be long, signor. Soon I shall be in my beautiful Italy." At least come over to the Pines, Petronella. You will be better attended to there, and it is warmer." But Petronella crossed herself with pious horror. Go to that devil Casa, Signor? Not me. He had the evil eye, that man who died. See, Signor, I went one day with Madrona, and he swore at me. I had an accident the next day. Cospetto, Jatura, that Signor. But come in, Signor Doctori. This is the best room. She led Herrick into what once had been the drawing-room. Ah, Bisciori di Chianti, Signor? Signor Stephen sent me some Chianti. No, thank you, Petronella, replied Herrick, sitting down on a dusty seat. I want to have a chat with you. We will talk in your own language, if you like. Ah, no, Signor, I speak the English well, thanks be to the saints. My padrona was fond of speaking the English, so we will talk, Signor Doctori. Herrick acquiesced with a shrug. He was quite prepared to talk any language she chose, provided he got what he wanted. He was not very certain how to go about the matter. Petronella was a shy bird, and inclined to be obstinate. He felt his way in a roundabout fashion, so as to take her by surprise. "You'll be glad to get back to Italy, Petronella?" Si, to the little town by the Adriatic. There I was born, Signor, and there I will die. If I die not here, ah, Dio! You are in pain, I fear?" Petronella shrugged her lean shoulders. "I'm always in pain," she said. "My legs and body all pain. But the padrona left me something to take, thanks be to her. Povera Signora, and the pain goes. Not chloral, I hope." "Si, Signor, a little bottle of chloral. I take not much, only when I am bad, so bad. Then the pain goes." "Be careful what you do, Petronella. Remember, your mistress died from taking too much." "I shall be careful," muttered the old woman. "Ah, Dio mio! What does it matter if I die, all alone in this big house, and Signor Stefano away?" "You saw him the other day, he told me," said Dr. Jim carefully, approaching his business. "He told me you had some message for me." Petronella nodded and screwed up her thin lips. "Only when he is in danger, Signor. Not now. He is too well." "What do you mean, Petronella?" asked Herrick, puzzled by her nods. "Signor Doctori," said Petronella, standing very straight, "my padrona, before she died, called to me. She gave me a large letter and told me to give it to the Signor Doctori when Signor Stefano was in danger." "Oh?" Herrick's eyes flashed. He had always wondered how it was that Mrs. Marsh had died without making any sign. After the conversation she had had with him, he quite expected that she would have left him a farewell message. It appeared that she had done so, but that the letter had been withheld by Petronella according to instructions. "When did she write this, Petronella? You said nothing about it at the time." "No, I did what I was told to do, Signor. Ecco, Signor Doctori. It was in this way. After my padrona got the letter from the postman in the middle of the day, she was very angry and afraid." "Afraid? Why was she afraid?" "Chi lo sa," shrugged Petronella. "She said nothing to me, but she told me to bring pen and ink and paper. All the afternoon she was writing. Ah, how she did write! Then she put all the writing into an envelope, Signor, and wrote our name on it. She told me to give it to the Signor Doctori when Signor Stefano was in danger. She said that Signor Doctori was a good man. I give it to you, Signor, but not now. No," and Petronella, closing her mouth firmly, shook her aged head. "I think you had better give it to me this very minute, Petronella," said Herrick, rising, "for Signor Stefano is in very great danger indeed." "As how, Signor Doctori?" "He may be accused of murdering his uncle, Colonel Carr." "Ah, Dio mio! crowed the old woman. "Did I not say that the dead man had the evil eye? Did I not tell the Signora that evil would come to the young Signor from his death?" She caught Herrick's arm and fixed her glittering eyes on his face. "You swear to me that this is true what you say? Signor Stefano is in danger, eh? "I swear he is, Petronella," replied Herrick earnestly, "and this packet you talk of may save him." "Ah, see. Well do I know, Signor Dottore, that is so. My padrona said that it told how the danger could be set aside. You understand? In this letter, Signor, there is a strange story. Do you know what it is, Petronella?" "No, Signor Dottore. Padrona did not tell me, but she said it was a strange story, and to be read when my young Signor was in danger. I will go and bring it. La, la, la! It is danger, Dio mio! That wicked Signor who is dead. Birbante ladrone! The evil eye, the evil eye!" Coughing as she went, the old woman hobbled out of the room. Dr. Jim sat still wondering if he was about to learn the truth at last. If Pentland Corn was to be believed, Mrs. Marsh had been at the Pines about the hour when the crime had been committed. Herrick did not now believe that she had killed the man herself, as she had been possessed of the modern revolver with which the 3 shots had been fired. It was impossible to imagine that she had fired 1 shot with an old-fashioned weapon, and had then reverted to the use of the new revolver. No, the first shot, the death shot, had been fired by someone else, possibly by Frisco. Mrs. Marsh had met the assassin in the house, but for reasons of her own had not divulged the name. Also, judging from her conversation, she had known a great deal about Carr and Frisco, especially about the latter, seeing that she had warned Jim that Frisco might attempt to kill Stephen. As a matter of fact, although the man had not struck the blow himself, he had guided the hand of Santiago to strike it. Herrick wondered if Mrs. Marsh would say anything about the Mexican. "At all events, I shall know the truth at last," he said. "After reading this letter, the mystery will be one no longer. But why did Mrs. Marsh delay such important information all this time?" This was a question he could not answer. He was still puzzling over it when Petronella entered the room, carrying a large blue envelope sealed with the Carr crest. This she handed to Herrick with much ceremony. "There is my trust, Signor," she croaked. "Bear witness by all the saints that I gave it only when the young Signor was in danger." "That is all right, Petronella. I shall read it here. Will you stay?" "No, Signor Dottore. I do not want to hear the secrets of my padrona. I go to make myself a meal, Signor. You stay here and read. A glass of wine, Signor Dottore? Ah? Por l'amor di Dio, un bicchiere di Chianti?" Herrick politely refused the attention, and Petronella went grumbling out of the room. She was a hospitable old soul, and liked the doctor. When he was alone in that dismal, deserted apartment, he drew up his chair close to the window and opened the envelope. 5 or 6 sheets of closely written paper fell out, also a typewritten letter. After a glance at this last, Dr. Jim smoothed out the paper and began to read. The story, as it might be called, commenced abruptly. This impetuosity was extremely characteristic of Mrs. Marsh. After a glance round the room, Dr. Jim settled to read. The manuscript was as follows: "I am a wicked woman and an evil woman. There, you see, Mr. Herrick, I place my character before you in the first line. I know you are no fool, or I should not make such a confession. But when you read these pages, I shall be in my grave, so what you say or think does not matter. If these pages are made public, there will be blame enough from other people. To save my boy, they must be made public. I can foresee that he will be accused of the murder of that beast Carr. I swear that he is innocent. He knows nothing. From the grave I send out my voice to defend him. And you are a clever man, Herrick. The defense of my poor boy I confide to you. If you do not do your best, I swear to haunt you, if it be possible for the dead to return. But after all, you are too sensible to be frightened by this talk. Let me get to the facts of the case. Those will interest you more than the ravings of a dying woman. So I begin. I have said that Colonel Carr was a beast. I repeat it. He was a cruel tiger. Rolling in wealth, he refused to give me any money, yet he knew that I was accustomed to luxury, and that Stephen was his nephew. No wonder I hated the man. Again and again I implored him, almost on my knees, to allow me sufficient to live on. He always refused with his sneering laugh. Often I wonder that I did not kill him. Yet he had one good point. He had loved his sister, and out of love for her memory, he made Stephen his heir. He also caused him to be educated, but when that was done, he refused to allow him an income to live like a gentleman. I hated Carr for that. Even if he had not allowed me money, still his own sister's child should not have felt the pinch of poverty. I love Stephen. He is a very kind, good boy, and has put up with my vile temper all these years. Now that he is rich, I hope he will marry Ida, if she does not prefer you, and I do not think that is likely, and live the happy life of a country gentleman. My blessings on them both. To come to the point which I know you want to reach. On the night of Carr's murder, I was at the rectory. It came to my ears through some words dropped by Frisco when he was intoxicated that Carr intended to disinherit my son. Whom he intended to favor I do not know, nor do I care. But I could not stand meekly by and see the lad robbed of what was righteously his own. I went into Saxham that afternoon to see Carr, and to remonstrate against his committing the monstrous injustice he had contemplated. He saw me with the greatest coolness, and behaved quite in accordance with his character. In vain did I point out that Stephen was the sole living representative of his blood, and was entitled by law to the property. Carr said that he had another relative living, a cousin descended from an uncle of his, who had been turned out of doors by his grandfather. This uncle had married in America, and had died, leaving a daughter who married a Yankee. It was the son of this daughter to whom Carr referred as his cousin. Furthermore, he declared that his cousin had a son about the age of my Stephen. I asked him if he intended to leave the property to this cousin and his brat. But this he denied. He said that he had made the money himself, and would leave it to whomsoever he pleased. In a word, he defied me. I was helpless. I could do nothing, and that afternoon I left the Pines mad with rage, after a threat to kill Carr. Needless to say, he laughed at my threat. Why I did not kill him then, you will ask. Because I wanted to give the man one last chance. I warned him that I would shoot him if he persisted in his injustice. I said that I would return that evening for my answer. Then I went to the rectory and had dinner with Pentland Corn. Here, my dear Herrick, I may state that I had brought a pistol with me, or rather a revolver. It belonged to Stephen, who at one time had a craze for shooting. The revolver was put away in its case, which was on the mantelpiece of his study. I remembered that it was there, and on looking I found that all 6 chambers were loaded. I knew that Stephen never troubled about the weapon, so I took it with me to the Pines. But on that afternoon I did not use it. Carr, I said to myself, should have his chance. Stephen was to come to the rectory for me about 9. Some time before that I told Corn that I would go to the Carr Arms to meet Stephen, but I intended to go up to the Pines. Corn never suspected my intention. I quickly went up to the Pines shortly before 9. I found no one in the lower part of the house. Frisco, I suppose, was sleeping off his drunken fit. As I heard from Napper that he had been drinking in the afternoon and had uttered threats against his master, I knew that if anywhere, Carr would be in the tower. The table was laid out for dinner, but he was not in the dining-room. I went upstairs and found him in the tower chamber. He was in evening dress, lying dead with his face downward. I turned him over and saw that he had been shot through the heart. At once I guessed that Frisco had carried out his threat and had murdered the colonel. But I thought Carr might have altered his will before dying. I was quite mad with rage, thinking he had cheated me. Then I did what you will consider a terrible and barbarous thing. I fired 3 shots into his dead body. I suppose it was wicked of me, seeing that the man was dead, but I am Italian, as you know, and I was mad with fury at the thought of how he had treated me. The only revenge I could take was to have my share in his death, so I fired 3 times. It did me good, and I came away much calmer. I see you raise your eyebrows in horror, my virtuous Herrick. Ah, bah! You are English, and cold-blooded as a frog. I'm Italian, and I did what I did. I have no other excuse to make. I was only a few minutes in the tower chamber. Then I came down to get away, lest I should be accused of the crime. At the door below I met Frisco. He had his hat and coat on, and a small bundle in his hand. I said, "You have killed him. He lies dead upstairs." Frisco denied that he was guilty, and referred to my 3 shots. I explained, and told him that he could call up the whole countryside to hear what I had done. At the same time I warned him that as I had found the colonel dead, I would accuse him of the murder. Frisco repeated that he had not killed him, but said he might have done so later on. Carr had treated him so badly. He was entitled to the money. He was a relative of Carr's. I saw at once that this was the cousin, and said so. Frisco did not deny it. He told me he would have to go away, as he might be accused of the murder, and could not afford to remain and face the matter out. But he warned me that if Stephen took the property, he would find means to get rid of Stephen. I laughed at him, but I was afraid. Frisco was almost as big a brute as his master and cousin. Then, seized with a sudden panic, he ran out of the house and into the pine wood. I left also, and got down to the Carr Arms, where afterwards Stephen came for me. I told him that I had been there all the time, but that he must have missed me. That is the truth as regards the events of that night. I found Carr dead, and in anger I fired those 3 shots. Who killed the man I do not know. I am inclined to believe it was Frisco, in spite of his protestations of innocence. But you know how he ran away. He went to London, and from London he wrote to me. I enclose his letter. The next few days, and the murder was known, I said nothing. I replaced the revolver in its case. I persuaded Stephen that I had not been to the Pines on that night, and he believed me. Then he became possessed of the property on certain conditions. I breathed freely. Carr had not had the time to make a new will, and my boy was safe. So far so good. Then came the bolt from the blue. I received the enclosed letter from Frisco, in which he threatened to write to the police and denounce me. If he does this, I am lost. It will be difficult for me to defend myself. The evidence against me, if the matter is looked into, will be too strong. But you can see that for yourself, Herrick, so I need not be more explicit. Under these circumstances, and to save Stephen, I have made up my mind to die. If the truth about my visit came to light, even although I were proved guiltless of the murder, Stephen is quite foolish enough to give up the money. He is a good boy, but weak, quixotic. The only way I can save him, and myself also for that matter, is to die. I'm not afraid. I've had such a wretched life that I do not think things will be worse in the next world. Besides, the chloral, against the abuse of which you are always warning me, affords me a chance of slipping quietly and painlessly out of a world that is much too hard for me. If I die, Stephen will be safe, for Frisco can do nothing. His threats will fall harmless on the dead. The man is dangerous, though. He might try to murder Stephen. I gave you a hint of that, Herrick, but I know you are clever, and so long as you are with my boy, I do not fear for him in that way. Yet, as regards the rest, it is possible that Frisco may denounce Stephen as guilty of murder. Stephen told me he went to the Pines that night to see if I had gone up there. Someone may have seen him. Then I used his revolver. That would also be evidence against him, and even if I had destroyed the weapon, that would still be evidence against him. While I live, I dare not tell the whole truth. Therefore, I make this confession, and I shall give it to Petronella. She will deliver it to you when danger threatens Stephen. From the contents of this you will know how to act, so as to thwart Frisco. Stephen is innocent, and I verily believe that Frisco is guilty in spite of his denial. I can die in peace now, for I know when this confession is in your hands that Stephen will be safe. I trust to your head and to your heart, Herrick. I am sure you will not fail me. No doubt you think I am going to extremes in dying. That may be, but I am sick of this life. Even if I lived, I should have nothing but trouble. Besides, my poor Stephen has had quite enough of me. I hope he will marry Ida and be happy. Were I to live and remain with them, I should spoil their happiness. What would a sour old woman do with two such lovers? Well, Herrick, I am about to seal this up, and then I shall take a dose of chloral, an overdose. Thus my death will appear to be an accident. The world will think so. I wonder if you will. You also may be deceived. But I think you will be clever enough to doubt the accident. For you know I am not the woman to be careless. Do not show this to Stephen unless you are absolutely compelled. I love the boy, and I want him to think the best of the woman who is gone. So, no more. Good-bye to you, my dear Herrick. You have been a good friend to me. Continue to be so to my boy. Also, if you have any religion, which I doubt, pray for the soul of Bianca Marsh. And here I sign my name for the last time, Bianca Marsh. When Herrick finished this extraordinary document, he laid it down with a sigh for the memory of the wrong-headed, impulsive woman who had written it. She had acted foolishly, but for the best, and since the poor soul had gone to her account, Herrick could not find it in his heart to blame her. After a pause, he took up the type-written letter. It was typed in purple ink, without date or address, and even the signature of Frisco was in print. It ran as follows: If you do not make your son do justice to me and to my son, I will write and tell the police that you murdered Colonel Carr. I must have half the money left by Carr allowed to me by arrangement. You can answer my letter by an advertisement in the Daily Telegraph. Then I will write to you and make arrangements. All I want to know now is whether you insist upon your son giving the money, or face the disgrace of being arrested for the murder. I have a witness who can prove your presence in the house. If necessary, I will come forward and give myself up. I can save myself and condemn you. Choose. I shall look every morning in the paper. Frisco. Herrick read this precious letter over twice. He wondered that it was typed instead of written. Not that he did not see the reason for this, but that he wondered how a hunted fugitive like Frisco could procure a machine. Then the truth flashed into his mind. "Robin," said Herrick, rolling up the papers. "Frisco met him, went to his chambers, and disclosed the fact that he was his father. Ha! Between the two of them, they wrote this letter so as to frighten Mrs. Marsh into giving them the money through her influence over Stephen. Robin typed the letter and sent it. Little scamp! He did not tell me that. I shall go again to town and see him. Then Frisco must be produced from his hiding place. Robin can and shall do that. This is all very well, but still the mystery of Carr's death was unsolved. Mrs. Marsh was innocent. She declared Frisco to be guilty. On the face of it, he was. But Herrick had his doubts. The case was getting more difficult at every fresh discovery. For the first time, he mistrusted his own powers of dealing with the matter. "I must consult Stephen and Bess," said Dr. Jim, and left the house. In his pocket was the confession of the late Mrs. Marsh. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The unexpected happens. For the next 24 hours, Dr. Jim kept his counsel. He said sufficient to set Stephen's mind at rest about his mother, but did not tell the whole story or show the confession which he had obtained from Petronella. He wanted to turn matters over in his own mind before doing this. The fact is, Jim was getting a little weary of the whole affair. Every new piece of evidence that came to light seemed only to complicate it. He felt sure that the paper left by Mrs. Marsh would solve the mystery, but although it told much, it did not reveal all. She declared, in a half-hearted sort of way, that Frisco was guilty, but she gave no proofs. The man in that hurried conversation at the door had denied the charge, and beyond the fact of his flight, there was no evidence against him. It occurred to Jim that the best thing to do would be to drop the matter altogether. It seemed useless to follow such a will-o'-the-wisp. Still, I do not like to do this on my own responsibility, he thought after much consideration. It will be best for me to lay all the facts before Bess and Stephen, and go by what they say. If they want to go on with it, well and good. If not, I shall end it at once. With this idea, a most sensible one under the circumstances, Herrick called a council of war. Bess came over from Bifstead, and met Stephen and Jim in the library by appointment. There Herrick again told the whole story of his dealings with the matter, and ended by placing Mrs. Marsh's letter and its enclosure before them. When the squire and Bess had read the documents, and were in possession of all the facts connected with the murder of Colonel Carr, Herrick made a speech to them on that basis. "It seems to me," he said, "that it is foolish going on with this matter. For all that I can see, Frisco is the guilty man. But he has disappeared, and I do not think it is worth while hunting him down. To hang him for the murder of a scoundrel like Carr, I beg your pardon, Steve, but your late uncle was a scoundrel, will be no gratification to any of us. Moreover, if he were caught and tried, this letter might have to be produced. I think it best to stop short at this point." Before Stephen could give his opinion, Bess interrupted him to dwell, after the custom of a woman, on a minor point. "You foolish boy," she said, in reproachful tones. "I see that you took the blame of your mother's doings on yourself. That was stupid. You might have trusted me. My dear Bess, I could not blacken her memory even to you." "Perhaps not, but I should have understood. Now that I think of it," she added, "I wonder that I was so foolish as to believe you. It was entirely opposed to your nature to fire at a dead man." Stephen winced. "Do not say anything more about it, Bess," he said. "She did that. Let the matter rest there. And now, about continuing the search. I agree with Jim. It is best to do nothing more." "I am not so sure of that," replied Bess obstinately. "You see, Santiago may still try and get the money." "No," said Jim positively. "I do not think so. He has been found out. His conspiracy is at an end. He knows that any further move on his part will meet with failure. Believe me, he will return to Mexico and give up fighting. The wisest thing he can do." "What about Joyce?" asked Marsh Carr. "He is worse than useless. Take away Don Manuel, and Joyce is lost. He has neither the pluck nor the intelligence to carry through a plot on his own account. But his father Frisco may use him as an instrument. Frisco has to clear himself first. Joyce knows if he does anything with his father, that I can have him arrested. Rather than that should happen, I believe he would give up Frisco to justice." Bess shuddered. "His own father!" she exclaimed. "Oh, as to that, you can hardly blame Joyce if he does not feel particularly filial. His father has done nothing for him. Besides, Joyce Senior deserted his wife, and Robin was devoted to his mother. It is one of the best traits in his otherwise poor character. No, Bess, I think if Robin came to choose between his own skin and that of Frisco, his father would be the one to suffer. Robin believes in everyone for himself." "He's a wicked little wretch." "He is and he is not. Weak rather than wicked. His scheme to mix you up in the murder by means of that pistol was invented by the Mexican. Joyce only did as he was told." "But in that case," said Stephen, looking up, "I do not see what Santiago had to gain. Robin wanted Bess to marry him. He wanted to inveigle her into the case so that she might not refuse out of fear. But what would that matter to Santiago? Her marriage with Joyce would not have helped on his schemes." "True enough," said Herrick musingly, "but I dare say it was Frisco who suggested the marriage. He wanted to get the money through his son, and perhaps thought he would get more if he put off Robin with Bess." Miss Endicott reddened. "Thank you for nothing, Jim," she said indignantly. "I was evidently to be a pawn in the game." "It seems to me that we all have been pawns," said Jim grimly. "Just consider the mistakes that have been made while we have been searching for the true assassin of Colonel Carr." Bess laughed. "First of all, I was suspected," she said. "Oh, no, that was only a half-hearted attempt on the part of Frisco and his precious son. There was no real evidence to implicate you, Bess. I think, speaking for myself, that I first suspected Robin Joyce. It was your remark about his income, Stephen, that aroused my suspicions. Well, the chain runs as follows," and Herrick ticked off on his fingers. "Joyce first, on the authority, mainly, of the pistol. He said he got it from the Don, so I suspected Manuel. He proved his innocence and accused Pentland Corn. I saw him, and he told me he had picked up the pistol on the lawn of this house. It was his belief that Mrs. Marsh was guilty." "And myself?" said Stephen with a smile. "No, you were like Bess, and came into the matter on your own account. I never believed you had anything to do with the affair. But your stepmother is the last whom I believed might have something to do with it. Certainly she had. But from her letter we know she didn't kill the man. And here we come to a dead stop." "What about Frisco?" said Marsh Carr. "I believe he is the guilty person," said Dr. Jim positively. "Are you going to defend him, Bess?" The girl looked troubled. "I admit that matters look black against him," she said slowly. "He threatened the colonel. He was alone in the house with him, and Mrs. Marsh found him ready to fly. On the other hand, there is something to be said in his favor. Evidently, he should have had a share in this treasure. For some reason the colonel would not give it to him during his life, and only afforded him a chance of getting it after Stephen's death." "Not even then," interrupted Herrick, "for if Stephen had fulfilled the conditions of the will, the fortune would become his absolutely, and he would be able to will it away. "Then I can't understand it," said Bess, "unless Frisco knew of this unjust will, for that it is, if he helped to get the treasure, and murdered the Colonel out of revenge." "I believe he did," said Stephen. "No," put in Dr. Jim briskly, "I do not agree with you. It is my opinion that what Mrs. Marsh said to me before she died was a right view." "What was that?" "Frisco and the Colonel fought a duel. I believe that Frisco came back from the inn drunk and filled with fury against the Colonel. It might have been that through the visit to Mrs. Marsh in the afternoon he had found out all about the will. The Colonel probably defied him, and then Frisco would suggest a duel. He fired first, and the Colonel fell with a still loaded weapon in his hand." "That is all theory," said Bess, still defending the ex-sailor. "But you seem to forget, Jim, that the death shot was fired with that clumsy pistol. If there had been a duel, Frisco would have had at least as good a weapon as the Colonel. There are plenty of revolvers of the new pattern in the gun-room. I am sure Frisco would not have placed himself at such a disadvantage. And again, the silver bullet. Why should Frisco have used that?" Dr. Jim rubbed his head with a vexed air. "I'm afraid you are right, Bess," he said. "A duel is out of the question. I can't see anything ahead. As far as I'm concerned, I give up trying to solve the riddle." "So do I," said Marsh Carr. "I know now that my poor mother did not kill the man. So that is all I care about. Let the matter rest, Herrick. You can send Santiago to Mexico, I suppose?" "Yes, but I think he will want some money." "Give him what he wants and let him go." "I think that will be best, and as for Joyce, I'll see that he keeps quiet." Bess struck in. "What about Frisco?" "He must look after himself," said Dr. Jim. "Innocent or guilty, we can do nothing with him so long as he remains in hiding." "But you can find him?" "Through Joyce, yes, I can. But on the whole, I prefer to let sleeping dogs lie. No, Bess, the whole thing is ended. Now comes the peaceful times. It is necessary to cultivate our garden, as says Voltaire." Stephen laughed. "I think so too," said he. "For my part, I intend to put the whole matter out of my head, and arrange with Ida as to the date of our marriage. As my poor mother has died so lately, we can have a quiet wedding, but married I shall be as soon as I can." "Why?" asked Bess. "In the first place, I want Ida to be my wife because I love her dearly, and in the second, I want to marry her and make my will after the marriage in her favor." "Why can't you make it now?" "It would not be legal. Marriage invalidates a will." Herrick, who had been thinking, looked up with bright eyes. "Stephen," he said, "you are afraid of Frisco." "Yes, I am. He may try and murder me to get the money. So by marrying Ida and leaving it to her, I shall put the matter out of his power. Once he gets to know that the money has gone from him forever, he may leave me alone. He tried through Santiago to kill me once and failed. He may not fail the second time." "There's something in that," said Herrick, and then the council of war, as Bess called it, broke up. The final decision of the three was to let the case stand where it was. They washed their hands of the whole affair. For the next fortnight there was absolute peace. Stephen and Ida arranged to be married in 2 months, and Dr. Jim began to talk of his future with Bess. Jim did not want to live with Stephen after the marriage, and yet he could not leave him without forfeiting his income. Of course Stephen insisted that Herrick should take a certain sum a year until he got on his feet, but Jim would not consent to this. "I can't take money I do not work for," he said decisively. "If you will lend me a small sum, I'll go back to London and start a practice in a new place. I expect it will be a long time before I'm able to marry Bess, but she will wait for me." Bess expressed herself favorably on this point. She would wait for Jim till her hair grew gray, and meantime she could manage Biffstead for Frank after Ida was settled at the Pines. Neither Stephen nor Ida could do anything with this obstinate couple, and they gave up the attempt in despair. But I think it is an infernal shame. You're leaving me in the lurch, said Stephen. Remember what my mother said. Oh, I intend to see you through this year, in case Frisco should attempt to stop your visits to the vault, replied Jim. But after that, I must go and carve out my own fortune. Well, who knows what may happen by then, said Marsh Carr. He was determined in some way to benefit Jim. I'll have to force the money on the fellow, he grumbled to Ida. Bess is just as obstinate, she sighed. However, they will be with us for some months yet. Wait and see, Stephen. Herrick, meanwhile, was priding himself that all was at an end. He wrote to Joyce, stating that he intended to do nothing, and also let Santiago know his decision. From neither did he receive an answer, but this he did not mind. They are powerless to do harm, he said to Bess, and indeed he never expected to hear of the pair again. But one morning Bess came to him with a Daily Telegraph, and pointed out in silence a cipher message in the agony column. It was worded similarly to that put in before, and asked Frisco to meet the inserter at Hyde Park Corner at 3 o'clock in 2 days. Said Jim meditatively. Robin wants to see his father again. What will you do, Jim? Asked Bess anxiously. Nothing. Why should I? If Robin meets his father, they will plot against Stephen. They can't do anything but physical harm, and I'm always with him. But Bess was not to be put off in this way. I really think you should write to Mr. Joyce about it, Jim. He will not answer. Perhaps not, but he will see that you have your eye on him. True enough. I'll see to it, Bess. Jim fully intended to do so, but foolishly put off the matter for a few hours. He wrote to Joyce only on the day before the appointed meeting, and on the next day received a telegram to the effect that it was not Joyce who had inserted the cipher, nor so, said the wire, had Don Manuel. What the devil does this mean? Said Jim to himself. Is it a lie or a truth? If a lie, Manuel and Joyce are plotting. If true, someone else is taking a hand in the game. I'll see Bess. The advice of Bess was that Jim should go up to town without delay. I am sure there's some mischief brewing, she said. You had better go up by this afternoon's train. No, said Jim after a pause. I'll see Steve first. He must know all about this before I go. In fact, I think I'll take him with me. But he has gone away for the day, said Bess. You know he went out cycling with Ida. He won't be back all day. You have no time to lose. I'll wait until he comes back, said Herrick. Now tell you what, Bess, this may be a scheme to get me away from Stephen, in order that they may try and hurt him during my absence. After that assault of Manuel's, I'm never easy in my mind away from the boy. I can't leave him here. If I go up to town, he must come with me. Bess was struck by this view of the matter. There might be something in it, she thought. The consequence was that Herrick waited the return of Stephen, and arranged to go up to town with him the next morning. All the same, Stephen laughed at Dr. Jim. You are a perfect old woman about me, he said. I can look after myself. I am sure you can deal with an honorable foe, said Jim, but here there is every probability that you may be struck in the dark. Stephen shrugged his shoulders. Very well, Jim, you know best. We can go to town by the midday express tomorrow. But before they left the Pines, they received a surprise. In the Times newspaper, which usually arrived shortly after 11, Stephen found some news which surprised him. He went at once in search of Dr. Jim, and found him buttoning his gloves on the doorstep waiting for the cart to come round. "What do you think of that, Herrick?" said the squire. "The devil!" said Jim, and well he might. There was a paragraph in the paper to the effect that the man called Frisco, who was wanted for the murder of Colonel Carr of Saxham, had been captured on the preceding day. No further details were given, but what Herrick read was quite sufficient. He dropped the paper and stared at Stephen. "Shall we need to go up to town now?" asked the squire. "Yes, we must catch this train. Here comes the cart. I shall go and see Joyce at his flat. He may know what this means." "What about Bess?" asked Stephen. "We have no time to talk over the matter with her now. She will see the news in the Telegraph. We can send her a wire from Beorminster Station, not to worry herself. Jump in, Steve." In a few minutes they were driving hard for the cathedral city. At the station Herrick sent the proposed wire to Bifstead, and they caught the express. "We shall be in town for a few days over this," said Herrick, when they were comfortably settled. "I think I can see." "See what?" asked Marsh Carr. "What it means? This is the revenge of that blackguard Santiago for losing the money. Do you think he put in the cipher?" "I am sure he did, and gave the information to the police meantime. No doubt when Frisco arrived at the rendezvous, thinking to meet his son, he was arrested by officers in plain clothes. I have not much sympathy for Frisco, who I fear is a bad lot. All the same, it is hard that he should be tripped up in his stride by that brute of a greaser." "It might be so. I wonder if Don Manuel has stayed to see the matter out. It is the kind of thing he would like to do." "Oh, I am sure of that, Steve. All the same, he wants to look after his own skin. When Frisco is tried, he will tell all he knows about the Mexican's doings out of revenge. Santiago can't face an inquiry, as you know. His assault on you is enough to get him into serious trouble. No, my friend, Don Manuel has done his mischief and cleared out. By this time he's on his way to the New World." "Beast!" muttered Herrick between his teeth. "I should like to make it hot for him." On arriving in town, Herrick sent Stephen with the luggage to the hotel in Jeremy Street, and himself drove off to West Kensington. He learned from the porter that Joyce was in, and ran upstairs. In a few minutes he was seated in the little man's drawing-room, listening to his reproaches. "I did not think you would sell me like this, Herrick," said Robin, wringing his hands in his usual womanish way. "Whatever I may have done to you, you should have kept faith with me. You always pretended to be so superior." "Ah, did I?" said Herrick calmly, but a trifle bewildered at these accusations. "And now, perhaps, you will tell me what I have done. You know well enough. You put that cipher in the paper and betrayed my unfortunate father. I did not think it of you." "He was arrested at Hyde Park Corner?" "Yes, at 3 o'clock yesterday. Of course, he thought I put the cipher in, and came to meet me. But why do I tell you all this? You are perfectly well aware of the success of your treachery." Herrick shrugged his shoulders. At the present moment he did not think it necessary to correct the man. "How about your friend Santiago?" "I wish he was here to punish you," cried Joyce venomously. "He was quite as clever as you, Herrick. But you waited till he sailed, before plotting to capture my father." "So the Don has sailed. When did he go?" "4 days since," replied Robin, dropping into a chair. "As if you didn't know. Why do you come here to exult over me?" "Because I wish to tell you that you are wrong in thinking I put that cipher in the paper. As I wrote to you from Saxon, I decided to let the matter rest. Whether your father was guilty or innocent, I did not care, so long as you and he left Marsh alone. The man who put that into the paper was Santiago." "I do not believe it." Herrick shrugged his shoulders. "As you please, but it is true for all that. I know the cipher, but I give you my word I did not insert it. You knew the cipher, and I'm sure you did not use it to betray your father. The only other person who knew it was the Don, and he has left this last sting behind him out of revenge for losing the money." Robin shook his head. "I might believe that," he said, "if I did not know it was you." "But I tell you it was not," cried Jim impatiently. It was those private detectives who worked for you told me all about it. You told them to have my father arrested." "Belcher and Kidd?" cried Herrick, jumping up. "Ah, you know the name. Yes, they gave notice to the police and had my poor father taken. I guess it was their work, and through you." Dr. Jim stood for a moment in a brown study. He saw well enough what had occurred. The ferret had made use of Santiago to find out the business, and knowing of the reward, he made use of the information extorted from Santiago. I expect they let him leave England on condition that he told them the business and helped them to trap Frisco by means of the cipher. The scoundrels! "Well," said Robin, "what are you going to do now?" "I'm going to see Belcher and Kidd," said Herrick, "and I tell you, Robin, that your friend Santiago has done all this. I have had no hand in it." "But why should Santiago?" "You had better ask your father that," said Herrick. "I suspect he has no cause to love that Mexican. You can believe me or not, Robin, but the truth is the truth. I have not played you false." Robin shook his head. He still doubted. Jim tried no longer to convince him, but left the flat to have it out with the treacherous firm he had employed. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Frisco. It was not until Herrick was well on his way back to the center of the town that he remembered his omission to ask Robin about the typewritten letter. But after all, it did not matter. He knew perfectly well that Joyce had typed it at his father's dictation, and the denial or admission of the little man would make no difference. Things had got past that point. "I must see Belcher and Kidd," said Herrick to himself, "and learn exactly how Santiago managed the business. Then I'll give Firth a look in. I must find some way of speaking to Frisco. Now that he is driven into a corner, he may tell the truth, that is, if it is not likely to hang him." When he arrived at the Strand office of the private inquiry firm, he was received by Kidd. Belcher, it appeared, had gone out for the day on business. Kidd was a heavy man with a red face and a pair of leering gray eyes. Dr. Jim could put up with the ferret, but Kidd he detested. However, as Kidd was the only representative of the firm present, he tackled him, and with no light hand, for Jim was in a royal rage at the way he had been tricked by this cunning pair of rascals. "What is this I hear about the arrest of the man Frisco?" he asked. "Just this, Doctor," replied Kidd, in his heavy voice, but civilly enough. "Don Manuel Santiago gave Belcher the tip on how Frisco could be trapped, and as me and him wanted to earn the reward, we fixed the matter up." "Against my wish," retorted Dr. Jim. "Did I not say that you were not to meddle in the matter? And why shouldn't we get the reward if we could, sir? I had my own reasons that Frisco should be left at large. You have spoiled a plan of mine, and likely as not have caught the wrong man." "As to that, sir," said Kidd doggedly, "I don't know. But right or wrong, we've caught the man and claimed the reward." "It is offered by Mr. Stephen Marsh Carr," said Herrick coolly, "and the matter is in my hands. It is just as likely as not that I may stop Mr. Marsh Carr from paying you 1 penny. You had better have done my business properly, Kidd." "We did do it properly," said Kidd in a surly tone. "I don't think so. It was my wish that the Mexican should be watched. you have let him leave the country." "I didn't," protested Kidd, who would have been insolent, but that he was afraid of losing the reward. "That was Belcher's game." "Belcher's price for receiving instructions how to trap Frisco?" scoffed Herrick. "Do you think I don't know that Santiago taught the cipher to your damned partner?" "You might be civil, Dr. Herrick." "I shall be what I please. You were engaged by me to do certain business, and you have done it badly. Had I wanted Frisco caught, I should have told you. Now, just you let me know how it all came about." "What about the reward, sir?" "I'll see to that, you fools, to go against me like this. I can do your business considerable damage by telling the way you have tricked me." "Oh, sir, you won't do that," growled Kidd, now thoroughly frightened. "It all depends on how you conduct yourself. The harm is done, but I must know how Santiago managed the business." "It was this way, sir," replied the cowed Kidd. "Belcher watched the foreign cove, sir, and kept out of sight. But the Don knew him from going to the gambling club." "Ah, that's another matter I can spoil for you, Kidd. I know too much of your shady business for you to play the fool with me. Go on, man." It took Kidd all he knew to keep his temper under this speech, but he knew that Dr. Herrick would do what he had threatened if he was not implicitly obeyed. Had Jim been a smaller man, Kidd might have tried conclusion with his fists, but he knew Herrick too well to attempt such folly. Once upon a time, Kidd had seen the doctor thrash a larger and much heavier man. From that day he resolved never to have a fight with a man so versed in the noble art as this high-tempered gentleman. "Well, sir," he continued in a sulky growl, "it was this way. Santiago spotted Belcher and asked him what he was up to. Belcher would not tell, but in the end the Don got the truth out of him. Then he said that if Belcher and me could catch Frisco, we could get a bigger sum of money than by watching him. Belcher was always anxious to know what was at the back of all this. When he heard it was the Carr murder case, he saw that it was a big thing for him and me. So he said he would let the Don go if he helped him to catch Frisco. Then the Don showed us the cipher. He wrote it out himself and put it in the newspaper. Frisco came to the place, and me and Belcher had a detective and a warrant. We caught him easy. He's now in quod, sir. And Santiago is on the high seas on his way to Mexico. You are a precious pair of scoundrels, Kidd. Why did you tell Mr. Joyce that I had managed all this business?" "It was the Don as asked us to do that, sir." "To make trouble, I suppose," said Herrick, rising. "You send Belcher to see me at the Guelph Hotel this evening. I have something to say to him." "Take care, sir. The ferret ain't an easy man to tackle." Herrick paused at the door and looked the big man up and down. "Confound your insolence," he said. "Do you think you or that rat can stand up against me? I can ruin both of you if I choose, and stop you getting that reward. As for Belcher, if he is impudent, I'll wring his neck." "I'm sorry we did it, sir." "You may well be," was Herrick's grim reply. "But I ain't going to be bullied by anyone," said Kidd with sudden anger. "That is quite enough, my man," replied Dr. Jim, opening the door and speaking quietly. "If you try that game, you'll get the worst of it." Kidd looked dangerous for a moment, but after a glance into the eyes of his proposed antagonist, he cooled down considerably. He knew perfectly well that Herrick could smash him. Moreover, the calm courage of Herrick quelled his brute passion. Dr. Jim waited for a time, then departed, leaving Kidd growling and cursing in impotent rage. "A dangerous ruffian," thought Herrick, as he went into the Strand. "But I think he and Belcher know me too well to play the fool." For the moment he intended to go back to the Guelph Hotel and see Stephen, but on reflection he drove to the solicitor's. It was necessary that he should interview Frisco, and Firth would be the man most likely to obtain for him the permission to do so. The lawyer was in, and expressed his pleasure at the capture of Colonel Carr's assassin. "As to that, I am not certain," said Herrick lightly. "I want to hear what he has to say, Firth, and you must get me permission to see the man." "Don't you think he killed Carr?" asked Firth. "On the face of it, I do," replied Herrick. "All the same, there have been so many surprises in this case that I am prepared for more. Besides, I am rather mad over the business." And he told Firth how he had been tricked by Belcher and his partner. "Couple of scoundrels," said Firth, nodding. "It's not the first dirty trick they have played. Don't you engage them again, Dr. Herrick. I'll find men who are more to be trusted." "I hope to heaven that I won't have occasion to employ any more private detectives. I tell you what, Firth, ever since I have engaged in this affair, I feel as though I had been bathing in dirty water. But that I promised Mrs. Marsh to protect her son, I should not have done it." "You seem to have gone pretty exhaustively into the business," said Firth, after he had heard the whole story. "For an amateur, you have managed remarkably well." Herrick laughed. "I have made mistakes, I admit. But then, as you say, I'm only an amateur and not the detective of fiction. He never makes mistakes. I wish he had had this case to deal with. However, the thing is nearly at an end, thank goodness. It will end with the hanging of Frisco. Who knows? He may have some other story to tell." "You may be sure he will swear that he is innocent," said Firth. "Very likely," responded Herrick. "And the queer thing is, Firth, that he may really be innocent. It looks to me, from what you have told me, as though he were guilty." "Oh, as to that, I've thought several people guilty, and have always found out that I am wrong, when they came to explain. However, I want to see this man, and hear what he has to say. Can you manage it?" "I'll see what I can do. You are at the Guelph Hotel, ain't you? Well, good. I'll see to it. I might come along and call on Marsh Carr." "I should if I were you," replied Dr. Jim with a laugh. "Always be attentive to your clients, Firth." Leaving the solicitor to arrange matters, Herrick went back to the hotel and dinner with Stephen. He told him all that he had done, and the squire was much interested. "I hope it is coming to an end, though," he said. "I've had about enough of this sort of thing." "Think of me," said Jim with a shrug. "Oh, you've behaved like a brick, Jim. I do not know how to thank you." "Bosh, my dear chap. There's no question of thanks between you and myself. I promised your mother to see you through, and I intend to keep my word." "And you won't let me make things right for you?" grumbled Stephen. "Wait till everything is squared up, then we will see. I may ask you to be my banker after all. Well, Steve, Santiago has gone away, so you are relieved of at least one of your enemies. Joyce can do nothing without his father, and that gentleman is in jail. Will you want me to go with you tomorrow?" "No, I prefer to see him alone. I'll get more out of him in that way. I wonder what I'll hear this time. However, let us think no more of the matter just now. We might take a turn down to see the Earl's Court's exhibition. There's always something going on there. It's not exactly like a theater, Steve, or I should not ask you to go. But you must be cheered up somehow. We can't stay in this dismal hotel all evening talking about a criminal." Stephen assented, as he always did to whatever Herrick proposed. They went to the exhibition, and spent a pleasant evening. When they returned, Dr. Jim retired straightway to bed. "I shall have a lot of talking to do tomorrow, so I must get as much rest as I possibly can," said he. In some mysterious way, Firth obtained the required permission, and Herrick found himself introduced into a small cell, where Frisco sat on his bed in a gloomy frame of mind. After exchanging a few words with the warder, Firth got the man to go away, leaving Herrick and Frisco alone. "So, you are Dr. Herrick," remarked Frisco calmly. "I'm glad to meet you." He spoke in a rather refined voice, and did not at all look like the truculent ruffian Herrick had expected to meet. He was no longer fat, but had quite a shapely figure. Also his face had lost the redness of incessant drinking. Misfortune had sobered and improved the man. He was plainly dressed in a suit of dark serge, which, as he afterwards informed Herrick, had been supplied by his son. But even if he had been still more changed, Dr. Jim would have recognized him from the criss-cross scar on his forehead. Frisco saw him looking at it and smiled. "The Colonel's handiwork," he said quietly. "He marked me with a buoy in Los Angelos one drunken evening. But I gave him as good as he gave me, Dr. Herrick. He lost a finger." And Frisco fell to whistling at the pleasing recollection. There was no doubt about the man being a scoundrel. Herrick felt his way carefully. "How did you know me?" he asked abruptly. Frisco smiled. "I heard the man who came with you call you by your name. As for the rest, of course Robin has told me all about you. You are a clever man, Dr. Herrick, and I think a kind one. If you had not been, you would not have burdened yourself with that miserable rat I have the misfortune to call my son. All the same," added Frisco with a scowl, "you trapped me in a rather shabby way." "Ah, that is one reason why I came to see you," said Herrick, coolly. "I did not trap you at all. No one was more surprised than I at the news of your arrest. It was Santiago who put that cipher in the paper and told the police about you. And Santiago is beyond your reach on the high seas. So you see that I am not so mean as you thought me." "That's it," said Frisco. "You always fought fair, and I could not understand you playing low down like this. So it was the greaser, was it? By heaven, when I catch him—" Frisco doubled his arm. "It's time he was out of the world," said Frisco. "A beating's too easy. I'll go west for him." "How do you mean you'll go west?" asked Herrick, thinking of the man's position, which was, apparently, considerably within the shadow of the gallows. Frisco looked at him with a careless laugh. He understood. "Oh, I've been in worse holes than this," he said. "Why, once in California the rope was round my neck for horse stealing. Carr got me out of that mess. You are a great friend of Carr's?" "Why," said the man slowly, "he was my cousin, you know, and we had the same blood in us, the bad Carr blood. How I ever came to have such a brat of a Methodist parson for a son, I can't make out. Got it from his mother, I suppose. She was always a whimpering devil." "I didn't come here to discuss your son and wife, Joyce." "Frisco's my name for the time being," said the man coolly. "When I get across the pond again, I'll take a more Christian one. You won't have an easy time getting out of this scrape." "Well, no, you are about right there, Herrick. You don't mind me dropping the mister, I hope? I feel friendly to you. You are about the only man in the whole lot. Stephen isn't a bad chap, but if he hadn't had you beside him, I'd have got that money. Well, I'm to be tried for my life. What are you going to do, Herrick?" "Something quixotic," replied the doctor. "Robin has no money, neither have you, so I'm going to supply you with a solicitor and see you through. If you are guilty, I wish to see you hanged; if innocent, free." "All the same," said Herrick frankly, "I tell you candidly, Frisco, that I don't think it fair to hang you for the killing of a brute like Carr." Frisco stared at Dr. Jim in a hard, unwinking manner, but he was visibly moved. "You're a white man, Doc," said he, "and I'm a bad lot. All the same, if you don't mind—" He held out his hand. "I'll take that only on one condition," said Herrick, "that you tell me you are innocent of murder." Frisco drew back his hand and recovered his hard manner. You bet I'm not, he said. That is where Carr had the pull over me. There are 2 towns in South America I daren't go near. He burst out laughing. So you won't shake hands, said he. Well, I don't blame you. I'm a bad lot, but Carr was a damn sight worse, sonny. You can take that from me. We are wasting time, I think, said Herrick coldly. I want to help you if I can. You shall have a lawyer to defend you. But I want to ask you, as man to man, did you shoot Carr? Frisco thought for a moment, stroking his chin. Well, there's not many men I'd tell my mind to, but you are one. I did not kill Carr. Then who did? I'll tell you in a few minutes, but you let me reel out my yarn first. I know most of it from Robin and Santiago. You don't know all, replied Frisco quietly. I've been with Carr these 20 years and more. He was a devil and treated me like a dog. I helped him to get that treasure, and he cheated me of my share of it. I shouldn't think you were the man to be cheated. No, in an ordinary way, you bet. But the Colonel had the bulge on me, I guess. He could have handed me over to the authorities in San Francisco for a murder. Oh, don't look scared, Herrick. I'm not going to own up to all my crimes. I have committed heaps, though. Oh, damn your beastly talk, said Herrick angrily, for the shamelessness of the man made him sick. Just tell me about that night. All in good time, sonny, said the unmoved Frisco. I stayed with the Colonel, and let him keep my money because I did not want my wife to know I was alive. She was a good woman, and I treated her like a brute. That was one reason. The second was because of my own skin. I did not want to be hanged, and Carr could have hanged me any day. The third reason, and here Frisco looked curiously at Herrick, you'll hardly believe the third reason. But it was a kind of tenderness for Carr. Somehow, devil as he was, I liked him. Never met a man I cottoned to more. He saved my life, I saved his. We fought with knives and with fists, and played the devil with one another all around. Yet somehow we stuck together and never went back on one another. Rum thing, wasn't it, Herrick? Honor amongst thieves, said Dr. Jim with a shrug. You bet that's it, retorted Frisco. So you can see, Herrick, that I was not the sort of man to put Carr out of the way. I got drunk, so did he, but we held together in that blamed house, always waiting for death. Ah, the Indians, I suppose. Santiago told you that, I guess, said the man. Yes, there was some half Spanish, half Indian greasers in Lima that would have followed us to the end of the world had they spotted our whereabouts. Santiago was one, but he wished for the money on his own hook and didn't split. Well, Carr is dead, so he is safe enough. But if I'm not hanged, I guess Santiago will let out on me. Then I'll have a time getting away. Was it on account of this fear that Carr built the tower? Frisco nodded. You've hit it, queer chap, Carr. A mixture of bravado and fear. He threw down all the fences and walls, and left the doors of the house open every night, just to show he was not afraid. All the same, he never slept but in that tower. I didn't. If any of the greasers had come, they'd have knifed me easy enough. Well, Carr went under before his time, but by the hand he least expected. Who was it? Asked Herrick impatiently. Well, drawled the ruffian, it wasn't Mrs. Marsh. We had a talk. I know all about that. I saw the letter you wrote her. Oh, you did? She kept that as an ace. Robin typed it on his blamed machine for me. I wanted to get the money quietly, but the old lady went under in time and spoilt my game there. She killed herself, said Herrick curtly. Did she now? Said Frisco in admiration. She was a screamer of a woman, not like my wife. Killed herself? Lord, he chuckled. Go on with your story. It is a story, isn't it? Well, I guess it was this way. I let Carr keep the money, when he was alive, on the understanding that it was all left to me. He made a will in my favor, and then the devil made a later one, giving the money to Stephen with a reversion to me if his bones weren't looked after." "I know," said Herrick coolly, "and you tried to have Stephen disabled." "Right you are. And the blamed Santiago bungled the affair. If I had been on the spot, well, that's all done with. About the will. Mrs. Marsh came and kicked up a row about the will in favor of her son, saying the colonel was going to alter it. She picked up something of that from me when I had a cargo aboard. But I never knew till after she came how Carr was tricking me. When she went, and she did curse him, I had a row with Carr. He told me the kind of will he made. We almost had a stand-up fight. He brought in the murder business about me as usual, and I knuckled under as usual. Then I went off to drink rum at the Carr Arms." "Yes, and to threaten the colonel?" "Oh, that wasn't on my own account. All I meant was that if I gave the tip to the Lima greasers, Carr would be knifed. That fool Napper thought I meant to do the job myself. Well, sir, I came back and lay down to sleep off the rum. Carr got his own dinner, and then dressed himself up, as he always did. Blamed foolishness, I always called it. Cooking your dinner, and then wearing a starched shirt to eat it? Pah!" Frisco spat. "He wanted to keep his self-respect, I suppose. He had no occasion for an article of that sort, Herrick. Self-respect in Carr? Well, I should smile. However, I was asleep. When I was pulling round sober, and thinking of getting up to eat, I heard a shot. Oh, I am too used to the sound of shooting not to know it when I hear it. I wondered if Carr was in the shooting gallery. After a time, 20 minutes maybe, I got up and went into the gallery. No one was there. I went up to the tower after visiting the dining room. I found the colonel dead. I was in a fright, I can tell you. In a flash, I saw that my neck was in the rope. I had threatened the colonel, and they'd think I killed him. Also, I was wanted in Frisco and South America and 100 places. My name would come out, maybe, but I'm not afraid of that now, Herrick, and I would be turned off as sure as a gun. I went downstairs and drank some wine in the house, and coming down from a room under the one in which Carr lay shot, I saw someone. As he came down the tower steps, it is my opinion, he shot the colonel. If it wasn't him, I don't know who could have done it. And who was it, you say? Why, don't jump, Herrick. It was Sidney Endicott." Herrick stared. "That lad never killed the colonel," he said. "Then who did?" asked Frisco impatiently. "That boy just hated Carr. I never could make out why, and he was half-witted besides. Then there was the pistol. I read about it in the paper. It's just the kind of weapon a boy of that sort might pick up cheap in a shop of sorts. A man like me would have used a derringer. No, I'm sure the boy shot him. He came right upon me, as cool as you like, and says, 'He's quite dead.'" "Did he say that?" "I swear he did. 'He's quite dead,' say Sidney. Then, before I could get my breath, he went out into the night, and I lost him." "Why did you not follow?" "I had to think of my own safety. It was no use my accusing a boy and a half-idiot, you see. No one would believe he killed Carr when I was in the house, and with my blamed past. I just went to the back to make up a bundle and clear out. While I was packing, I heard 3 shots and jumped for the door. Lord, I was in a fright." "It was Mrs. Marsh?" "Yes, she came down looking like a tigress, and said I'd killed Carr. I was at the door with my bundle. I denied it, and said I'd make it hot for her. She said I'd better look after myself, and cleared. I didn't wait, you may be sure, for in spite of her firing the shots, I didn't know but what she had roused the village. So I went straight across the moor and caught the train at Southbury. Here I've been hidden in London ever since. I had money. When that ran out, I dropped the Crossett cipher in the paper, and met my fool of a son. Then, well, you know the rest." "It's a strange story," said Herrick, much distressed. It did not seem at all unlikely but that Sidney had killed the colonel. "It's a true one. Well, what are you going to do?" "I shall see this boy and find out if what you say is true." "Oh, I expect he's such an idiot that he'll think he's done something fine and own up. But that my neck is in danger I would not split on Sidney. But they'll only shut him up in an asylum. They would hang me, so of two evils I choose the least. Are you off, Herrick?" "Yes. I'll see if this is true, and get you a lawyer." "Thanks, old man, you're a good sort. So long." And Frisco, quite calm, waved his hand as Dr. Jim left the cell. He did not seem to be in the least afraid, and evidently thought his release was a foregone conclusion. A dangerous, cool-headed ruffian was Frisco. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sidney speaks out. After that interview with Frisco, Dr. Jim took Stephen straight off to Saxham. There was nothing left for him to do in town. Frisco was in prison and safe enough. Joyce shut himself up in his flat and would not even reply to the note Herrick wrote him. Belcher, for obvious reasons, had not called at the Gullop Hotel, and with his partner was keeping out of the doctor's way. Jim saw Firth for a few brief minutes, instructed him to see after the defense of Frisco, and then drove to Paddington, where Marsh Carr awaited him. By favor of the guard and 5 shillings, they secured a smoking carriage to themselves. When the train was fairly out of town, and whizzed through a desolate winter country, Dr. Herrick looked at Stephen. "What do you think of it all?" he asked, lighting his pipe. "This story of Frisco's?" "Yes, it's a living truth. I can see by your face that you wish to believe the man a liar. He is, but not in this instance. What he says is absolutely true. I saw his eyes when he spoke. The tongue may lie, but a man's eyes—" Jim shook his head. "But it can't be true," cried Stephen, looking white and worried. "Good heavens, Jim! If Sidney really shot Carr, think of the disgrace to Ida and Bess. Ourselves, I don't mind that. But these poor girls." "Well," said Jim after a pause, "you see it's not so bad as it might be. I am sure you must know of the estimation Sidney is held in, round about Saxham. If it comes out that he shot the colonel, no one will express any surprise. It's no slur on the girl, Steve. Sidney is looked upon as something beyond the pale of humanity." "What will they do with him?" asked Stephen, anxiously. "If he really did commit the crime, he will be placed in an asylum. The boy is too queer to be judged by ordinary standards. Frisco cleared out, although he knew Sidney had killed Carr, because he thought no one would believe the boy had done it. The suspicion certainly would have rested on Frisco. He would have been wiser to have given himself up. But for the reason I told you of, the same reason that kept him quiet under the colonel's unjust appropriation of his property, Frisco preferred to cut. He is wiser now that he has had time to reflect over the matter. His devilries in the Americas were done under other names, and, as Joyce, he will not be wanted in San Francisco. I dare say, if he had not been caught, he would have given himself up in the long run. It was the Don he was afraid of. Now that Don is away, Frisco is convinced he will be set free." "He must stand his trial." "Certainly. I have told Firth to see after him. But his defense will be that Sidney killed the man. There is no way of averting that. The question in my mind, said Herrick, looking at Marsh Carr, is whether the boy really did so. Have you any doubt on the subject? Asked Stephen eagerly. I have a great many doubts, replied Jim dryly, and until the person who really murdered Carr confesses, I shall continue to doubt. You see, Steve, ever since I took up this matter, I have been following up false trails. Every person I have stumbled upon, and to whose guilty evidence at the time procurable pointed, has laid the blame on someone else, who in turn has passed on the guilt to another party. I suspected Joyce. He accused Santiago. The Don said Pentland Corn was guilty. Corn declared that Mrs. Marsh had fired the shot. Now we know from accurate evidence that all these persons are innocent. Frisco was suspected from the very first. He is caught, and swears, truly enough, according to his own belief, that the boy murdered the colonel. How do I know but what Sidney may be able to prove his innocence and accuse someone else? The chain may go on endlessly, so far as I can see. I understand the difficulty, replied Stephen wearily, but I cannot for the life of me see why Sidney should kill the man. There comes in the queer character of the boy, said Herrick. He detested the colonel, said he was a bad man. He might have got into his head in some way or another that such a man was better off out of the world. If so, he would make no more account of killing Carr than he would of putting a fly out of existence. Indeed, he would rather spare the fly, for I have noticed that he is tender to all that breathes. But would he keep quiet over the matter? I think so. Sidney was never the boy to talk. Then there is the pistol, Stephen. That is an old-fashioned weapon that a boy might buy in Bealeminster for a few pence, or he might have found it in the lumber room of the Grange. There are many of these ancient firearms to be found in the houses of old families. If Sidney dropped across such a weapon, he might have then concluded to kill Carr. You see, from the account of Frisco, that he came down the tower stairs and said quite calmly that the colonel was dead. He may just as calmly admit to me or to you that he killed the man. Mad, mad, groaned Marsh Carr. He must be mad. No, that does not follow. The boy is strange. There are things about him which I cannot explain. So far as I can see, Sidney does not come within the range of science. That foretelling of your mother's death, his extraordinary statement that you were in danger, puzzled me beyond words, I must believe, because I am convinced by the evidence of my own senses. All the same, I cannot explain or understand. There are laws of nature with which we are unacquainted. I believe that this boy comes under some unknown laws. You cannot account for the action of such a person. The boy would do things which we should call wrong, yet he would see no harm in doing them. If he is guilty, he will be put away in an asylum. At the same time, I am sure he is perfectly sane. I am puzzled myself about him, admitted Stephen, and he is a most uncomfortable boy to have about one. Still, I have always found him upright and honorable. I have never known him to tell a lie. But he must know all about this case, and how Frisco has been accused. I'm not so sure of that. Sidney lives with his head in the clouds. He perhaps has heard that Frisco has been accused, but as the man does not now come across his path, he never thinks of any possible danger to him. Again, Stephen, that silver bullet is queer. How do you mean queer? Well, you know the medieval superstition that a warlock can be killed only by a silver bullet. A thing of that sort is exactly what would appeal to the dreamy nature of Sidney. He is something of a mystic himself, remember. He might have taken it into his head that Carr was a warlock who had dealings with the devil. I'm sure he would have every reason to think so, said Marsh Carr. If any man was hand in gloves with Satan, my uncle was that man. You see what you say yourself. Then Sidney, thinking in a less sane fashion on the same subject, might have considered it his duty to deliver the world from such a wizard. He would certainly then use a silver bullet, thinking, according to the medieval superstition, that the man could not be killed by ordinary lead. It's all theory, said Stephen gloomily, and fantastic at that. As you say, all theory and fantastic, admitted Herrick. But you must remember that we are dealing with a fantastic nature. But we must see this boy and question him when we get home. He will deny everything. On the contrary, if I know anything of the boy, he will calmly admit what he has done. You will not tell Bess or Ida? That would be unwise. We must be certain of Sidney first. We shall say nothing tonight, but get Sidney to come over to the Pines on the morrow and ask him frankly if he killed Carr. Bess is sure to ask you about Frisco, said Stephen. Oh, I can baffle her curiosity, replied Herrick. I shall tell her nothing about my visit to the man. All about his arrest she can know. I think it will be better to hold our tongues altogether, Jim. Ida is getting worried by this incessant mystery, although she knows very little. I am sure I don't wonder. I worry myself, however. We must learn what we can from Sidney. I hope to heaven the lad is innocent, but if he is not, I don't look upon him in the light of an ordinary criminal. He is a freak of nature. Were I put into the witness box, I could not say on my oath that he is mad. Let us drop the subject, said Stephen, who looked haggard. I am getting nervous and anxious. Jim acquiesced in this sensible view, and the two betook themselves to the magazines and newspapers. Until they arrived at Beorminster, they said little to one another, and even then were, for them, taciturn. A groom and a cart awaited them, and they drove to Saxham in silence. It did not do to talk of Sidney with a servant at their elbows. But curiously enough, the groom had news for Stephen, which brought in the name of Sidney. Please, sir, that Italian woman. What is the matter with her? Asked Herrick, who was driving. She is very ill, sir, and it is said she will die. Die? Echoed Stephen in surprise. She was not bad enough for that when I saw her last. What do you think, Herrick? She looked very sick, certainly, but as far as I can judge, was in no immediate danger of death. Who says this, Perry? The groom sunk his voice to a whisper, and seemed nervous. Master Sidney, he said. Both men looked round at this, then at each other. Herrick was first to break the silence. When did Master Sidney say that, Perry? Yesterday, sir, Mr. Napper. He met him in Beorminster, in the Cathedral Square, about 4 o'clock. He asked him, joking, like, where he was going. Master Sidney said, just as quiet as he does speak, sir, that he was going to see the Italian woman die. Napper, was that taken back? You could have knocked him down with a feather, sir. Then Master Sidney said she would die in 2 days, which I take to mean, sir, that she'll go off tomorrow. And I'm sure she will, sir, added Perry with conviction. Is this story known, Perry? Asked his master, rather vexed. No, sir. Napper went at once to see Miss Endicott when he came back to Saxham. She asked him to say nothing about it, but he had already told Phelps, the gardener, sir. Then Phelps told us all, sir, but we have said nothing outside about it. See you don't, then, said Stephen sharply. The first of my servants who says a word will be discharged. Mind that, Perry. The groom touched his hat and relapsed into silence. Where is Master Sidney now, Perry? Asked Herrick, after a pause. At the house in Beorminster, sir. He has been there all night. Miss Endicott went over, but she could not get him away. He says he must stay there until the Italian woman dies, sir. You need say no more, Perry, and the doctor drove on in silence, but Marsh Carr knew, from the way he urged the mare, how perturbed he was over this information. Stephen was upset himself. There was something disquieting about everything in connection with Sidney. After dinner at the Pines, Herrick made Stephen lie down, as he was yet far from strong, and walked across the Biffstead. Here he saw the two girls and Frank, who were very much troubled by this latest freak of their brother. "I don't know what to do with him," said Frank. "I went over and insisted he should come home. I took him by the shoulder to force him out of the house, but he got in such a passion that I thought he would have a fit. So I left him until you came back." "You go over and get him away, Jim," implored Ida. "You have more influence over him than anyone else." "I have gone, and Bess also, but he will not come. We can't carry him back by main force and make a scandal." "I'll go," said Herrick, "but I did not know that I had any influence with him. He is a lad one can do nothing with. How does the old woman take his telling her she is about to die?" "She is quite calm. Evidently she thinks Sidney is a kind of prophet. He is telling her not to be afraid, and talking the queerest things to her." "I am sure Sidney is mad," sobbed Ida. "He will be shut up in an asylum some day." Herrick said nothing. The poor girl little knew how truly she spoke. If Sidney had indeed killed Carr, he would certainly be shut up. Considering his extraordinary character, perhaps this would be all the better for his friends and relatives, if not for himself. "I will go over in the morning," said Herrick, on reflection. "He may be more reasonable in the morning. I am beginning to understand him a little." "I'm sure I don't," said Ida, and Frank echoed her opinion. This was natural enough. No man is a hero to his relatives. All this time Bess said nothing. While Jim was away, she had worried much over her brother's freak, but now that the doctor had returned, she was satisfied that all would be well. Herrick exercised over Bess the same influence he did over most people he came into contact with. Stephen and the girls were both more than ordinarily intelligent, but they deferred to Jim in a most remarkable manner. If anyone could manage Sidney, Bess felt that Herrick was the man. Jim was not so certain himself. The boy had never come under his influence, and, in his own calm way, held his own against everyone. "What about Frisco?" asked Bess, who had followed Herrick down the avenue. "Has he really been arrested?" Dr. Jim nodded. "Santiago betrayed him to some private inquiry agents I employed," he said. "A mean, shabby piece of work, Bess. Joyce put it down to me. I assured him that I had nothing to do with the matter, but he refused to believe me. He is so mean himself that he cannot believe any good of other people," said Bess scornfully. "What is to be done now about Frisco?" "I am thinking," replied her lover evasively. "When I have come to a conclusion, I'll tell you, Bess. But I fancy the end is in sight." "I hope so," sighed the girl. "I am so tired of this anxiety. Shortly you will have no more, dear." And Jim took her in his arms to kiss her good-bye. The night is dark, but the dawn is breaking. Next morning Dr. Herrick walked over to Beorminster. He left Stephen at home, although the squire wanted to come also. "No," said Jim, "it is best for me to speak to the boy alone. I'll get more out of him." And Stephen recognized that this was the more sensible course. It was 11 o'clock when Herrick rapped at the door of the Beorminster house. It was opened by Sidney, who looked calm and complacent as usual. "I heard you had come back, Dr. Jim," he said. "Did your prophetic instinct tell you that?" asked Herrick testily. The boy was so difficult to understand that he could not help feeling annoyed. A man over 30 does not like treating a lad of 16 as his equal, yet Sidney somehow compelled that respect. "No," replied he sweetly, "I am very stupid about some things." When a thought comes to me, it comes. I cannot call it. Then the thought came to you that Petronella would die? She will die, Dr. Jim. 2 days ago, I felt that she would die. So I came over to see her. She was afraid of death, till I talked to her. Now she is quite peaceful. She does not fear. Are you afraid of death, Sidney? Why should I be? I know. You know what? That there is nothing to be afraid of. The boy spoke quite serenely, and without any suggestion of pose. He had conducted Herrick to the dining-room, and the two were seated opposite one another. On the table were the remains of Sidney's breakfast, a glass of milk, some fruit, and a loaf of bread. I had to get these myself, he said. Petronella is in bed in Mrs. Marsh's room. She is very ill. I knew she was ill some time ago, replied Herrick, trying to assert himself, but I think I can cure her. She will not live, said Sidney, staring in the most unwinking manner at Dr. Jim. She will die before sunset, I know. Can you explain how you know? Asked the doctor roughly. This time it was the boy who was puzzled. I can't, he said. I feel that Petronella will die. I can say no more than that. Herrick groaned. It was useless to try and understand this extraordinary lad. Evidently he did not understand himself, yet his former prophecies had come to pass so absolutely that Dr. Jim could not help thinking that this last would come true also. However, this was not the business about which he had come. Sidney, he said after a pause, do you know that Frisco, who used to be with Colonel Carr, has been arrested? I heard Bess say so. What do you think of it? I never thought of it at all. He is in no danger, Dr. Jim. It was not Frisco who killed Colonel Carr. How do you know that? Asked Herrick, startled. Was the boy about to confess that he was guilty? I was in the house just after Colonel Carr was killed. Oh, then you did not shoot him yourself? Sidney frowned, but appeared very little disturbed. Why should I have killed him? He said calmly. Colonel Carr was a wicked man. I told him he would die by violence some day, but he only laughed at me. He thought I was mad or a fool. You do also, Dr. Jim. I don't know what to think, said Jim angrily. I never met anyone like you before, Sidney. If I had not some knowledge that the things you say come true, I should think you are pretending. A boy like you ought to be whipped. That is what the colonel said, replied Sidney quietly. But tell me, Dr. Jim, did you really think I had killed him? I did not, but Frisco says you did. If he believed that, he would not have run away, said Sidney shrewdly. Well, come to the point. Who murdered the colonel? Petronella, said Sidney. Herrick rose up with a look of surprise. Astonished as he was, he could hardly help laughing. This statement bore out his speech to Stephen. He had said that Sidney would accuse someone else. Now it only remained for Petronella to shift the blame onto the shoulders of a third party. I do not believe that, said Herrick. Why should Petronella kill Carr? You had better come up and hear what she has to say, Dr. Jim. In a moment, but tell me how you know. Through your instinct? Sidney shook his head. No, that feeling only comes at times, he said. I do not pretend to know everything. I said so before. I don't know why you should look at me as queer, Dr. Jim, he continued plaintively. It is not my fault if things come into my head. When they do, I sometimes tell people, but not always. I don't like being laughed at. You're a queer fish, muttered Dr. Jim, annoyed by this human problem he could not understand. I should like you to be examined by a committee of doctors. They would not understand, Dr. Jim, and I can't explain. But you want to hear how I knew? Well, on the night Colonel Carr was killed, I went to the pine wood after 7 o'clock. Had you any premonition that he would be murdered? No, I had no feeling of any kind. I was in the wood for some time. At 7:30 I felt hungry, but I did not want to go to Biffstead, as I knew Ida would try and keep me in. It was raining, but I did not mind that. I like the open air, where I can breathe. A house makes me choke. I understand. Go on. As I was hungry, I thought I would go and get something from Colonel Carr. I sometimes went to see him, though I did not like him. He was always kind to me, although I think he was afraid. Well, I went into the house just before 8. You said 7:30 just now. I did not go in at once, said the boy, with a gesture of irritation. Do not interrupt me, Dr. Jim. I went into the dining room and found the dinner on the table, but the colonel was not there. I took a piece of bread and some water. While I was eating, I heard a shot. I wondered what it was. You did not feel that murder was committed? No. Why should I have felt? I just wondered what the shot might be. After a bit, I went out into the hall to see if the colonel had come in. I thought he might be out. I saw Petronella run through the hall and out into the night. I wondered what she was doing there and followed her, but I lost her as she went through the woods. Then I walked about for a time up till 9. I thought again about the shot and went back to the house. I went up the tower and saw Colonel Carr lying dead, so I knew Petronella had killed him. I came down the... How was it you did not meet Frisco, who had gone up to see the colonel? I heard someone coming and went into a lower room. I thought it might be Petronella coming back. I saw it was Frisco, and saw him come down again. Then I came and said to him, "He's quite dead," and went out. After that, I went on the moor. Then sometimes afterwards, I heard 3 more shots. I saw Bess and her lantern and went home. Why did you say nothing of all this before? Asked Herrick. There was no reason. If Frisco had been caught before, I should have told you. But he had got away, and I did not think it was right to tell about Petronella. Colonel Carr was a wicked man, and he deserved to be killed. He did a lot of harm, said Sidney, with a shudder. How comes it you tell me now, Sidney? Because Bess told me Frisco had been arrested. He is wicked too, but I do not want to see him hanged for shooting Carr, as I knew that he was innocent. I came over to see Petronella, for I had a feeling that she would die, and I wanted to know from herself before she died if she was guilty. She denied it at first, but I said I would not go away until she told me all. That was why I stayed all night. She tried to run away. I said I would tell the police. That was unlike you, Sidney. No, it wasn't, replied the boy positively. I knew that Petronella was the one who shot Carr. If she did not confess, Frisco would be hanged. You never thought that you might be accused? No, I did not do it, replied Sidney calmly. Why should I be accused? Herrick sighed impatiently. The boy could not or would not understand. I suppose then Petronella confessed in the end? Yes, I made her write it down that she killed Carr. It is in Italian, but I do not know the language. You must see that it is all right, Dr. Jim. I did that because I thought she might die before you arrived. But now you are here, come up and see her. I will go for Inspector Bridge. Dr. Jim was aghast. Here was Sidney in his new character. Why for Bridge? He must hear her confession, said Sidney, putting on his hat. Perhaps she has written down something different in the Italian. I will give you the paper when I come back. But I must go for Bridge, and Sidney, before Herrick could say a word, was out of the room. Dr. Jim heard the front door close behind the boy. There is not much insanity about this act, muttered Herrick to himself. I shall see Petronella at once, he smiled grimly. I wonder who she will accuse, he said. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The truth. In the room where Mrs. Marsh had died, and in the same bed, lay the old Italian woman, dying also. She was sitting up, with a red woolen shawl wrapped round her bony shoulders, and her lean hands told her rosary. Whatever views Sidney might have instilled into her regarding life beyond the grave, Petronella still remained within the fold of Peter. She was muttering prayer after prayer with a feverish haste, and the black beads slipped quickly from between her fingers. The room was dusky, dark, and untidy. Near the bed was a bottle of Chianti and some bread, but the flask was full and the loaf untouched. Petronella was past earthly food. Herrick saw the mark of death on her yellow face. She seemed pleased to see him, and not at all afraid. Receiving him with a chuckle, she interpreted the look in his eyes. "So he has told you, that young signor," she said in her own tongue. "Ah, I thought he would. It was time. But too late, signor Doctori, too late for the prison. I go into purgatory. £10 for masses, signor. You'll see that they are said. Then I may get into paradise to rest. I need rest. All my life I have worked hard. The good God will not be hard on poor old Petronella." Dr. Jim took a chair by the bedside and felt her pulse. "You need nourishing food, Petronella," he said soothingly. "A cup of soup now." Signor Doctori, that will not help me. I am dying. You do not know. I never told you. Cancer, signor, a bad cancer. I shall die." "I may be able to. No, I do not want that. They would put me in prison. Let me die. The young signor said I would die. It is foolish to live. I will go to my padrona and explain." "Then you did shoot the colonel, Petronella?" Si. The old woman coughed. "He was a devil man. He was cruel to my padrona, to the young signor. Also, he had the evil eye. Hard to kill." "Oh, yes," she chuckled. "But the silver bullet. Ah, yes, the silver bullet." Dr. Jim looked at her in silence. He wondered that he had not suspected Petronella before. After Bess had told him about the bullet, he had been certain that the person who had fired the shot was of a superstitious nature. Mrs. Marsh, being Italian, might have thought of the same thing. But she was educated and above such folly. Petronella, a woman of the people with feudal instincts, had clung to that wild belief of the Middle Ages. She was the one person of Dr. Jim's acquaintances who would have dreamed of such a thing, and her he had not suspected. "Why did you use a silver bullet, Petronella?" The man was a diavolo, a witch creature. He had the evil eye. Did I not meet with an accident after he had overlooked me? It was better that he should die, rather than live to ruin the signora. A silver bullet, only in that way, signor, can those aided by the devil perish. I am not sorry. No, it was a good deed. The young signor said so. All the same, Petronella, I must tell you that Frisco is accused of this murder. He is in prison. It is unfair that he should suffer for what you have done. So you must make confession." "I have done so, Signor Doctori. I wrote with my own hand, in my own language, that I, Petronella, had slain this devil man with a silver bullet." "Even so," said Herrick, "but I want to write down your confession myself. You can sign it, and the police officer can witness it. Thus will the man who is in prison for your crime be saved." "The police," echoed Petronella. I knew they would come. But they will not put me in prison, signor. I die. And that soon. As you will. But you have been good to me. I will do what you want. Yonder in the corner, signor, the padrona's ink and pen, also the paper. Write down what I say, and I will sign. What does it matter now I die?" Jim found the materials and placing them on the little round table, looked at Petronella. She nodded and muttered a prayer, then began to speak in her usual rapid manner. She spoke in Italian, but Dr. Jim, for the benefit of Bridge, translated it into English. Luckily Herrick was an excellent linguist, and found no difficulty in doing this. "Senor," began Petronella, "it happened in this way. I was at the house of that devil man with the Senora, a long time ago. The padrona went to ask him for money. He refused, the cursed robber, and we were so poor, so poor. My Senora, the last of a great race, poor, gran Dio! It was evil that she should be poor. But the devil man would give not 1 lira. Ah, no, he kept all. I was angered because of my padrona. I saw on the table a cup of silver, and that I took." "You stole the cup?" "Why not? My padrona was poor. That devil man saw me. He struck me. Yes, even me Petronella, a free Italian. And he overlooked me with his evil eye. I shuddered. I knew that I would have an accident, and the next day I hurt myself. Ah, the wicked wretch! I gave back the cup as he made me. But when we went down the stairs I took another of silver. This time he saw me not, and I carried it here under my shawl." "What did Mrs. Marsh say?" "My padrona was angry, but I did not care. I did not sell the silver cup, as she was angered, but I kept it, yes, for the silver bullet." Herrick looked up from his writing. "Had you made up your mind then to kill Colonel Carr?" he asked. "No, not then. I should have liked to, because he cast on me the evil eye. Ah, Dio mio! I made horns, but it was no use. I had an accident. No, Signor Dottore, I did not wish to kill him then, very much. Later on, when the will—" "Did you know about the will?" Si, it was that Frisco told me. I was in the market, he also, and he had the wine in him. He talked foolishly, and said that his Senor would make another will leaving all the money to him. I saw that my poor padrona and the young Signor Stefano would be ruined. I came back and told the Senora. She was angered. Then she said she would go to see this devil man. Senor," here Petronella clutched Herrick by the wrist, "I knew that my padrona had a temper. She could rage. I feared what she might do. I watched. Ah, yes, I watched. She was to dine with the padre at Saxham, and then see the wicked Senor. Did you not know she would see him in the afternoon?" "No, she said she would go about 9 and see him. That after his dinner he would be in a good temper, and might not do this wrong. Senor, I saw that she took with her a pistol." "The revolver of Mr. Marsh?" Si, she took it from the case in the room of the young Signor Stefano. I saw her. I knew that if the devil man laughed at her, she would kill him. Yes, she would." "No, Petronella," said Dr. Jim soothingly. "She only meant to frighten him. So she said in the letter you gave me." "No, Senor," replied the old woman indignantly. "The daughter of the Micheloti would not be so weak. She would have killed him." "Upon my soul," muttered Herrick, "I believe she would." "I was in great alarm, Senor," went on Petronella. "I thought if she did so, that she would be put in prison. It was terrible to think so. I was angered against the devil man. He had struck me. He had looked upon me with the evil eye. Now he would tempt my Signora to kill him, and so be put in prison. I saw that all would be lost. Then I said to myself, to me Petronella, that I would kill him alone." The old woman drew herself up in bed, and looked majestic as she spoke. Herrick was profoundly sorry for her. She had carried her feudal instincts to excess, and had so jeopardized her life for the sake of her mistress. He understood well how she had been urged to do this. The blow, the evil eye, the possibility of her young master being ruined by another will, and above all, the chance that her señora might kill the man herself, a fiery, faithful creature like Petronella could not let such things be. As she said, she made up her mind to kill Carr before Mrs. Marsh could see him. Where she made the mistake was that she thought her mistress would see the man at night. As a matter of fact, she did, but already had seen him in the day. Perhaps Mrs. Marsh guessed what Petronella might do, and she had told a falsehood about the time of calling at the Pines. When the señora departed, said Petronella, rocking to and fro, for she was in pain, I got my pistol. Si, señor, it was the pistol of my husband. He fought for the king when we freed Italy. I, too, was in the war. I shot many, oh many. He showed me I was not afraid to shoot. This piece of information showed Herrick how it was Carr had been shot through the heart. Petronella, having been in the Italian War of Liberation, knew how to handle firearms. Probably she was an excellent markswoman. The shooting of Carr proved her to be so. I had bullets, said Petronella, but they were of lead. I knew that the devil-man, protected by the wicked one, could not be slain by only leaden bullets. I wanted a silver one. Ah, gran Dio, there was no silver in this house. Then I thought of the cup I had taken. I got it and melted it down over a big fire. I made 3 bullets in the mold of my husband. I took his powder flask, but it was empty. The young Signor Stefano had powder in his room. I stole it. Then I loaded the pistol and set it aside till the night. Where was Mr. Marsh all this time? Asked Herrick. He was in the house in the afternoon, and went to eat with a friend of his, Senor Barker. The newspaper editor, said Dr. Jim. He remembered that this was the man who looked after the Beominster Chronicle and took an interest in Stephen's poetry. He dined with him. Si, senor, and said he would not be back till late. He was to bring home the señora from Saxon. I was all alone, and I saw what I could do. And what did you do, Petronella? I hid the pistol in my shawl and walked to Saxon. I got there before 8. I went to the big house. I found it empty. I climbed the stairs where I knew the devil-man would be in the tower. He was standing by his bed, dressed to eat. He took up a pistol, but let it down when he saw it was only old Petronella. You mean he still held the pistol? Yes, I waited for a moment, as he stared at me, and then shot him. I aimed for the heart, said Petronella, hugging her knees. The silver bullet went through the heart. Oh, my husband showed me how to shoot, senor. What did you do then? I made sure the devil-man was dead. He fell on his face. Then I went down the stairs. I saw someone. I did not know who it was, but the young signor told me he was there. I ran through the pine wood, and he followed. I hid behind a tree, and then after a time I got home. No one knew that I had been out, and when the señora and the young Signor Stefano came back, I said nothing. The señora looked white. She said nothing to me, but I knew that she had seen the devil-man. What did I care? She could not kill him again. That is all, señor. You lost the pistol? I lost my husband's pistol, said Petronella precisely. It dropped from my pocket when I ran. I did not care. No one would know that it belonged to me. Then I heard Frisco had gone. I was glad. They would not think I had killed the devil-man. Didn't Mrs. Marsh suspect? My señora? No, she said nothing. I was certain she had fired the other 3 shots, for I know my señora. Also, I looked at the revolver in the case when she put it back. If Frisco had been arrested at once, would you have spoken out? No, Frisco was a bad man too. I would be glad if they put him in prison. Why do you tell me now, then? The young signor made me tell. Ah, he is a terrible young signor. He makes me afraid. He said I would die, and that I must tell at once, or he would speak to the police. Well, I have told, and I die. Have you all down, signor? I will sign. Ah, Dio mio! She started up in bed. The police. It was indeed Bridge who entered with a red face and astonished eyes. He was followed by Sidney, looking calm, just as though the inspector had not been scolding him all the way because he had not told about Petronella before. But it took someone stronger than Inspector Bridge to frighten Sidney. For a moment the inspector stared at the bed and at his prisoner as he regarded the old woman. Then he spoke to Dr. Jim. "This is an extraordinary thing, sir," he said slowly. "Very," assented Herrick. "I only knew of it myself an hour ago. I thought this young gentleman was telling me a lie." "It is the truth," said Petronella, pointing to Herrick. "The signor has written all down. Here, see me sign my name, and you can say I signed it." Inspector Bridge wanted to talk, but Dr. Jim made him a sign to be silent. The old woman was sinking fast, and there was no time to be lost. With great difficulty she signed her name. Herrick and Bridge appended their signatures, and all was over. "This will set Frisco free," said Bridge, "and now I must see about getting a warrant out for this woman." "It is too late," said Dr. Jim. "She's dying." "She won't die," said Bridge, with a disdainful smile. "All this is done to cheat the law. I have a policeman downstairs. He shall come up and watch her, while I go for a warrant of arrest." "She will die before sunset," said Sidney calmly, and went to the old woman. He took her hand. "Good-bye, Petronella. You will be happy soon. You know what is to be done." "Si, I know. I am happy. I will go to my husband," said Petronella. Then she looked at Dr. Jim with a worn smile. "I did it for my signora," she said. "You can go. You can do me no good now." Herrick saw that well enough. However, he went to see if he could get a nurse to heat some soup and revive the woman. To be sure, it was little use bringing her back to health and strength, just to hang her. But Dr. Jim acted for the best. He went out with Sidney and the inspector, leaving two policemen in charge. Bridge had the confession in his pocket, and intended to go up to town to deliver it into the hands of the proper authorities. Frisco had to be released, seeing that he was innocent. "And I always thought he was," said Bridge, lying in the most shameless manner. Sidney looked after the man with a queer smile when he went away. "He's only wasting time," said the boy. "We may keep the old woman alive till tomorrow," said Herrick. Sidney shook his head. "She will die before sunset," he said. Out of sheer perversity, Dr. Jim wanted to thwart this prophecy. He saw that bad as Petronella was, she could be kept alive by stimulants, and this he intended to do, if only to baffle this extraordinary boy. For once in a way he wished to prove Sidney in the wrong. The boy perhaps guessed his intentions, for he smiled again, and then said abruptly that he was going back to Saxham. "Will you tell them what has happened?" asked Herrick. "No," replied Sidney after a pause. "I'm not fond of talking. You can tell them if you like." "Very good," said Dr. Jim coolly. "Then you ask Ida, Frank, and Bess to be at the Pines about 5 o'clock. I shall return by that time, and then everything can be explained. Thank heaven, we know the truth at last. It is about time that the matter came to an end. Will you be at the Pines also?" "I'm going to have a long sleep," said Sidney. "I feel very tired." He turned away with a nod, and Herrick stared after him. Jim was a doctor of the most advanced school. He had studied much. He was quick in seeing things, and on the whole prided himself on his knowledge. But he could make nothing of Sidney. The boy and his ways were beyond him altogether. Sidney would have baffled a committee of doctors. Herrick searched for a nurse and found one speedily, for he knew where to go. He brought her back to the house and set her to heat some soup. Then he gave various directions, sent out for certain medicine, and did what he could to revive the strength of the old woman. Bridge allowed Petronella to have the bedroom to herself, but he kept 2 policemen in the house and got out his warrant. Nothing was known in the town about the matter, as Bridge wished to wait until all was in order before telling the public. He foresaw the glory would accrue to him by the story he intended to tell. He had resolved to give Sidney and Herrick no more credit than he could help. Dr. Jim guessed as much when he heard Bridge talking, but he was rather pleased than otherwise. He did not want this latest freak of the uncanny changeling to be talked about. Besides, Bridge amused him. He was so very human in his love of praise. His philanthropic work being ended, Herrick walked back to Saxham. He reached the Pines some time after 5, and already found the assembled party impatiently expecting his arrival. Sidney, it appeared, had just said sufficient to pique the curiosity of his family. He hinted that some untoward event had occurred with which Herrick was connected, but refused to say what it was. Then he had retired to bed in full daylight, and announced that he was going to sleep for 24 hours. What was to be done with such a boy? He grows more eccentric every day, sighed Ida. Stephen laughed. Oh, his eccentricities are harmless enough, that is, if— here he caught Herrick's eyes, and hesitated. He did not know but what Sidney might have confessed the crime of which Frisco had accused him. "Oh, that's all right," said Jim cheerily. "What is?" asked Bess, wondering at the sudden relief expressed on Stephen's face. "Jim, you have something to tell us?" "Yes, something very important about the murder." "The murder of Carr?" cried Frank, astonished. "Oh, I thought that was done with long ago." "On the contrary," said Dr. Jim, "I have been working at it all these months, trying to learn the truth. Stephen and Bess have been helping me." "Well," said Ida, looking from her lover to the doctor, "I do call it mean. I should have been told." "It would only have worried you, dear," said the squire. "But what is the difficulty?" cried Frank, puzzled. "Frisco killed the colonel. There was no secret about that." "Frisco did not kill Carr," said Herrick. "The jury were wrong. So were we all. It was Petronella who shot the man." Stephen jumped up as Bess uttered a cry of amazement. "Petronella!" he stammered. "Thank God Sidney did not do it." "Sidney!" cried Bess and Ida in a breath. Herrick hurriedly explained. "Frisco accused Sidney because he was in the house at the time of the murder. That was when you were looking for him, Bess. Do you remember?" "I should think so," she cried. "No wonder I could not find him. But Petronella? Was the pistol hers and the silver bullet? What are you talking about, Bess, dear?" "Let me explain," said Dr. Jim, before Bess could answer Ida. "It is a long story, and I think you will find it interesting." And then Herrick told the whole complicated case from the time he and Joyce found the dead body of Colonel Carr in the tower, which now no longer existed. He was frequently interrupted with exclamations of horror from Ida, and a rage from Frank. When he ended, the latter jumped up. "If I meet that little wretch Joyce again," said Frank, "I'll break every bone in his body. The idea of trying to mix up Bess in the matter." "He has received a worse punishment than a thrashing," said Stephen. "I think you can leave him to the punishment of destiny, Frank." A babel of voices ensued. Everyone was talking at once, and for fully an hour they discussed the case in all its bearings. "I suppose Frisco will be released now," said Bess triumphantly. "I knew that he was innocent. I said so all along." All the same, he's a bad lot, remarked Herrick. The less we have to do with him, the better. I don't think he'll come down here again in a hurry, said Marsh Carr, thankfully, and Santiago has sailed for Mexico. Thus, we are rid of the whole gang. Hello, what's that? It was a violent ringing at the door, and Herrick started to his feet, looking perturbed. I hope nothing is wrong, he said. I'm getting so nervous with all this that I'm always expecting the worst of tidings. As he spoke, the footman ushered in Inspector Bridge in a state of excitement. The man could hardly speak, and was scarlet in the face with suppressed rage and alarm. I beg your pardon, he said to the company, but this woman, Petronella? What is the matter? Asked Dr. Jim. She is dead. All looked at one another. And before sunset, remarked Herrick, thinking of Sidney. How did it happen, Bridge? She had a bottle of chloral under her pillow, and while the nurse's back was turned, she drank it. I was called too late. She is as dead as a doornail, and has spoiled a most beautiful case. Leaving the others to discuss the matter with Bridge, Herrick hastily excused himself. He ran across the biffstead and up into Sidney's bedroom. The boy was sleeping quietly, but Dr. Jim woke him promptly. I say, he cried, shaking the boy's shoulder, she is dead. Petronella, said Sidney drowsily. I know she is. I said she would die before sunset. You told her to take that chloral? No, said Sidney in a sleepy manner. She wanted to take it before she confessed, but I stopped her. But she was bound to die. I said she might get out of the world more easily if she took it. I dare say she died quietly in a sleep. You have behaved shamefully, cried Herrick wrathfully. No, she was bound to die in any case. Why should she not die as she pleased? Go away, Dr. Jim, I want to sleep. And Sidney closed his eyes. Herrick, in face of his calmness, was helpless. So he departed. The boy had baffled him to the very end. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In this way, the trouble left as a legacy by the wicked colonel came to an end. Frisco was duly tried, and on the confession of Petronella, he was acquitted. A very meagre report of the proceedings appeared in the newspapers. In taking down the confession, Herrick had not inserted the fact of Mrs. Marsh's connection with the matter. Frisco said nothing to his counsel about the 3 shots fired after the colonel was dead. Therefore, the name of Stephen's stepmother was spared the disgrace of her mad, impulsive act. For obvious reasons, the most interesting part of the case was left untold, and the public never knew the complications that had ensued in searching for the assassin. Frisco was tried briefly, was acquitted, and when set free he disappeared. Where he went no one knew, and no one cared. By the advice of Dr. Jim, Stephen paid the Belcher and Kid the reward that he had promised for the capture of Frisco. Herrick was afraid that if it was not paid, that the two might search into the matter more particularly than would be agreeable to the feelings of Marsh Carr. Stephen saw this danger himself, and gladly sent a check for the money. Belcher and Kid will get no more business from Dr. Herrick. And I hope I never come in connection with detective business again, said Herrick earnestly. It is all very well to read about, but in real life it is not so pleasant. However, we have done with it all. Certainly he was done with the case, but not entirely with Frisco. One day the ex-sailor arrived at Saxham and asked to see Mr. Marsh Carr. At the time Stephen was indoors, and luckily for him, Dr. Herrick had not gone out. When the name of Frisco was given, the two looked at one another in surprise. They had hoped never to hear it again. "Shall I see him, Jim?" asked Stephen doubtfully. Certainly, I shall see him also, replied Herrick. He can have come here for no good purpose. But I would rather have him as an open enemy than striking in the dark. The consequence of this speech was that Frisco was shown into the library. He was glad to see Marsh Carr, and visibly annoyed to find that the doctor was present. "My business is private," said Frisco. "You must tell it to me in the presence of Dr. Herrick," said Stephen, scenting trouble. "I do nothing without his advice." "Worse luck," growled Frisco, and sat down with a scowl. Herrick laughed. "You do not seem pleased that you have escaped the gallows, Frisco," he said, "or perhaps you are sorry the criminal did not turn out to be Sidney Endicott." "I don't care a fig who it was, so long as it wasn't me," replied the ex-sailor. Fancy Carr being shot by an old hag after going through all the dangers he did. Always thought he'd have a mean end." "This is beside the point," said Stephen, "as I suppose you did not come here to criticize my uncle. You had better tell me your business." "It's not pleasant business," said Frisco coolly. "So I should expect, seeing that you have come about it," said the squire. "However, I shall be pleased to hear what it is." Frisco took a paper out of his pocket. "I don't think you will," he said. "I have here, Mr. Marsh Carr, the last will of the Colonel." Stephen started to his feet and turned pale. Herrick, who had been listening intently, struck in. "I suppose it leaves all the money to you, Mr. Joyce Frisco?" "No," growled Frisco, "and you needn't, senor. It's a good will for you if it's true what Robin says." "And what does Robin say?" "That you are to marry Miss Bess." "That is perfectly true," replied Herrick coolly, "but I do not see what she has to do with your business." "You will soon, Dr. Herrick. The money is left to her." "What?" cried Stephen loudly. "Carr has left his money to Bess?" "You bet. Here's the will," and Frisco threw it across the table. "He said she was the only man amongst the lot of you. See how honest I am, Herrick. I want to make you a rich man, 'cause you stood by me in trouble. I never forget a pal, not me." Meantime Stephen and Jim were looking over the paper. "Why," cried Herrick, bursting into a laugh, "it's not worth the paper it's written on. Here's the Colonel's signature, but there are no witnesses." "Ah, you see that, do you?" said Frisco with a chuckle. "That's so, but I tell you that if my milksop had married the girl, my fool son Robin, I mean, there would have been witnesses, and the will would have been proved in law." "I dare say," said Stephen, who sat down again with a recovered colour. "Well, even if this will had have been genuine, I should not have minded. There's no one I would give the money to sooner than Dr. Herrick." "Stuff and nonsense!" cried Jim, although he reddened with pleasure at this tribute of friendship. "As if I or Bess would have taken a penny of it. Oh, I see what your game was, Frisco. You wanted Robin to marry Bess, and then you would have got witnesses to this will, and taken the money from Stephen. Is that so?" "That is so," rejoined Frisco, leaning back. "As the fool could not get the girl, I tried the other plan of stopping Marsh going to the vault. That failed because of you, Dr. Herrick. If it had not been for you, I'd have had that money." "You confess your villainies very coolly," said Marsh Carr sharply. "Do you know that I can lay you by the heels for that assault?" "Oh, no, you can't. 'Twas Santiago struck you. You can't prove that I had anything to do with it. And," said Frisco impudently, "you would not if you could. Remember, I held my tongue about." "Yes, yes," said Stephen hastily. "It was good of you to say nothing about my unhappy mother. I am so far indebted to you." "Ah, that's just what I've come about." "What do you mean?" asked Jim sharply. "Lord, Doc, you ain't half sharp enough. I want the squire here to give me £1,000 to start afresh. I and Robin are going back to the States, and we want something to begin life on." "That's only fair," put in Stephen eagerly. "I am—" "Wait a bit," said Jim. "Let us hear on what grounds Frisco asks you to do this." Frisco was quite ready to show grounds. "Well, in the first place, I held my tongue about Mrs. Marsh firing at the dead body." "Yes, I owe you something for that," said Stephen, flushing and wincing. "In the second," said Frisco, raising his finger, "I brought you that will unwitnessed so that you can still keep the money. If Robin had got the girl, I shouldn't have done that. My name is one witness, and Santiago has another, and where would you be?" "Santiago was never in this house," said Herrick, "and a will has to be signed when the testator and the witnesses are together." "Oh, I'd have arranged all that. My own signature you could not dispute, as I was Carr's right-hand man. I'd have paid Santiago half a year's income to sign. He'd have done it like a shot, and the will would have stood any test then." "That is true enough," said Herrick reflectively. "So long as the Colonel's signature was right, the rest was easy. Where did you get this will?" "It was on his table. He must have been fooling with it when the old woman Petronella shot him. It was about this will that Mrs. Marsh made such a fuss, only she thought the money was to be left to me." "Ah, you let that out yourself?" "Being drunk," said Frisco with a laugh. "Well, I took away the will, and afterwards thought to use it by marrying Robin to Bess Endicott. But you see, Mr. Marsh," he added, turning to Stephen, "I did not have the witnesses' names put, so you keep the money instead of handing it over to Miss Bess." "Whether he had done so or not," cried Dr. Jim hotly, "Bess would not have taken it. The money is rightfully Stephen's." "Ah, that brings me to the third point," said Frisco, unmoved. "I worked for that money. I went through hot and cold and danger to get it. Half of it should have been mine, but Carr had the whip hand on me, so I'm out of it. Now, gentlemen, I know where that cash is. If you'll give me 1,000 to fit out an expedition, we'll cry quits. I and Robin are going to get more treasure. Carr didn't take away the lot." "But remember that the Indians are warned," said Herrick. "They have very likely removed the rest of the jewels." "That's what I've got to find out," said Frisco, "and Robin is coming along with me to be made a man of. Well, these 3 points, Mr. Marsh, are clear enough. I ought to have half the money, but as you have the upper hand, I ask £1,000 as my right." "I certainly think you are entitled to that much," said Stephen. "What do you say, Herrick?" "I'm with you, Steve. Give him the money." Frisco chuckled, while Stephen wrote out a check for the amount. When the ex-sailor placed it in his pocket, he stood up to go. "Well, gentlemen," he said, with some sort of emotion, "I thank you for this treatment. You are both white men. I have behaved badly, but this makes all square. I can tell you one thing, Mr. Marsh, that you will have no further trouble about the money. Even if the Indians knew, they would do nothing to you now that Carr has gone. As to the plan, I dare say his body by this time is—well, no matter. I'll go out of your life, gentlemen, so does Robin, to be made a man of. There remains Santiago. He won't trouble you. I'm going to shoot him when I drop across him in Mexico. You can do what you like there, Frisco, I dare say. Another crime won't matter much to you." "It wouldn't be a crime, but an act of justice. He played me a dirty trick, Dr. Herrick. However, I'm off. You won't shake hands, so I don't offer." "So long, gentlemen both," said Frisco, walking towards the door, "and may you live long and be happy. As to that devil Carr—" Frisco spat and then departed. They never saw him again. A year later, information came through a newspaper, stating the fate of an expedition that had gone into the interior of Peru. The Indians of the Cordilleras had attacked the camp, and the 3 white men who led the expedition were killed. Their names were Joyce, alias Frisco, his son Robin, and a Mexican called Santiago. "Poor Robin," said Herrick. when he read this to his wife. He was a mean little scoundrel, but I'm sorry that he came to such an end. As to Santiago, Frisco must have made it up with him and taken him to look after the treasure. Well, the whole three are dead. Let us forget them. But this is anticipating. On the evening of the day when Frisco appeared, Stephen announced to the assembled Biffs that Dr. Herrick intended to accept half the income of the wicked colonel with the permission of Bess. Jim was on his feet at once. "Come," he cried, very red. "I intend to do nothing of the sort. What rubbish you are talking, Steve." "I only asked Bess to read this paper," said Stephen, "and gave Bess the incomplete will." "Ah, true," replied Herrick. "It is only fair that she should decide for herself, but I'll have no part in the matter." "The colonel's going to leave his money to me," said Bess. "Well, I never heard such nonsense, Stephen. As if I would take a penny from you or Ida." "I told you so," cried Dr. Jim triumphantly. "I knew Bess would think the same as I. Hurrah, Bess! Kiss me." "Is this a proper will, Steve?" asked Ida, looking at the paper. "No, Frisco brought it here today to cause trouble. But as you see there are no witnesses, so it is not valid." "And yet you want to offer me half the money?" "Take it, Bess," cried Ida. "I'm sure Stephen and I can live well on 4,000 a year." "I won't," said Bess. "These were the colonel's intentions. Very kind, I'm sure. But even if the will were legal, I should not accept. Jim, am I not right?" "Perfectly right, darling. You and I will make our own way." "It's all nonsense," said Stephen. "You must take some money. It is only fair that the colonel's intentions should be respected in some way." There was a great deal of argument. Finally Bess and Dr. Herrick agreed to take 1,000 a year for life. "There," said Ida, kissing her sister. "I hope that is all right." "And now Jim will go away," said Stephen gloomily. "Not until the year's end, and until the money is firmly in your possession," was the reply of the doctor. "Remember, you have some months' visits to pay to the vault. Even though Frisco is gone, we must carry out the will." "And at the end of the year?" "I'll establish myself in practice somewhere," said Dr. Herrick. "Perhaps in Beominster, so as to be near you. Bess can then go on writing for the Weekly Chronicle." "Indeed, I shall write a novel," cried Bess. "I want a London fame." And so it was settled. For a year Herrick remained at the Pines with the squire. Then there was a double wedding. Ida and Stephen came back to live in the wicked colonel's house, and Dr. Herrick and his bride established himself in a comfortable mansion in Beominster. He became immensely popular, and also having married into a county family, he was much sought after by the county invalids. Frank and Sidney were left at Biffstead, and Flo came home to keep house for them. The Reverend Pentland Corn gave up his charge of the parish, and went out to the East as a missionary. No one could understand the reason for this folly, as they called it, save Herrick. He understood only too well, and his was the last hand Pentland Corn clasped when he left England for India. His place was taken by a young and amiable rector, who will probably marry Flo Endicott. Then Frank will have to keep house himself, or marry in self-defense. As to Sidney, the queer boy, Herrick took the young gentleman in hand, and tried to make him a healthy man. He made him ride, shoot, swim, and indulge in all manner of outdoor sports. At first Sidney rebelled, but as he was really fond of Herrick, he began to take kindly to the regime. The consequence was he became more of a boy in a few months, and actually began to eat meat. Herrick watched over him with the greatest care, and gradually Sidney lost his unpleasant faculty of seeing things. He went to college, and there he now is becoming rapidly more of a normal person. Once he met with a theosophist, who told him after hearing his story that he had sunk the spirit in the flesh, and blamed Herrick severely. In fact, this gentleman took a journey to Saxham to see and expostulate with Herrick on the wickedness of debasing the psychic gifts of the boy. "I would rather see him a healthy man," said the doctor impatiently. "In what you say there may be a good deal, but the boy is now in better health and easier to live with." "Ah, you do not deserve to have such a person in the family," said the Theosophist. "But your work will not endure forever. You have made Mr. Endicott eat meat and materialized him. But in a few years he will recover his gift. It will be stronger than ever." "Then I hope he won't come here," said Herrick. "I have every respect for persons so gifted, but I don't like them. To have one at your elbow who sees into the future and foretells death, and is always seeing creatures of the air, is horrible." "You are a skeptic, Dr. Herrick." "No, I think there are many things of which we know nothing. I mean in regard to what we talk about. But for my part, I want to do my duty in this life, and leave all these occult things to people who like them. I should like my brother-in-law to act likewise. However, he is in good health now, and I should be sorry to see him relapse into the state he was when I first met him." Thereupon the Theosophist sighed and departed. All the same, he is keeping a watch over Sidney, and should the boy again develop the clairvoyant faculty, he will be made better use of by those who understand. And then a happy day came, when in Stephen's arms was placed a boy. Bess Herrick placed him therein. "Do you know who this is?" she asked. "My son and heir," replied Stephen, bending over the infant. "What else, or who else should he be?" The very first really innocent creature who has been in this house for close upon a century." "That is complimentary to us all, Bess," said her husband, who had entered the room. "But what if he is?" Bess looked solemn. "I think he is the guardian angel of Ida and Steve, to keep away the evil spirit of Colonel Carr. Come now, Bess, you are not like Sidney. You have not seen—" "I have seen nothing, Jim. But the village people are already making a legend about the wicked Colonel. They say he walks. I hope, now that this innocent child is here, that they will leave off inventing such horrid things. I don't want the Pines to have the reputation of being haunted. And you know how stories grow, Jim." "I know this," replied Dr. Herrick, "that Carr was murdered in a room which has vanished into thin air. If his ghost walks anywhere, it must be in the pine wood. There's no call for him to haunt this place." Someone repeated this saying of Herrick's, and what he had said in jest was spoken of in earnest. In a few months it was commonly reported that the wicked Colonel had been seen in the pine wood, surrounded with a red glow, significant of the habitation of his spirit, for its sins dwelt in. In vain more sensible people laughed at this tale. It came to be firmly believed in, and it was said that when any misfortune was about to befall the Marsh-Carr family, that the shade of the Colonel appeared. "It is the penalty of greatness," said Dr. Jim to Stephen. "A county family is not really respectable until it has its private ghost." And in this way, wicked Colonel Carr became a tradition. End of chapter 27. Recording by Richard Kilmer, San Antonio, Texas. End of The Silver Bullet by Fergus Hume.